Hello. I don't know why it was like that. I was asking if people had any, like, audio that they want to put in the background, because I don't have one set up yet. What does he have drip? I'm not still muted. My mic is literally picking me up. It's working now. So that happened because I had unplugged my mic last night. I was playing Among Us. So it wasn't plugged in. But yeah, does anybody have like an audio, like a story theme they want to listen to? Because I don't remember any of them. I could do science story theme, I guess. That's a pretty generic one. I gotta turn this down though. I have to actually get it to work. Uh, let me set up the audio so that you can hear it.
Hello.
Hello, Senna. Just give me a moment.
Take all the time you need.
Alright, that should work now. It is in fact working. I'm gonna turn that down though. On my end too, because it's very loud.
All right.
How are you doing, Senna? I will get
I'm
a reactive
good.
quick.
I'm very excited. How are you?
I am doing good. I have been trying to get reactive to work properly, but it's fine. it's I can't get the
Do you need
group
the link
reactive.
to copy?
No, I've got it.
Awesome.
I'm just gonna have to add an individual source for everybody that ends up joining. Okay.
No, that makes sense.
Hello, everybody. We're going to start now. Sorry for the technical difficulties at the start. Just to quickly explain, we're going to rank them based on how good they are. Last time, I made it in a vacuum, which is not really correct. So this time we're going to rank them based on overall power. And to start off, you'll see that there's two tiers at the top and bottom for the best 5 IDs and the worst 5 IDs, chat. So if you want to take some time to guess what might actually go into those tiers, some of them might be actually really obvious. It's not going to look that much different from before. But we've got F through S tier for IDs, and we're just going to be going through them. Probably not lingering on all of them too long because there's a lot of IDs in this game now. I mean, half of this is ego, but you get the point. But to start, somebody did say what I should do is just put Devyat Sinclair in S tier and then end the stream, and I thought that would have been a really funny bit. But I'm not
I think
gonna
that would
do
be
that.
incredible.
I'm not gonna do that because, yeah, your sound is cutting randomly. Why? I don't think so. If anybody else is noticing that, maybe you just need to refresh. But to start off, I think the easiest one is the one that everybody just kind of agrees on. Hey Show Faust is one of the best 5.
Yes.
Without question, this ID is insane. It's the only ID in the game that can actually use their skill 3 every single turn outside of Mirror Dungeon. And it's just crazy.
She's so good.
She is so good. Hold on, I'm realizing you are a little quiet. I'm going to turn you up a little bit.
Oh no.
It's fine. There we go. That should be better.
Awesome.
Okay. So somebody in chat has mentioned a second one. I am louder than the guest. That's just because I have my audio balanced weird. It should be better now. Chat is correct. One of them is, in fact, Knight of Despair Rodian.
Oh, 100%.
She is probably the best damage dealer on her own in the entire game, and being a negative coin ID definitely helps.
Yeah.
I think I agree with Chad on this. Lord of Hungyan Hung Lu. If you're using a team of
Yeah.
Heisho, yeah.
No, for sure. He's so good.
He's
I also
so
just love his
good.
animations.
He's so good. He's got great animations. He's just insane. I don't think he's the best one, because in a vacuum he is definitely not even close. But outside of a vacuum,
Yeah.
he makes every single Heisho ID so much better that it's not even a competition.
Oh, agreed.
And yeah, I would probably put Thumb Merceau up there too.
Oh, for sure. I really like Capo, so he's so good.
We are considering Ego, yeah. If we're looking at Ego too, there's like even less of a competition for a lot of these. Now, it's the last one that people are probably not going to be able to guess, I would say. Who's better to shard for Tremor, Regret Faust, or Mao Faust? Well, one of those is not a Tremor ID. So while one of those is definitely a better ID, I would say that you should probably like try to play Tremor. It ends up thing. So here's the thing, chat. Sancho ID is incredibly good. The thing about Sancho is that she doesn't actually help the rest of her team at all. She just becomes better when other specific team members are there, which is fair. I mean, that's pretty good. The thing is that is not good enough anymore. It's still a fantastic ID. So, instead of putting Sancho up there, if we were going to put a bleed ID in that tier, it would either be the Prince of La Mancha Land or probably Kurokumo Heathcliff, I think are the best two bleed IDs right now, provided you build around them. But it is full stop Heathcliff that we will be putting in the last member of the best five.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Full stop Heathcliff
He's
is
really good.
ridiculous and has only gotten better. Now, full stop Hong Lu is also fantastic. The thing about full stop Heathcliff is that every single team benefits from him existing. He doesn't rely on anybody, and his damage is on par with the rest of them by himself without any help. And when he runs out of ammo, he just switches to another ID that might be just as good. So, somebody did get it. There was one person that said full stop Heathcliff in chat. Okay, now we get to do the worst five. I'm not even gonna wait.
No.
I'm not even gonna wait for people to say this one. Zvi Sinclair is the worst. Zvi Section 6 Sinclair is the worst ID in the game.
Yeah.
It's not even really a competition at all. I don't think anybody's gonna argue with that. His skill 3 can clash, I guess. That's the only thing he has going for him. Remember what happened the last time you put Liu Greg on the very bottom tier? Make sure to not make that mistake again. Actually, I think I'm gonna make that mistake again, Sausage. Separate bottom 5 3 stars and 2 stars? No, that's not necessary. Liu Gregor is terrible. Like, he can do good damage, he inflicts good burn, and he can't clash for anything, and, you know. He's better than Zvi Rodian? You haven't used Zvi Rodian ever. I can tell. Anyways, sloshing. Where's sloshing on this list?
Flashmail?
Yeah, that's one of them. I wouldn't say she's the worst ID in the game, but she's definitely really bad.
Oh, for sure.
Just so much tremor count reduction, can't inflict it herself, and the Clash Lose stuff does nothing. Well, actually, now that I think about it, the Clash Lose stuff does a lot, because she's going to be losing a lot of clashes. So that extra 4 damage. He exists to boost 5 coin skill damage. I mean, yeah. But the thing about support passives is they can be really good. Are you only counting units on field or also support passives? I'm going to count support passives if the team that they're supposed to be used in has IDs that are meant to switch in and out of the bench. There's a couple of teams that can do that now. And I wouldn't say that there's a lot of units that will be taken into account for. But in Rupture specifically, that will be, because Rupture does that. So, let's see. We can put Chef Gregor at the bottom too. He's like not. I wouldn't say he's as bad as the rest of them. He can heal people. He inflicts paralyze. But aside from that, he doesn't really do anything. He's got really bad clashing outside of his skill too.
Yeah.
Is Mariachi Sinclair bad enough to be there? I don't think so. I think Mariachi is probably F tier, not in the bottom 5 specifically. The thing about Mariachi Sinclair is that he can evade everything. Like, he is capable of that. Chef Gregor in S tier, he has Beast Crest. God dang it. My audiences are overlapping. So no, I don't think Mariachi is the last F tier. Yo, thank you for the 5 memberships, Coffee. This is the last chance to get Liu Greg out of there? He's not moving. I'm sorry. No, I think the true last person to put in the bottom, and some of you may disagree with this, and some of you might not. Unfortunately, N Corp is a very dated faction. And there's a couple of units in N Corp that are still pretty good, but there's one specifically that has definitely not held the test of time, and that is N Corp Rodian.
Yeah.
She just does nothing. There's
Oh, yeah.
terrible bleed infliction in a bleed archetype. Doesn't have a lust guard, so can't even contribute to resonance for the lust resonance archetype. Her damage is okay, I guess. Her best clash is a 12. For people who just joining, because Coffee asked, this is Cinephon. You can introduce
Hello.
yourself if you want.
Oh, of course. Hi everyone. I'm Cinephon. You can just call me Cinna, and I'm here joining cast today, and I'm super excited. And I'm a Project Moon VTuber. I run tabletop role playing Project Moon games, and it's nice to meet all of you.
Yeah. You can link your channel in the chat too if you want.
Oh, thank you. I will do so.
If it'll let you. If it doesn't let you, just give me the link and I'll put it. Because
Absolutely.
I don't remember if I allowed links or not. Alright. Now that we're done with the best 5 and the worst 5, is it spelled with an X or an S? It's spelled with a C. So, now that we have our, like, gauge of where we're putting things, we have the worst 5 IDs in the game at the bottom. Ironic that Gregor is there twice. And we have the best 5 IDs at the top. And now we're going to place everything else in between them where we think they should go. And we're going to start with the LCB Sinner IDs because, yeah.
All right.
Ensalt is not A tier. He's not as bad as people say, but he still sucks. I wouldn't put him anywhere close to A tier, if I'm being honest.
Who's putting N-Solid in A tier?
N Corp Merceau is like an F tier to C tier ID. Should we have a D tier, actually?
Oh, I think that would be a good idea because there are some that I feel are not quite F, but not really reaching C.
I think that's fair, yeah. So D tier. We'll make A tier blue. And then D tier can be green. There we go. Now we have a little bit of a better gauge for where things might end up. Actually, S tier should be blue, now that I think about it. It fits better. There we go. Alright. LCB Heathcliff is like B tier max. So the thing about the LCB Sinner IDs is that they're all pretty bad compared to any other ID in the game that you can get. Obviously, everybody has them, which is a plus, but I'm not going to be artificially bumping them up this time just so that we have like a better scale for how average the starting IDs are going to be, because there's really no point in doing that. Everybody knows that the starting things are not as good as most of the things you can get. No background music? I didn't realize I had put the audio that low. There is background music. I'll just turn that up. Are you covered in expired evil soup? So I talked to Kiwi. I had considered making a tremor guide, and I was really excited about it, so I got Kiwi to make the effervescent corrosion model, and then I lost interest in making the tremor guide, so I'm using it here instead. LCB Sinners are excellent in 2-star only runs. On the contrary, if you use them, you're breaking the rules of 2-star only runs, because they are 1-star. So, now that we've got that out of the way, the best of the LCB Sinner IDs, the only ones that go in a tier above D, first off, I would say Merceau does. He just is really good. He's like a really good tank, unironically. He has a lot of defense.
Yeah.
Probably Heathcliff. I don't really have anything to say about any of these because I don't use any of them. So if at any point you have anything
so honest, I think I only used the base IDs at the very start of the game.
I don't think I ever used them, because right at the start I did like my 20 pulls and I had enough IDs to replace everybody. Because you could only use like 4 IDs in the first 2 cantos or something like that.
Right, back when they had like the 4 to 5, or I think it was 5 Sinner battles so long ago.
Yeah. Hear people say LCB Ryoshu is good. So she does a lot of damage. Her passive is really good. She has the 3 Gluttony Resonance for 25% more damage dealt and taken, which is nice, but I don't think it's good enough to put her above D tier, because she still doesn't clash very good. Merceau clashes like doo-doo for base ID. I mean, I think Heathcliff is better than him, without question. We are considering Ego, but only when they matter. Used base Greg for Canto 3? That makes sense, there weren't a lot of Gregs back then. I think the only other one that has any business going above here is probably Hong Lu. He just clashes pretty good if you manage to not get hit on turn 1.
Yeah.
That's really all I can say about him, though. Now, for everybody else, first off, Faust goes in F tier.
Oh, yeah.
Her highest clash is an 11, so even if she has an evade, it's not good enough. I'm gonna be so honest with you, chat. I don't know what Gregor does. I've never used him. Like, I've gone back and used a couple of them in, like, Mirror Dungeon runs occasionally, but I've never used Gregor. So, just to be safe, I'm gonna put him in F tier.
Yeah.
Ishmael goes in D because she clashes good. She's, like, the best clasher out of the bunch, but doesn't do anything else.
Oh.
It's like her skill 3 rolls a 19. That's not nothing.
Oh, shit.
I know Gregor can heal himself. I'm saying that that doesn't matter. I know he goes above Faust because Faust is the worst one.
Poor Faust.
Base Greg does Pierce Fragility. I didn't know that. Yi Sang definitely goes in D tier. He's got SP support, I guess, and he does give allies damage up, to be fair, which is not bad. Dawn is F. Having a 1 coin skill 1 and 2 really holds her back, definitely. Rodian. I think Rodian's like okay. She doesn't clash very good. She at least deals decent damage. Bottom of D tier, maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking probably D for her.
Rodia tier? Angela. I love her debuffs. Faust goes above F. Base Faust carries my MD runs. Why are you running Base Faust and MD? Is the big question. But Dawn has power up on skill 2? Does she? Hang on, I must confirm this. LCB Sinner Don Quixote. She does gain 2 attack power up if skill 2 wins a clash. That's fine. I'm still not moving her. Because believe it or not, Sinclair does the same thing, and unlike Dawn, Sinclair actually does good damage. So he clashes a little worse, I'll admit. F tier is for Faust. We just put every Faust ID there. No, that's mean. And then
Faust tier.
Otis at least has the benefit of being better than Ishmael. So Otis is the only other one that potentially goes in C tier. I don't think she deserves it, but the 3 coin skill 1 is really nice. Yeah, that's the other thing. Why does Faust have no keywords? Every other sitter has them. It's so weird.
It's interesting she does not.
You'd think she'd be like poise or something. Rhodia above Dawn and Greg hurts my soul. But the thing is, though, Coffee, is that it's correct. Unfortunately. I don't like putting LCB Sinner Rhodia even on the... You know what, actually? I will move Rhodia down. She's still going to be an F tier. But that's just because I'm realizing that this is being very generous to a lot of these. Still.
Yeah.
Alright, now the tier
Demote
list
her.
maker has changed from being ordered in when they were added to the game to being ordered in what faction they are. So I guess we're going to do this by faction. Zvyrodian.
All right.
What's your opinion of Zvyrodian, Cinna?
Oh, I'll be real. I have not used her much, at all. I think this Y in general is really cool. But aside from Swy Ishmael, when I first started with Swy Faust, I just never really touched their IDs.
That's fair. I can't really blame anybody for not using this. I think I'm the only person on the planet who has used Zvyrodian outside of the Mirror Dungeon.
Oh, shit.
She's like an okay tank. And probably worse than base rodeo.
She's worse than base
I
rodeo?
don't agree with that. I think she's better than base rodeo, but she definitely goes in F tier.
Oh no.
Her clashing is better. She does not deal a lot of damage, and her mechanics just don't work.
Damn.
Like, all of her, like, her poise count thing is fine. Like, it would be cool if she gained more of it when she had less. But at the way she's designed is, in order to be consistent on poise count, she has to get to the point where she would no longer need to be concerned with being consistent on it. So it's like, why? Sorry, excuse me. Like, I like this ID, but it is bad. Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
And Cat Attack is correct. She doesn't work with the rest of this vibe. She doesn't have defense level up in her kit anywhere.
Oh my gosh. I can definitely see why IDs would be lower if they don't, because I know some IDs work really well together and then other ones don't really have anything they synergize well with.
Yeah, that's fair. Zwei Faust is definitely like a C tier ID, though. I don't know where, probably like above all of those, to be honest. Clashes decently, has actual benefit being in the Zwei. Her damage is okay. It's not anything special, and she doesn't have any keywords, but she's not, like, useless. You can definitely use her. Oh, perfectly feels Fluid Sac. That's an important thing for Faust specifically.
Love Fluid Sac.
Fluid
I
Sac
love Fluid Sac, at least.
Fluid Sac, I think, is still probably the best ego in the game. Coffee, thank you for the 5. I ran a Zwei run several times and used her. I can say confidently that she is D tier. If we're being generous, don't be. Okay. Fair enough. Honestly, I got you. She's definitely at the top of F for now. Zwei Gregor. This is like a fun ID. I'll put it in B.
Oh.
He was the best Gregor in Tremor until like a week ago. Actually.
Oh shit.
Leisure Domain spam, turns out it's pretty good. Still. And he does okay damage. Now, I can't really say much about him aside from that. He works well with the Zwei stuff. But now we're to like the first really good ID for the list, and that is Liu Association Ishmael.
I got so excited when I saw her. I have a friend who loves using Zwei Ishmael.
Zwei Ishmael is really good. Like, people are... It's like one of those things where people are going to go like, oh, why use Zwei Ishmael when Hanafuda Ishmael, by the way, that's not the name of the ID, is here now. And a lot of people forget that if an ID comes out that's better than a previous one for an archetype, it does not necessarily mean the previous one is bad.
Yeah.
This is like, if she had a sloth skill anywhere in her kit, she would be probably, I would even maybe move her up. I was being very harsh on this ID the last time I did this, and she was at the top of S tier. So, like, this ID is very, very good. Very tanky, can redirect anything. Her weapon is funny, though. She literally just throws around like a brick of concrete.
I love the giant ass sword. It's so cool.
It's very funny. And also, now we have the other Zwei Sinclair, which is much better than the first one.
Oh, yeah.
There are very few IDs in this game that even, like, compete for how much tremor count this ID can inflict, honestly. Which is a lot to hold him up, but unfortunately it's like all he does, so B tier. Probably better than Zwei Gregor just because he synergizes with tremor. Like, I think Zwei Sinclair was kind of overlooked on launch. I don't think that's incorrect. And people just haven't looked at his kit at all. But he's fine. He's like decent. Solid A. You don't understand how we're grading this. We're being very harsh on a lot of IDs because we kind of have to be, because there's going to be a lot in these top 3 tiers. Okay. That's the Zwei. Now for the She Association.
I love the She.
The She Association is very cool. I think She Association Ishmael is a solid B tier, honestly. If you play into her gimmick, she goes crazy. Zwei Sinclair's the second biggest problem is he relies on Clash Win. You know what? That's fair, but he's still pretty good. I don't know. I guess I can put She Ishmael above Zwei Gregor. The problem is getting her. You gotta get her to 50%. Is the only issue. And that's not always easy.
That's a good point.
You do get She Ishmael for free. Every account has this ID. It's the only non-zero star ID that everybody has. Which does give her some bonus, but it's not really factored into her power. She Don Quixote is very fast, and Clash is pretty good for a Season 0 ID. Like, Overbreathe still, there's not a lot of things that clash as high as Overbreathe naturally. Unfortunately, she doesn't do a lot other than that. So,
Yeah.
like here, I think is fair. I'm being very chat. We're operating under the assumption that she Ishmael is always below 50%. And that makes her skill 2 very good. So, she Heathcliff. God dang it. So what do you think about she Heathcliff? Do you think he deserves anything other than D tier or F tier?
I personally would probably put him in like low D tier, I'd say.
I think that that's probably fair. His skill 3 is really powerful. He just has nothing else going for him.
Yeah.
Either bottom of D or top of F, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
He's
That's
best.
what I'm thinking too.
His biggest claim to fame is being on the bench in a burn team. Like, he's actually good trust. C tier is like okay. I wouldn't call it good. Put the boy in D. I love him, but God, yeah. In the She run, he was the best. You did one of those?
I think we just need more She IDs. We'll get the Eugen ID one day. Yes.
I think that's fair. Speaking of more She IDs, the first one added to the game in almost 3 years. She Faust.
I love her.
Angela, I'm gonna spoil something for you. Corp is all the way down here. Go shopping. If you want to be here when it does it. Because you're gonna be here for like 2 hours if you want to wait for it. Top 10 burn Heathcliff IDs is such a funny comment.
Oh my gosh.
Number 1, Wild Hunt. You know what? Fair. If you're actually bringing him on the field, that's true. That's not going to be true next week, but you get the point. She Faust is an A tier ID.
I agree.
She does really good damage, and a lot of people think that this ID is the worst ID from this season. They are not correct. There's at least 2 IDs that I would say are worse. But, admittedly, the big thing that she was being like advertised for, the bow firing mechanic, just does not work. It's less damage than if you were to just use her other skills all the way through that process. So it's like, you know, her damage is really good. She synergizes with poise and bleed a decent amount. It's just that her special mechanic does nothing, which is really disappointing.
Yeah.
But she's a good slash unit. She's cool. She's really cool.
She's so cool. I was really sad that she wasn't better. I was like, this is cool. This is really cool.
It's really sad that it ended up not being very good. If it were more like an ID that we'll get to later, just gonna hover my mouse over W Heathcliff, then we would it would probably be a lot better. Her gimmick is half of her kit. It's actually just 1 skill, but I get your point. The Sonk Association. There's been a few of these.
I love them.
The Sonk Otis is the first one because it's the only double odd ID. Sonk Otis is the best evade unit in the game, right? I don't think that's changed. And like really good as a tank. She doesn't really do a lot of damage, I will admit, but she's not really designed to be a damage dealer. Not very good in A tier? No, I didn't say that. I said She Faust was a good ID that people mischaracterized as a bad one. Yeah, I don't even think it would be even close. I think probably Sonk Otis is the best ID that you would ever bring if your goal is to bring an ID that is solely tanking.
Yeah.
I think that probably deserves a low A tier without much consideration for it. It's just, she's so good. This list is
Yeah.
already chopped. I don't know what that means. But outside of MD slot, but part of She Faust's A tier, her entire kit outside of her defense skill. The gimmick is bad. The ID is good. Sing Otis, though, is very good. Like, surprisingly good. Sunk Don Quixote has the downside of being an ID that was introduced when keywords were not a guarantee on an ID. She's not terrible. Her damage is okay. She's got really good Sin affinities. Doesn't synergize with the rest of her archetype, unfortunately. And that means she has been banished to the top of C tier, in my mind.
No, I don't disagree. I have a soft spot for her because she was like the first Freestar Dawn I got. And so she was one of the first Freestars I got. So I was always using her back then. But
it's
I do
unfortunate,
think
right?
she should be there.
It's a cool ID. Is there a wash tier? Yeah, it's basically C tier, honestly. Uptie 5 will save Sunk Dawn. No, it won't. It doesn't exist. Uptie 5 so far has only been confirmed for Ego. Sorry. Sunk Sinclair. Is he still the best one? I feel like he probably is. At least if you're just looking at poise. I don't know. I still feel like he deserves S. He's really good. Unironically. He clashes insanely good. Still. Because his entire kit is based around haste and he's insanely fast.
Honestly, I can see that, yeah.
Very good pierce damage, inflicts fragile. I don't think he's high in S tier, because there's been a lot of power creep since him. But I will say he is pretty boring to use, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's bad. Uptie 6 is going to save Sunk Dawn. So true. I think that they can...
Trust.
I think her kit is entirely saved if they just give her poise. That's literally all she needs, because then at least she synergizes. And then we've got Sunk Merceau. I think my opinion of this idea has gone down over time. It was really good.
Oh?
It was like the best ID in Rupture for a long time. And then we got better Rupture IDs, and he has since been like completely pushed out of the team.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Hey Show. I feel like in terms of Rupture, once they appeared, it just kinda...
Yeah, the Hey Show kind of pushed like everything out of the meta, which is really unfortunate. And his poise does not keep up. One of the things somebody was arguing that She Faust should be lower because her poise can't keep up. But the thing is, if you're running in a team, that doesn't matter. You can keep up the poise. You've got both Thoric Algos. The same goes for this guy, but unlike the others, Merceau has no ego that synergizes with poise at all. He's got Chains of Others, which makes his entire purpose of being fast moot because it gives him 5 bind. Like, I think he probably goes in A tier. I would put him above Faust still. But he's just not as good anymore, sadly.
Yeah.
Also, I'm like one of the only people who like the 15 and 3 mechanics for Rupture. I don't think it was a bad mechanic. It just wasn't balanced well. You don't inflict enough to get it consistently. No, I think there are poised teams that would rather have Song over Blade Lineage. And lastly, Song Association Don Quixote.
I love her. I love her.
She's
I'm
very
very biased
strong.
on her.
She's very good. Don't worry. Like, it's like the Song East ID, sorry, the Song South IDs if they were balanced correctly. I think. Nerve Strike is just objectively better than Focused Attack because it's the entire unit rather than just one slot. And, I mean, Burn, I have a soft spot for anything in Burn, obviously. But yeah, I would say she's probably just better than the other Song IDs. She's just really good.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, S tier just above the other S tier Song ID is fair in my mind.
Yeah. I was going to say she's probably under Swyish still.
Oh, absolutely. That's not even a question. All right. Chat, are you ready for some F tiers? Because we're now moving on to the Liu Association. So, Liu Merceau is only not F tier because he has, like, really good ego for burn. So he can keep up regardless. So he goes, like, here. I want to put him below LCB Sinner Ranking. He's got good sin affinities. He's got Capote, which he perfectly feels, and that completely props him up. He is the only one of the Liu South Section 5 or 6 that will be above F tier. Spoiler alert. Liu Association Honglu is worse than almost every LCB Sinner ID.
Yeah.
He is so bad. He's, like, really bad.
Yeah.
His only upside is his support passive, which Burn no longer needs because they already inflict enough as it is now. So, what I would instead recommend is bringing Lord of Hongyan Honglu into your Burn team and then having both of the Yo Heishos because they're just better. What does Liu Honglu even do? So he's meant to be, like, a burn unit who inflicts a lot of count and has fast SP. Unfortunately, his SP requires him to land hits on skills that don't clash better than an 11. And his best burn count infliction requires the enemy to have a lot of burn count already. It's got the same problem as Phi Rodian, except he works worse somehow. On the bench, he's fantastic. Because it's just more burn count for free. I also used Liu Honglu in the Lei Heng fight. And for some reason, he survived the entire thing.
He did?
He did. I mean, to be fair, I think he's supposed to. But it's like, I did use Tears of the Tarnished Blood once. He ended up going to 0 HP, and after that, he never went to 0 HP again. And he just didn't die.
Does this mean he's stronger than Lei Heng?
Yeah, I think so. Which puts Lei Heng below a lot of IDs on this list somehow. Which is very funny. Liu Honglu came from an era where the 3 Liu IDs focused individually on burn potency, count, and spreading burn to multiple targets, and now modern IDs do all 3. Well, I would still say that spreading burn isn't that common, actually. I think there's only 2 modern IDs that do it. Is Liu Honglu slash resistant? I have no idea, I just know that he's pierce weak, which is a big problem. If I had to guess, I think he's blunt resistant. Let me just check. He's blunt resistant. Okay, that would explain it. He's so bad that Lei Heng tried to kill him once, but then noticed he can't do anything against him and gave up. Yeah. Okay. Liu Ishmael. Liu Ishmael used to be the best burn ID in the game. C tier. So the problem is she doesn't clash super well. She's still okay. You can still run her. She's got good ego, but it's like there's so many better things that you can run in burn. I wouldn't even say that she's the best Ishmael in a burn team at this point, which is controversial. But Liu Ryoshu. So, as a little bit of history, Liu Ryoshu is the burn ID I did not take in my burn run of Railway 4 when it was new.
Oh.
I took Butler Ryoshu instead because 4th match Flame, ironically, very, very good ego, and still is.
Agreed.
Liu Ryoshu's problem is that she's focused around getting kills to inflict burn, and so her burn infliction is not very good. She does good damage, but just doesn't supplement it well. And oh yeah, another thing about Ishmael, just jumping back to it, Ishmael's passive didn't work for an entire year.
Wait.
It was just...
How?
It was just more wrath damage. That was all it did, and it didn't work.
My gosh.
It's really dumb.
That's so stupid.
It's very stupid. Anyways, Liu Ryoshu is probably a little bit better than Liu Ishmael. I don't... Either a little better or a little worse. Either way, they end up right next to each other. So that's where I'm gonna put her. If there's any objections, then yeah. Now, Liu Rodian is almost a carbon copy of Liu Ishmael in terms of effects and skill power distribution. With the one difference being that she has the wrath damage burst on her last hit of skill 3, which Ishmael does not have. In exchange for not having the plus coin boost conditional. And she has a much better passive, which just gives Liu IDs free power up. So I can't put her in C tier. I think last time I did this list, I put her in A tier, but honestly, she belongs at the top of B. If we're talking about overall usefulness, I think if we're looking at burn as a whole, the next time that burn gets like a good unit that will always be in the team, Liu Rodian's probably the next to go, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which is sad, because I really do like this ID. It's just a little bit weaker than you'd want for this point in the game.
I agree. I like her too, though.
Liu Yisang is
Love him.
Is S tier. Definitely S tier.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think this is even a competition. This guy is N-Corp Faust, but for Wrath. And actually has good rolls. Like, the issue with a lot of the burn stuff, a lot of the Liu stuff is that they just don't have anything for the rest of the team. Liu Yisang literally makes the rest of the team better by existing.
Yeah.
He's absurd.
Oh, he is. I love him.
And if you're looking at a Season 0 ID that you just want for Yisang, it's probably the best one. He's Liu Rodian, but also SP. Well, SP is just a lot better than anything that Liu Rodian brings to the table, honestly. Okay, now we move on to 7 Association, the faction that has been lost to time.
Yeah, we haven't had a 7 ID in a very long time, have we?
The last 7 Association IDs were Faust and Heathcliff in Season 2.
Oh my gosh. I wonder if we'll see any of them again.
I'm
I
willing
hope so.
to bet that we'll see some of them again in the future, but I don't think we're going to get any more from the South Branch. And especially in the case of Yisang, whose most notable contribution to any team was in Burn during Railway 2. Shout out to anybody who knows the history of that. This guy's going in F tier. I think
Wait,
above
was
the
this
LCB.
the one where like everyone became 7 Yi Sang or something?
Yeah, every
This was
single
before
person is
I
7
played,
Yisang.
but oh my gosh.
It's every ID really, so he should go at the top. But no, he belongs in F tier. He's so bad. He's like objectively awful. But for
Oh
a
my
long
gosh.
time, there wasn't really a good available Yi Sang to use in a lot of teams, and he does have the best speed range of any ID. So, like, yeah, put 12 7 Yi Sangs on the list for history. I don't have the ability to edit the list, but otherwise I would. He definitely deserves it, because every ID is 7 Association Yi Sang if you really squint. He does inflict Pierce Fragility, but it requires a Clash Win to inflict more than one, so, like, you know. Why is Liu Gregor in the worst 5? I don't need to explain myself to you. He's down there because he's bad. All of the worst 5, you would be better served by not bringing them in the team. 7 Association... Whoa. 7 Association Ryoshu. She clashes good. A lot of slash fragility. It's not enough. F tier. Millinette is just on hit. Hold on. I want to... 7 Yisang. I want to confirm this because I swear there's some restriction on Millinette. Oh, it is just on hit. The first 2 coins need to hit. It's still not good enough. She Clash is good. You need to be really lucky because aside from her skill 3, it's always a coin flip.
Oh no.
I'm willing to put her at the bottom of D. I'll put her above She Heathcliff. I think. The problem with this ID is that it doesn't do very much damage, and it's very inconsistent for her to be useful. Sadly. 7 Ryoshu is my favorite Blade Lineage ID? What? I guess. They are slash, I suppose. Like, I won't deny that Swash is a great skill, but you get to use it once in a fight, tops. Let's be real. Below Sinclair? Yeah, because Sinclair doesn't need... He does more damage. Yeah, I don't reduce Trevor count by 4. 7 Otis. Otis's first 3-star ID. She's not better than all base IDs. I won't give you that, chat. I'll give you, like, here. But she's not better than all base IDs. It's just not true. 7 Otis was the first Otis 3-star ID. One of the only 2 Sinners that didn't have a 3-star on launch. This is a pretty good one. I wouldn't say it's as useful nowadays. I still would say you can probably use her in Rupture. I don't think it's the optimal choice, but also Heisho Otis is one of those IDs that's kind of locked behind events. So, Jad is correct. Really got screwed over when offense level got changed.
Oh no.
Because her skills don't clash very high and her offense level is not very good. Her Rupture count infliction is pretty good with Ebony Stem. I think she's probably overall better than Liu Ryoshu. I would say C tier is probably fair for her.
Yeah, I think C tier is a good tier to put her in.
We're just clowning on 7 Association? No. It's just that the first 7 Association IDs are very dated. Was the offense level changed? So, offense level used to scale exponentially.
Oh!
With level. And it doesn't do that anymore. So She does have a weird effect. That is true. Like, the -2 clash power on the opponent on every skill is just strange. Because we haven't seen it since. Which is weird. 7 Heathcliff. A lot of people in chat were saying this guy's A tier. I don't agree with that.
Really? A tier for him? I'm a little surprised by that, I admit.
I think at its most generous, this guy belongs in B tier. And that's where I'm going to put him, for the record.
Yeah, I think B tier is a fitting tier.
It's like, he is bad at clashing, but his rupture infliction is genuinely really good. And his damage is not bad. One of the big things holding Heathcliff back is that he has no rupture ego.
One day.
One day he'll have one, surely. True. But he doesn't have any right now. He doesn't deserve to go above. He's also really fragile. Like, if anybody's used him, he dies really fast.
Oh no.
And nowadays, we just have better options overall. And lastly, 7 Association Faust. Who I think is almost certainly the best of them. Like, definitely better than Zwei West Sinclair, I would say.
I agree with that.
She's like the only one that doesn't really follow the trend. These two were the only 7 Association IDs that don't really follow the trend of being good at clashing as their whole deal. And she just doesn't hold up today, sadly.
Yeah, unrelated to the mechanics entirely, I do really like Glasses Faust making coffee.
I think any ID where Faust's face is obscured is a good ID, design-wise. That's not even just, I don't like looking at her. I think it's just genuinely better. Because her face is very plain otherwise.
Oh, I think she's cute.
She's cute.
That's fair, though.
No, she's cute. Alright, Devyat Rodion. Still a fantastic ID, I would say.
I agree.
Really high damage, really good rupture. Courier Trunk is a fantastic effect. And the not being able to consume rupture on enemies is still really good. S tier, I don't know where in S tier. I want to say it's a low S tier ID.
I think low S is a good place for her.
It's like, she's definitely still really good, but we're getting to the point where she's starting to fall off a little bit. I will say, I think it's the best Rodion ID in Rupture. Is that why Base Faust is an F tier? No, Base Faust is an F tier because she's bad. But no, Devyat Rodion is just still really good, but we can definitely feel like she's starting to fall off at this point. Because while Heisho Rodion is probably not as good in Rupture, the things that the Heishos get probably make her better overall.
Agreed.
Devyat Sinclair is like exactly the same as Devyat Rodion, with the one difference being instead of not consuming Rupture count, he just inflicts defense level down, which is worse. Let's not even mince words here. But his damage is still really good. Replace Mao Faust with Devyat Sinclair in Best 5? Agreed. No. So, the thing about Devyat Sinclair is, and we'll get to it when we get to NCorp Sinclair, but his damage is still way more consistent than NCorp Sinclair is in modern content. The issue with NCorp Sinclair is, he is by far the best ID in the game for the first 5 cantos. And then you start seeing enemies that are higher level than he is, and you are just not able to keep his SP below 30. So it's like, yeah, he'll always win a clash with his skill 3, but he just does nothing after he wins that clash. Devyat Sinclair inflicts a lot of rupture count, but overconsumes it. And I won't deny that. I think he's like a mid to low A tier. He's better than She-Faust. For the people who don't like She-Faust, you at least win on that front. Because he does do a lot more damage than she does. But another benefit to the Deviants is, later in the fight, you can just have them leave if you don't like them anymore. So... so you don't need to have them there the whole time. What were you going to say?
Oh, I just said retreat, the retreat mechanic.
I think retreat was probably not good when it was first introduced. I think there's a couple IDs that can use it well now, but this is not one of them. Like, neither of the Deviants are. You retreat so they don't blow themselves up, and that is the only reason to do it. Alright, now for some good IDs. Dichi Rodian. I'm gonna say that a lot, by the way. Dichi Rodian. So when Kanto 8 was coming out, there was a really funny video that got released that was basically Dichi Rodian winning the Corp fight by doing absolutely nothing.
I love that.
And it's like, yeah, this ID is still crazy. I think there's almost certainly better IDs now. But I would be remiss not to put her at least in S tier. I don't know if she's better. I think she's better than Deviant because she can stay on the field the whole time, and discard does make her really consistent. So she's like really strong, even still. The fact she is overpassed by Magical Girl easily, like that's not even a question. But like the fact that a season 2 ID is still this good this late into the game's lifespan is insane.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah, has become worse over time, but she is an A or an S with ease. I would put her in low S, personally. I think it's a fair argument to argue for high A, but definitely that's the area that she deserves to be in. It's kind of funny that Dichi Rodian has basically dropped off the sinking team, but her outrageous solo niche is still crazy. What's funny is that, like, she's still really good in the sinking team. It's not like she doesn't have Rhyme Shank. So she's still very consistent even in sinking. And so anybody who doesn't have Magical Girl Rodian is probably just going to use Dichi. Her clashing has fallen off a bit, I admit to that. Her damage and tankiness is still incredibly high, and her sinking is still very consistent, and discard is still broken. Yeah, I do actually really like the Effervescent Corrosion. Alright. Dichi Yi Sang. This one's weird.
Oh?
This one's weird, because it is basically just a worse Dichi Rodian, but it's like... You know how there's a line where if you go below something, it just seems so much worse than everything else, even if it isn't, if it's like 1 point worse than the thing immediately above it? I feel like Dichi Yi Sang ends up in that position.
Oh no.
Like, I would argue that he's better at tanking than Rodian, but unfortunately that's like his only shtick.
Yeah.
He's not bad. He's definitely not bad. I would put him in like a high C tier position. It's weird.
High C makes sense.
It's weird. He's still the only ID that wants to discard high ranked skills. So it's just strange, you know? I wish he were better because he does seem really cool. Dichi Honglu. Everybody's favorite Tremor ID. Dichi Honglu, I would say, is a high A ID at this point in the game's lifespan. Because
yeah,
his skill 1, you've still got the discard trick where you can just keep him at 3 insight forever. His skill 1 does not clash at all. It, like, reaches 12 at the
Oh
most.
no.
He's definitely still really solid for damage, but has fallen off a lot. Dichi Yisang is better at sinking than Dichi Rodia, but he doesn't inflict any count. Though. Dichi Honglu does compete with R Corp Honglu in sinking. R Corp Honglu still doesn't. R Corp Honglu has problems, and we'll get to him.
Oh no.
Wrong full stop Honglu is my favorite Tremor ID. You know what? Fair. Back when that wasn't an option, Dichi was probably the better one. It's really weird to rank this ID in A tier, honestly, because I think last time I did this list, I put him in S tier. But I do think he's definitely fallen off. He's a high A tier for the record, chat. It's just we haven't gotten the rest of A tier filled out. Okay, Dichi Merceau is an ID almost nobody has used for some reason.
I haven't used him.
That's fair.
I'm gonna be honest.
You know, you're fair. I'm not even gonna blame you for that. Dichi Merceau came out at a time where Merceau was not useful in the sinking team under any condition, and that's still probably true. So, Dichi Merceau, as somebody who has used him a lot, is still an A tier ID. I'm gonna be so honest with you. The fact he's like he's like Liu Rodian, except the thing he actually provides to the Dichi is more useful in clash power and damage. Like, he's not bad at all, but Merceau just doesn't fit well into a sinking team. He's got no good ego for it, and specifically, he does not have a gloom ego at all, which is a big problem in sinking. His skill 3 hits like a bus traveling at 50 miles per hour. It's insane how much damage that deals. I think he might be the most forgotten ID. He's definitely not even close to as good as these two. I'm putting him at the bottom of A tier. I would see an argument to put him at the top of B tier, personally. But he's not bad at all. He's got good sin affinities, too. Keep that in mind. He does bring the gluttony. Better at dumping ego with 3 blunt damage up than sinking. That's fair. Chains of Others is clearly gloom. Only in one cutscene. Alright, now we have to date the only ID in the... no, that's not even true. We have the first of the Elfie IDs in Elfie Heathcliff.
Isn't this the only Elfie ID we've got?
No, surprisingly. The new Ishmael has Elfie Associate Fixer as a tag.
Oh my gosh, wait. I don't know how I missed that.
And to be fair, they do talk about the Ophi in Hanafuda's book in Ruina. But I just never put together that that's the reason she has decay. It's because they're related. Oh,
so was Zhang's office an associate of the Ophi then?
Yep,
interesting.
They are. I think they also I think they also talk about Trace Association in their book too. But
oh my gosh! Wait, that makes so much sense then. Why? Sorry, not to get into story stuff, but that makes so much sense then. Why they, are overseers for the gambling and the contracts there.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
It is cool. Elfie Heath is Heathcliff's best Tremor ID. If you don't use full stop Honglu in the Tremor team. So the thing about Elfie Heath is that his Tremor infliction is pretty bad. He was the first ID that introduced amplitudes on Tremor and made it cascade into the most complicated status in the game. Decay is probably the 4th or 5th best Tremor type right now. It's good. It's always helpful to put it underneath entanglement with reverb because it's just more damage, right? But it's not as big of a damage boost as something like Scorch or Reverb. And he's definitely not a bad ID, but he has a couple of problems. Biggest problem, Tremor ID, no sloth skill. In fact, his only option for a sloth skill currently is by using asymmetrical inertia, which, don't get me wrong, great ego. It helps with his tremor infliction. It's just that it's an ID that you would want to be able to take advantage of the ego more, because the ego is really good, but the ID, bringing the ID just for the ego is a little bit in the air right now. In syncing, which is something somebody pointed out, because I completely missed it when I did my overview of the new Ishmael, Tremor Decay in syncing is just good, because it's literally just more damage. But you're not bringing this ID in syncing. You're bringing this ID in Tremor, and that's the only real place that he has a purpose. And unfortunately, his damage is just not very consistent. And so he probably goes near the top of B, in my opinion, at this point. He's still fine. He's still, like, perfectly usable. It's just, you know. Also, yeah, chat, the LCB Association guys that appear in Kanto 6 were not LCB Association guys. They were the Ring.
Yep.
The actual LCB Association hasn't shown up in story. Ever.
I hope they do at some point.
Yeah, it's like... That is true, Faye. Almost every Tremor ego needs Sloth. I recently made... This is like... I can't show this on stream because I'd have to make a new source, so I won't. But I made a guide on every single type of ego and what things would be most necessary for them. Did you know that there is one ego in the game that can inflict burn and requires gloom? Can you guess what ego that is?
Wait. I got no clue which one it might be.
You wouldn't be able to guess it from me telling you that because it doesn't actually count as a burn ego, but it can inflict burn. It is Suddenly One Day.
Wait, actually?
My
gosh.
If you were to feel every single ego that can inflict burn once for each ego, so you could use all of them one time without needing to feel anything else, you would need one gloom resource. And it's because of Suddenly One Day on Gregor.
Oh my god.
People are saying Holiday. Holiday Heathcliff requires Gluttony and Envy. Holiday Otis requires Lust, Sloth, Pride, and Envy. And Christmas Nightmare doesn't inflict burn, so I don't know why I was thinking about it in my head. So... No. Holiday can inflict burn. It doesn't require gloom. Anyways, now that we're done talking about Ilfie Heathcliff, Rabbit Heathcliff.
Our Corp.
Our Corp Heathcliff has completely fallen off at this point in the game.
Yeah.
He's still, like, really good for getting high burst damage at the start of a fight against, like, a boss. And then after that point, he's useless. He does nothing. Which is unfortunate, because I think the rabbits are, like, the least explored group for this game specifically. He's still alright. I would put him in B at this point. He's, like, not... In any fight that would require you to last more than a couple of turns, he's useless. He literally fell off a cliff when Full Stop got introduced.
Yeah.
Completely overshadowed.
Which is a shame, because I really like Mayo, and I really like the R-Corp rabbits in particular.
There's 4 Sinners that have rabbit IDs in the rabbit thing, and then we just haven't seen them. I think it's like Ryoshu, Sinclair, and maybe Don Quixote.
I need those IDs. I need them to drop them in the future.
And it's like, I kind of don't even want them anymore because they introduced the second pack during Honglu's Kanto. And I just want to see those now because they're new.
That's fair.
The
That's
rams
fair.
and the rats are the new ones, and then there's still the reindeer in it for some reason. But
I do really want to see the rats because I have pet rats, so I want the rats.
Rhino Gregor Erasure. I don't know when we're gonna get that ID. It's still amazing that Rhino Greg was revealed before the game came out and we still don't have him. How does Full Stop Office afford better bullets than R Corp? I don't know, man. Okay, R Corp Ishmael, Reindeer Ishmael. Reindeer Ishmael is still very consistent, I will say. Her skill 3 is really good, really consistent. Her skill 2 is sinking count positive, and her skill 1 is still one of the best natural rolls on a skill 1 that anyone has. But she just doesn't do damage anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite IDs to use back when Kanto 2 was first coming out. She just does not work anymore, sadly. And there's, in syncing, we've got 2 much better options at this point for Ishmael, is the other sad thing. I, like, C. It really hurts putting her that low, because I think last time I did this, I put her in A.
Man.
But it's just too much work for too little of a payoff for now times.
Yeah.
She's still a fine option in charge. I agree with that. I think that she's maybe a little underrated, but not underrated to a point where it's unwarranted. Like, even R Corp Heathcliff still has that huge burst of damage. My goat is washed? Yeah. She ain't C. Put her at the bottom, top B at the very least. I don't agree with that. I actually do think she's better than Spy Gregor, though I'll put her in like mid B. But she's definitely washed.
Man. Poor Ishmael.
It sucks, because I do like the reindeer. Can you put base Heathcliff above Malfaust? My reasoning is that I like him. No, but thank you for the $4.99.
That's also the most valid reasoning.
No, it is genuinely the most valid reasoning. If you like an ID, absolutely use it. You shouldn't listen to me telling you if it's good or not. Because if you like it, who cares if you're having fun, right? Rhino Merceau. I was a very big Rhino Merceau defender for a long time, especially for bleed teams. You don't need him anymore.
Yeah.
If I were to, I would say he is the worst of Merceau's 3 charge IDs. And no, I'm not counting Rose Spanner. Even though he definitely is a charge ID. Rhino Merceau's problem is that he fills a niche that no longer exists. Basically.
Yeah.
This one, I think people won't get mad at me for putting in C tier. Like, the really big thing Rhino Merceau has going for him is that he can do NV resonance stuff. Which is fair. He does get electric screaming, and electric screaming is really good, but his payoff for charge is not very good. In charge specifically. We're ranking in orders of factions, yeah. So we're gonna get to some newer stuff before some older stuff. But yeah, I think Rhino and C is probably fine. Rhino is worse for bleed than Insult. That's not true. He does inflict a lot of bleed, provided you can maintain his charge. I am now mad and will never watch YouTube again. That's a good comment. Isn't he fast? Sometimes. But he doesn't gain haste, he gains max speed. So he can still roll a 3. It's just a little disappointing. I'm mad because you put him on C tier, but I don't have an argument, so I imagine a good one here. You know what? Fair enough.
Realist answer to not having an argument.
That's probably the realest answer chat has ever given me. Our Corp War is S for fluid sac feeling in charge. But you don't need him for that, though. You feel those resources really common in charge. Okay, R Corp Honglu is like got one really big problem in his kit, and that's if you don't start with a skill 3, he's just dead in the water.
Yeah.
If he does start with a skill 3, he's a really good charge damage dealer. Like, really good. Like, above She-Faust good.
Yeah.
So, like, this is genuinely one of the best damage dealers in charge, but again, stipulation, you need to start with a skill 3 or he just does nothing. And that's, speaking from experience, I use this guy a lot. He's really solid. I use him in Envy Resonance specifically. But yeah, if you don't start with a skill 3, he just does nothing. He is also pretty solid in sinking. If you run a team that can inflict Echoes of the Manor, he can inflict a lot of sinking count. But he's just a good ID, and that's the most I can say about him. He's just a really good charge ID. He's not got potential, he is literally the potential. I think that this is like the balance that I would like to see on IDs going forward if they were to stick at the same power level forever. I don't think they're going to do that. So, I'll put him above. I'm going to put him above Sunk Merceau, because I think he deserves it. he just hits really hard.
Good for him.
Concentration being a single coin actually doesn't hurt it that much. It's +4 sinking count and has tons of damage conditionals. It hits really hard. Corp Hong Lu, I like him. Here's some reasoning. He's really hot. He's really hot. He's really hot. He's really hot. Okay. You know what? Fair enough.
That's how you gotta rank. That's how you gotta rank them.
I want to do it. I want to do a drip tier list. I don't think it's going to be as interesting as people think it will be. Now on to W Corp, the largest faction in the game with 8 IDs. Starting with W Corp Faust, who can inflict some debuffs. Can I just put her at the bottom of D and call it a day? Like,
I think so.
She's, you know what? She clashes better than Sinclair and Yisang. I'm not putting her above Liu Merceau. I don't think she deserves it. W Faust can basically be using all of her charge effects for free if you use Telepole once. But, like, her damage is crap. She doesn't tank well. She's abysmally slow. So it's just, like, there's so many better options for what she's doing. Basically. She is an ID that is in the game. That's true. W Corp Don Quixote. Would you say that this is still an S tier ID? Would you probably put it in A tier now?
Oh, that's a good question. I used to use her a lot along with Sync Dawn when I was first playing. I feel maybe low S, high A. That's a little tough. I like her a lot, but also I'm biased because I like Don Quixote a lot, and anytime I rank stuff, I always need to be aware of that.
I think that's fair.
I'd probably say A.
I'll probably put her like mid to high A as well. The thing about W Dawn is, first off, she got outclassed by somebody, but as we've established, that doesn't necessarily mean the thing that's getting outclassed is bad. The problem with W Dawn is that she was definitely the first ID with a rip space style kit. And while she does do it well, she is no longer the best at it, definitely.
Yeah.
She has the benefit of being able to inflict fragile, but she's a little bit slow for somebody you want to be able to do that. I think mid-A is probably fair. Definitely above Sunk Merceau. Her big issue is just being old. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's like, I think a lot of it is people are sick of using her because they've been using her for so long, and there just hasn't been a better option in charge for a very long time. Put W Merceau in F tier to piss off that one guy who really likes him. No, that's not fair. Okay. So W Merceau, I would say if you're building a charge team, W Merceau is just better than our Corp Merceau in every single way.
Mm.
His debuffs that he inflicts are more universally useful. He's faster. He gains more benefit from stuff like Regret and Electric Screaming. He's got an additional coin on his last skill. He generates charge better, which is really weird to say when his only charge generation is on his skill 1. Like, he's just better than Rhino in this current I can't think of the word, meta, I guess. And it's not like his clashing is not very good until you get charge. Once he has charge, he's like fine.
Yeah.
And I'd put him like maybe right below Rhino Ishmael. Rhino Ishmael, reindeer. It's like, I don't think you understand, chat. His skill 3 effectively inflicts 2 fragile. So, you know. And yeah, he's the best charge Merceau if you're going to be doing Envy Resin. I don't know, I'll put him a little higher, honestly. I'm not going to put him above 7 Faust. He's literally the ID who gains the most from Uptie 4. Which is really funny. I'll even put him above 7 Faust, but I know chat will yell at me if I put him above Rabbit Heathcliff. I keep saying Rhino because that's the only faction that matters. Anyways, W Corp Hong Lu. W Corp Hong Lu potentially can give a lot of charge to allies, and that's basically all he does.
He also, unrelated to his mechanics itself, he also appears in W Corp Heathcliff's story, which I find really interesting.
I mean, I guess they are in the same line of business, right? But you wouldn't expect him to be that late. I guess he isn't really that old. And by that, I mean he was introduced before 7 Faust, so, you know. He's cracked as a Rupture ID in Mirror Dungeon. I would like to point out he inflicts Rupture on 1 coin in his entire kit. But no, he's good. He's a decent ID. He's not nearly as good as a lot of the other charge IDs. I would say he's probably like near the bottom of B, if I'm being objective. Because being able to give charge to allies is really nice. Dimension Shredder is a good ego, but he just doesn't have a lot else going for him. And that really does hurt him. He's really fast for a charge ID. I was gone. When did they do LFE? Not that long ago. He's right here. W Corp Level 3 Cleanup Agent Ryoshu is still cracked. Like,
I do love her.
I'm gonna be so honest with you. I still want to put this ID in S tier.
Honestly, I don't disagree.
She's so insanely good still. It just hasn't been pushed out by anything. I'll put her below Dichi Rodian. My opinion has definitely lowered over a little bit recently, but like, good lord. This is one of the IDs where you can put it in somebody's vision and say, this is why power creep doesn't exist in Limbus Company. Which, first off, you're wrong, but secondly, it's like one of the best arguments for it. Isn't Valpurgis Ryoshu better in charge? I wouldn't even say that's always true. DDEDR does outdamage Serious Skullbuster. But I do think that Red Eyes and Penitence Ryoshu probably has more utility, but in terms of just dealing damage, you're not going to be finding many IDs that are better than this one.
Yeah.
Also, Leap inflicting slash fragility on the first hit is still crazy. And she clashes really good, too. The skill 1 does hurt her a bit. It does do a lot of damage, though. W Corp E Sang is an interesting one, because he's the only W Corp unit that isn't really used in charge teams. Really good Rupture unit. Still pretty good, I would say. I think he's fallen off a bit. But he's still really solid and is almost entirely Rupture count positive once you factor in Dimension Shredder. I think a mid A is probably warranted for him as well.
Yeah, mid A seems fair.
Oh, A, B at least? No, there was no way he was going lower than A, honestly. I'll still put him above the other two rupture units in A because he is better at inflicting it. And that's basically my only reasoning. John Rambling Man, true. Am I weird then? I use him in charge? I don't think you're weird for using him in charge. I just think he gets more benefit from being in rupture, if that makes sense. He's still a charge ID. So, also his animations are pretty good too, which is not obviously not factored into this, but W Corp Otis.
It's just fun to mention.
W Corp Otis is one of my favorite IDs. Actually.
I love her.
I think I have seen so many people, and by so many people I mean one person in my Discord, saying that W Corp Otis is one of the IDs that feels the worst to use, which I just disagree with.
Really? Wait, what? Why?
I don't
what was the
know.
reasoning?
It's like almost all of her skills are charge count positive. I admit that load is not good as an effect. It just isn't that useful. Honglu deserves S tier. Same with W. Okay. Thank you for the $2. I'm not reading the rest of that. It's like W Otis is definitely the single biggest enabler of pure charge teams because she just gives a lot of charge to allies, right? I will say her damage compared to the rest of them is not as high, and even though her skill 2 clashes really well, I think her best place right now is NV Resonance. So I would probably put her like here in A tier, below a lot of the other good W Corp IDs overall. If I'm being completely honest, load is still damage. Hey, Wellvader. True donation, true spit yo facts. Also, hi there. It's going fine. I think I'm being objective in my reasoning, and with that being said, W Corp Heathcliff. Oh boy.
I love him.
Can I be objective about W Corp Heathcliff? This ID has a problem that almost no ID in the game has, and that's that he is not very good in any fight that doesn't last at least 5 turns. He is one of the best pieces of NV Resonance support to ever exist. Which is my favorite team, in case chat didn't know. His rip space is the highest damage dealing rip space out of every single one of them. And he can use it every 3rd turn if you don't want him to do anything for 2 turns in between. I think if he had a little bit more aggro gain, he would be better, is basically my big complaint with his kit. 5 turns,
so
She-Faust if she was evil and fucked up. It's literally She-Faust if She-Faust functioned with her own gimmick, I think. I saw somebody call W Heath the strongest ID of 2 seasons ago, and that feels about right. I wouldn't say that that's entirely accurate. Again, I don't even think it's that close. I think the overcharge mechanic is cool. I don't think he is as good as W Corp Ryoshu, by any sense of the words. I would put him maybe just above R Corp Honglu in terms of overall effectiveness, because I don't think he deserves S tier. Which is sad, but he's still perfectly usable. He's like a really cool ID. He has a mechanic that works and deals a lot of damage when utilizing it. He has a small mech suit on, and I think that's really cool. Okay, the other thing about this ID that really sucks is that his skill 1 is terrible. It's like actually garbage. Yo, thank you for becoming a member, Darkwave, Prince of the Parade. What? But I think high A is fair for him. I don't think that's excessive. I want to say I'm not being biased. Multicrack Heathcliff Sweep. Oh, but I'm putting multicrack lower. We'll get to it. Just wait until we get the Bayard ID that makes Overcharge busted. But why? But that's not how that unit works in Ruina. If his skill 1 gave more than 2 charge count, he'd be insane. I think that that's true. Find my base. Why is Slenderman in my chat?
Slenderman has arrived.
Okay. Kurokumo Clan Wakashu Honglu. One of the best IDs at the start of the game's release. Okay, so here's the thing, chat. Top of D tier.
Yeah.
This might be controversial, but I think if you're looking at it from a perspective of playing the game in, like, modern content, this is the worst Kurokumo ID. I'll put him at the bottom of C. I feel like that is still fair. He just does not hold up at all.
Yeah.
Every single ID is perfectly usable for the first 2 to 3 cantos. And Kurokumo Clan Honglu has Cloud Cutter. And that's it. He is one of the best bleed potency units in the entire game if you can ignore his rolls or dog water. Oh, chat's really not gonna like me in a minute.
Oh.
No. We're getting to the one that I think the most people are gonna argue with. Next up, Kurokumo Clan Wakashu Rodian. Is like probably fails at being an ID, if I were to be honest.
Oh no!
I think the thought behind her kit is really cool, and then they made the middle IDs which did her mechanic correctly. So
yeah,
it's like she's really good in Mirror Dungeon. I'll give her that. Right above Honglu, I would put her.
No, I agree.
She's not bad enough to
agree.
be F tier, chat. It's just not even close to be F tier, if I'm being honest with you. She feels so bad. This was the first triple out ID I got when I started playing the game, and I used her the entire time up until the end of Kanto 3. And she did fine, because it was early game. Like, you know, I really like the Kurokumo clan aesthetically. Except for Rodian. I'm gonna be so honest. I think her outfit is the worst one out of all of them. Which is sad,
That's fair.
too.
I like her aesthetic, but I think my favorite one's probably Ishmael's. Kurokumo Ishmael's.
Yeah. Also, poise ID that can't maintain its poise count. A common issue for early Limbus.
Yep.
Kurokumo Ryoshu is the first one that's actually, like, pretty good. And that's only because of Kurokumo Ishmael. This is one of those IDs that gets to be ranked higher because there's another ID that got introduced later that supports her. Her damage is not there. But she's still, like, a good choice if you want to run a third Kurokumo unit for bleed. So I would probably put her at, like, the bottom-ish of B tier, if I'm being completely honest.
I think that's a fair placing for her.
Her passive doesn't feel like something that should be on her ID.
In Corp!
Oh god, hold on, Angela. I have to turn you on.
No, don't do it. I'm cool and based. Hi, Sina.
Hello, Angela.
Hello, Angela. Welcome. Can I copy a source?
Welcome.
For N Corp?
Yes.
Nuh-uh. You lie to me.
Oh,
I don't see them on the board. Hold on, I gotta open your chat because they trash talking me, and then I can time them out because I'm a moderator. That counts as.
Oh, whoops! I deleted Sina. Hold on. Hold on.
I've been erased.
Deleted...
Hold on.
How could you?
I don't like
immediately death
this.
follows.
Hold on. Is there a duplicate? I can't paste duplicate.
Literally
Why?
do not adjust
There's
my
2 Angelas.
microphone. There's 2 me now.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to like add a source for it.
Time track
It's
2. Ah, my clone.
hold on. It's browser
Do
source,
not
right?
adjust my microphone because I'm still around my room, please.
That's OBS, chat. Don't worry. This is the wrong one. Hold on. Just give me a minute. I'm
The
fixing
goat
it. I'm
arrived.
fixing it.
The goat arrived. The
You're very
one and only.
large. Just give me a moment. There we go.
Angeles.
I fixed it.
That actually happened, you know. I met someone that is literally like me, and
I believe it.
haven't introduced her to my friends yet because I like. First of all, they're not gonna believe me. Second of all, that's too much for them, you know.
What source
What I
is
mean?
this? Oh, that's the repo thing. I shouldn't do anything with that. Okay.
Let me just.
What did Coffee say? Because I saw Coffee donated. I respect you. The chat will crucify you. That's fair. I don't think that that's unwarranted. To be honest, do whatever. I'm so far behind on my own previews.
I'm so used to trash talking Torep.
Donrup isn't here. Put their PNGs in F tier?
Why
No.
is Kurokumo Rodia in C tier?
Because she deserves it.
You take off and Corp Rodia. You thought I would have noticed?
No, I don't. I think you would notice.
Take her out of there.
No.
Fucking
She deserves to be there.
No. Chat.
Alright, next up, Kurokumo Clan Captain Gregor. This is the one people are gonna get mad at me for.
Chat. Why is Rodia in there?
Kurokumo Clan Captain Gregor, with the support of Kurokumo Clan Captain Ishmael, goes in the top of B tier.
Really?
Yes, unironically, this ID is way better now.
Oh shit.
His
Try him
What is
sometime.
this?
his bleed infliction is very
Who
good.
did this
Plus
propaganda?
coin drop is insane. He's correct on this
Oh.
one. Thank you, Ricky.
I'm gonna fucking hurt your chat. These peasants.
There's a surprising amount of people agreeing with me. Gregor is not better than Ryoshu. You would think that.
It was your idea, wasn't it?
So,
It was my idea?
what? What are you talking
Corp
about?
and Corp Brodia in the worst 5.
So, when Kurokumo Gregor came out, he was terrible. I'm not even going to mince words. He was very bad. Because there was not enough stuff to inflict bleed for him to be able to do his thing. So, now, he inflicts good bleed thanks to Ishmael. He can inflict plus coin drop. By the way, did you know that all of the good Kurokumo IDs gain damage bonuses for a variety of status effects? Oh, you know what else gains damage bonuses from a variety of status effects? The ring IDs. You know who inflicts a variety of status effects?
Who?
Kurokumo Clan Captain Gregor. He inflicts 4 different statuses. It's... he's still not, like, amazing. I'm not gonna say he's, like, the best ID. This is why he's in B tier and not A tier, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's because he is not even close to the best Kurokumo Clan ID. But he's shockingly good. I think, like, if you put some time into using him, he's got good sin affinities for bleed, and he is surprisingly reliable for a 2-star.
Huh. I'll have to try him sometime.
Now, caveat, you need the other 2 good Kurokumos to be with him for him to be this high. If you don't have them, he goes, like, right next to the other bad ones. But I'm surprised Mariachi isn't in the bottom 5. You shouldn't be. He's better than some at doing certain things. Angela, what are you doing? Is she even there? Did she get up and walk away?
I think she left.
I think she might have left after joining. What the heck? Okay, anyways, on to the good ones. Kurokumo Clan Wakashu Heathcliff. If I were ranking them based on if they were in a vacuum, this guy would have been in the best 5 IDs in the game. Kurokumo Clan Wakashu Heathcliff is, without a doubt, one of the single strongest IDs to ever be introduced into this game.
You caused this, Torep. You caused this, Kaskozhuk.
I'm not Tonrep.
I'm not responsible for what happens.
I'll just mute you if you start being annoying. Don't worry. What are you doing?
Don't you worry about it.
Are you like setting a timer? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? Why is Rodia and Corp?
She deserves it. But yeah, Kurokumo
Who said
Heathcliff
it?
is...
You got bribed for it, wasn't it?
I did
Was
not.
It coffee?
Kurokumo Heathcliff is genuinely one of the strongest IDs in the entire game. The fact that he gets to attack 3 times per turn is ridiculous. And that's just for free nowadays, chat. She's got a microwave run. It could be. That could be true, actually. Now, I will say, you do need to have him in a bleed team for him to be this good, which is where Kurokumo Clan Captain Ishmael comes in, because she's also pretty good. I wouldn't say on her own she's as good, but the fact that she basically makes all Kurokumo IDs go up an entire tier is just impossible to overlook.
Agreed.
But Heathcliff is the star of the show.
See, Shad, I'm getting Shad's trust here, and with enough trust, we're gonna raise Rodia and Corp by the end of this.
No, you're not.
Yes, we will.
No, you're
Shad, what do you want? A bomb? A spell book? A ritual?
not. Why are you
Tiny
doing
hero.
this? Stop this.
Half of Europe?
Oh yeah, he's also like the only ID that makes use of defense power up. That's another thing to point out.
A quarter of Europe.
What?
You're blowing up Europe?
The
I'm
entirety
bargaining.
of Europe? Why?
No, a
Just
quarter
because
of it.
Heathcliff is British? Anyways.
I mean, sure, if you want to land on that.
Okay, Blade Lineage now. Blade Lineage Otis definitely exists. So this is an ID that is held up entirely by Blade Lineage Merceau. And if not for Blade Lineage Merceau, she would go in F tier. But unfortunately, he exists, so she goes to the top of D tier.
I think that's a fair placement for her.
Is he gay or European? What?
Are you gay or European, Kaskozhuk?
Technically, I'm gay. So,
What do you mean technically?
can we put N Rhodia lower on the list? Sure, Coffee. There you go. She's now the worst ID in the game. No, that's not true. She's still the best of the worst 5, but... below Sinclair? No, that's not deserved. Blade Lineage Saosu Sinclair is like, okay. He's fine. He doesn't really do much, but with the Blade Lineage stuff, he's pretty good. He's better than Sunk Don Quixote, I would say. Unfortunately, he exists. So you're gonna learn this about me, chat. I don't actually like Blade Lineage Merceau. I'm
What do you do?
nothing. I just don't like the aesthetic. I don't like using him in boys. I know he's good.
That's fair.
Blade Lineage Saosu Yisang is like the best one of all the Blade Lineage IDs, unironically. He's still pretty good. I don't think he's like S tier at all. Blade Lineage was debuffed by being introduced before the other Kurokumo IDs. So it's like, Sinclair is worse than Otis? No, he isn't. That's just not true. I'm so mad, I'm tempted to do a solo Cassetti run out of anger. How would that prove anything? I would probably put Blade Lineage Yisang, like, here. He's better in Poison Sonic Merceau, that's for sure. He's definitely not bad. I gotta keep the volume low, Angela scares me. I can turn her down.
What?
Oh, I had her at
No, they're
200%.
talking about money.
Jeez.
They're talking about money, Costco. What are you talking about?
I know. I had your volume at 200%.
Oh my
So
gosh.
you hate me.
No, I
Okay.
don't. I think there was a point where I just couldn't hear you. His damage isn't even bad. That's the thing. Bladelin Ji Sang does a lot of damage with his skill 3. Blade Lineage Don Quixote is like really good poise support for an entire team. She's probably a solid B. Is that fair? I feel like that's fair.
I think that's
No.
fair. Oh,
It isn't. It's
Why
not
is
fair.
that not fair, Angela?
What are you talking about? Sorry.
Okay, so we can
I'm
move on.
bullshitting
Blade Lineage Salsu Faust is unfortunately overshadowed by an ID we've already ranked.
oh, which one?
She Faust.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I think Blade Lineage Faust is so unfortunately not that good. In Blade Lineage, she's solid. That's all I'll give her. Probably better than Dawn. I don't know. I feel like I'm putting these two too close together. I don't want to put her too much higher though. She's like pretty good with Merceau helping her, but aside from that, you know.
Yeah.
And then we got Merceau, who once added to a team makes everyone else in the team better, but on his own is just okay regardless. Which is the issue, because it makes it hard to rank him. I would honestly put him like here if it were me, because all of his big bonuses are support for other units.
Yeah.
The other units become a lot better, but even nowadays, running a Blade Lineage team, you're gonna notice a few of them struggling. I don't believe he belongs in S. I think A is fine, because even if he doesn't do much by himself, he does make everyone else a lot better. I just love the...
I agree with
I
that.
love all the people going S, A. There's one person that said B, and then one person just typed wrong in all caps. I will
love
say this
that.
for Blade Lineage Merceau, to claim their bones only gets better as time goes on because enemies can actually consistently roll higher than a 12. That's fair. I think one of his biggest things is that he pretty much always has a pride skill. Angela, what currency is that?
Robux. Accept it.
I mean, I don't get it. It already accepted it. What do you mean?
Raisin Corporoti, I bribed. This is higher than the coffee. This is all that matters.
I'm not doing
it's higher
that.
than coffee's bribe. It's higher than coffee's bribe. What do you
Coffee's
mean?
bribe was to
Oh, now
lower
you-
her.
Yeah, that's invalid.
Every single person is telling you no.
Raisin Corporoti, god damn it.
Is it just Rial?
I
Okay,
bribed
fair
us.
enough. All right. We're finally to actual Kanto IDs.
I'm gonna hold on. I need to convince you because if you raise it, people are gonna have to pay you to lower it. All right?
I'm not gonna do that. I can't be bribed.
But I just bribed you to raise it. So
Okay,
you have
how
to.
about if I raise her to the top of the worst 5 IDs?
No,
Isn't
F
she
tier.
already
But
there?
like
She's already
higher in
top.
the worst 5 IDs.
No, fucking raise her. She's already top. It's from left to right. What are you talking about?
It's a logarithmic scale.
Up,
See, now I've just
up,
confused
up.
everyone. LCCB Assistant Manager Ishmael is the best of the LCCB IDs by a pretty good margin, I would say.
Agreed.
Bullshit.
Speedrunner's best friend. This one is. If you really like resetting the game to get an optimal skill and speed lineup at the start of a fight, then LCCB Assistant Manager Ishmael is slightly better than R-Corp Heathcliff. Unfortunately, she's so unorganized that after one turn, she does nothing for that team. In Tremor, at
so
least
mean
she
to
gets
me.
to inflict Tremor.
That's so sad.
So, like, I would put her, like, here. If I'm... no, our Corp is better. But I think that's fair, because she's just so niche, and even if she is good, it's very situational. No bleed. You know what? Fair. 5 fragile and paralyzed. It's not even... I don't even think the paralyzed matters.
She should be up.
That's not how this works. No.
What do you mean? Bleed is good.
It is. Not on
Then
her.
do it. I'm so mad.
Rupture count neutral skill 3. It's rupture count positive, actually, because of how it inflicts. It's positive by 1. But... Alright, LCCB Assistant Manager Rodian. F tier. Better than Zwei. Better than Zwei.
True.
Yes, $2 fucking bucks? $2? You can't be that broke. Come on.
Why are you... You're so convinced on this. Anyways, LCCB Assistant Manager Rodian turns her own conditionals off. But at least she has really good offense level and speed. And a
This is
really
crime.
good support
All the
passive.
Rhodians that are left here. What is this? This is bias against my girl.
It's
because
literally
she has
not.
skills
She's
and
got the
awesome
second
personality.
best ID in the game, Angela.
Did we pass 3 Corp, Rhodey?
We haven't gotten to T-Corp yet.
Yay.
Yeah, no, this ID is crap. I'm gonna be so honest, chat. But unfortunately, it is not the most crap ID in LCCB.
Oh no.
So Ryoshu, right? LCCB Assistant Manager Ryoshu. If we were going to swap around any of the units in the worst 5, this would be the one that would be put down there. She just does not work. Her poise generation isn't good enough to consistently be able to get the crit on her skill 3 where she needs it. The payoff for the crit on the skill 3 is better served by IDs she has in other places. And, she just doesn't do any damage. This isn't a hot take. This is not a hot take. This ID is very bad. Like,
Yeah.
I have yet to find a place where I can use her. I have her at level 1 on my account, because I've never had to use her since they changed how her support passive worked. Authority fallacy? No, it isn't. This ID is bad. I think it's probably better than a couple of these.
Kaskozhuk, I'm summoning my friend who has bribed every single APR member into playing FNAF World. You're in for a party.
That's it. I'm putting Svyrodian up 1 position. For that. Like,
No,
Jenny,
that's
the
not
competition
the right
between
one.
Svyrodian and LCCB Assistant Manager Rodian is actually really close. Raise Gregor and put Ryoshu down there?
That's
No.
not the right Rhodia!
Okay, if Welvader is still here, G-Corp Otis time.
G-Corp Otis.
G-Corp Otis is like, okay. She's one of the rare units that actually buffs allies, which is really cool. And her passive is genuinely good. She doesn't do any damage. She doesn't inflict any sinking. Like, she is pure support. Probably, like, near the top of D. She's better than LCB Sinner Ishmael at the very least. Might go at the bottom of C, if I'm being very generous.
I see that.
I really like the video that Welvader made on this ID, and agree with him a lot on it. Except I don't think that viability matters anymore in the current metagame.
Yeah.
And that's, like, the biggest thing. Now, what's shocking, chat, is that if we were to move her up to C tier, like, say, here-ish, she would be better than the other G-Corp unit. G-Corp manager Gregor was a meta pick when the game first came out. But if you ever go back and watch why he was meta, you will understand very quickly that it has nothing to do with the ID.
Oh, for what reason?
It's just that Legerdemain is absolutely ridiculous for how powerful it is based on when it was introduced.
Oh,
And
shit.
he perfectly feels it. So, like, as a Rupture ID, he's terrible. As a tank, he's not great because he gets staggered really easily despite having a lot of healing. His
Yeah.
damage is, like, fine, I guess.
I'm vouching for Rhodia as we speak.
But he just doesn't do anything outside of... He's Legerdemain. His entire ID is Legerdemain.
Yeah.
And it
What
sucks.
is a Legerdemain?
It's an
mean?
ego, Angela.
Oh,
I don't know what it means. It's German. I can look up the definition.
German?
Yeah, it's German. I think it's Swiss German. No, it isn't. Skillful use of one's hands when performing conjuring tricks. Okay, but what does it translate to?
Oh, it's like sleight of hand, trickery, that sort of stuff.
The
Ah.
D&D skill, of course.
It wanted to auto-translate from Dutch, but I know that's not right. German. It doesn't translate from German. Yay! Okay. Yeah, he fell off
Wrong.
so hard.
Correct.
And now there's even a better ID for doing that in Zweigregor. He literally does it better.
I don't buy your bullshit. I watched Kamui stream literally like yesterday, and he was doing solo G Corp Gregor on the Infinity train or
Thank you,
whatever.
coffee. Okay, but Kamui does everything. Like, I have a
Okay,
lot of
and-
respect for Kamui. He will use every
Same.
single ID in the game. It doesn't matter. And yeah, honestly,
Never.
okay, here's a controversial opinion. I think
Oh?
that soloing is easier a lot of the time.
Really?
Mhm.
I struggle with solo.
It's like you will struggle with it, but after you get a critical mass of gifts, you kind of just win every fight.
He is not worse than G Corp. What's the name? Otis.
Yeah, he
Like,
is.
What are you doing?
He doesn't do anything.
What do you mean?
He doesn't do
meta?
anything. I tell you, I'm being straight up with you. G Corp Gregor does nothing. G Corp Otis at least makes other units do a little better. Okay? I like G Corp Gregor's design a lot. He's just bad. Okay, LobCorp Remnant Faust is still like okay, like she's fine. She's fallen off definitely a lot.
Oh, for sure.
I would put her like
Above,
C tier, right about there, probably. I would have ranked her a lot higher in a vacuum, but outside of a vacuum, she's just doesn't hold up, sadly.
I get
Opportunistic
sad
Strike
whenever.
used to be really good, and nowadays it's just like a decent to bad skill 3. But she doesn't belong in D tier. And she's definitely a lot more useful. Also, perfect fueling of fluid sac, which is of course a Faust thing. So, for a very long time, Project Moon didn't know how to make a Faust ID that didn't perfectly fuel fluid sac. So there's that too. What do you guys think about lowering G Corp Gregor? I could see it. I could put him like one spot down. He's not worse than LCB Sinner Otis though.
Yeah, I think maybe one slot down.
Blade Lineage Otis at least has the benefit of being decent alongside the rest of Blade Lineage. Gregor has no such luck. Mariachi Sinclair. This is an F tier ID.
S tier.
No.
Why not S tier?
Because all he does is evade.
you're
He
lucky.
doesn't do anything.
Well, yeah, that's the best skill in the game. Stay alive. You win.
Yeah, it is. I'm not even denying that. He is a
win.
great tank because he can just avoid most attacks, and he does nothing else. Unlike
S tier.
Sankt Otis, who can at least clash.
Alright, lower than Otis on A tier.
Oh, she's going lower than Sonk Otis.
I'm so fucking upset.
He's very bad. Don't get me wrong, he is very bad. But he's not so bad that he deserves to be lower than some of these other IDs.
Erasure.
He's better on the bench. Yeah. Do not do it. He is bad. Yeah.
Do it. It's
No.
funny.
No, I won't do it. Ting Tang Gang Gang Leader Hung Lu. The actual name of the ID, by the way.
B tier for boy.
What?
B tier for boy.
B tier for boy.
I previously ranked this guy in S tier. Because in a
Oh.
vacuum, I think he is. Outside of a vacuum, I think B tier is fair. I would put him
Tier
like...
for boy.
He's definitely better than Blade Lineage Faust. I'd put him like here. I think that's fair. Because he's still like really good for damage. Shank is still an incredible skill. But he just doesn't do anything else. So...
He's so biased.
He's so exist. And Corp Verso. Oh no.
Oh.
Ncorp Merceau has some problems. He's not the worst Ncorp ID by any stretch of the imagination, though. He's probably the second worst, if I were to rank them honestly. Ncorp Merceau, I think, fits very nicely near the middle of D tier. Because he is genuinely a good tank. And he inflicts a lot of bleed count. And can heal himself, and has a great counter, and does nothing. His debuffs are really good, and that's all he does. He rolls a 7 on his skill 1. Excuse me. With conditionals, he can roll an 11. Oh my god, Ncorp, finally, what rank is Ncorp Rhodia? Gee, I wonder. He's fun, he has Beast Crest access. Why are you doing this to me? He's the best old counter ID? That's probably true, yeah. I don't even think he's Merceau's best counter ID.
Yeah.
What? Angela? She died.
No. She's dead.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna keep ranking things. But you can come back whenever. Ncorp Heathcliff. Reward for the most underrated ID when he came out, I think.
Oh.
Plus coin drop on skill 2. 2 plus coin drop? That was crazy.
Oh, shit.
When Mirror Dungeon 2 Hard first came out, he was like the only thing making it possible to do, pretty much. Because that was really obnoxiously balanced. He's got really good status infliction. His damage is like fine. His sin affinities are great. He's probably like a C-ish tier. I would put him at the top of C tier, honestly.
I think C tier is a fair placement for him.
I think even like a low B is fair for him nowadays. He's being held up completely by plus coin drop, but like he's solid. Maybe C.
Yeah.
I think C is fair, but
Top of C?
huh?
Oh, I said top of C. It looks
Top
like.
of C. Yeah, no, top of C is fine. Yeah. My graphics card died when I punched my desk. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
How did you even do that? Above Liu Ishmael is crazy? Yeah, that's why I put her below Liu Ishmael. Yeah, plus coin drop really does carry that much. Ncorp Faust. Okay. I'm gonna be so real about this ID.
Yeah.
Her clashing is so bad.
Yeah, I admit I'm a little biased towards her because I used her for the longest time with the Blood Fiends team and my Bleed team, and I like her. Her clashing isn't good.
I used her a lot in Bleed as well. Her clashing is so bad. Like, genuinely,
Yeah.
if it weren't for her passive, this ID would be terrible, I think.
I
Like,
love whistles.
along the lines of N-Corp Dawn is where I would put her if her passive wasn't there. Because she does have good debuffs. Simply on the matter that she gives SP to everybody else, she doesn't deserve to be lower than, like, B. Like a high-ish B, I would put her, like, right below Kurokumo Gregor. That looks so funny out of context.
No, I agree with this.
But, like,
I
yeah.
my biased self is like A for her, but like realistically I know she's B.
She's not good enough anymore.
Yeah, which is a shame. I really like her aesthetically. I think she's fun and I like whistles.
That's fair. N-Corp Middlehammer Don Quixote is an ID that I definitely think people undervalue. That being said, I don't
Really?
think they undervalue her by a lot. So back when Tremor wasn't the definitive archetype, so before Kanto 6, when Decay was just introduced, N-Corp Don Quixote was one of the best units to put in the team if you actually put some experience into, like, trying to use it at that point in time.
Oh shit.
She inflicts a lot of Tremor count. That's like all she does. Skill 2 having a free burst is fine, but a lot of old IDs had that anyway. And her Sin Affinities are not it for Tremor at all. This ID definitely belongs in, like, the bottom of C.
Yeah.
As somebody who used her. But she is definitely not even close to the worst N-Corp unit.
No, I agree.
Left. Oh, we're actually getting pretty close to the end of the IDs. Now that I look at it.
Oh.
Which is interesting because there's not a lot in A tier yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say I did not realize how many IDs are in the game
There's a
until
lot.
like looking here at them all now, and I'm like, oh shit, there's so many of them.
There's definitely a lot. Alright, the one who shall grip Sinclair. Before Kanto 6, this is the best ID in the game. After Kanto 6,
Yep.
this ID is not that good.
I still have a soft spot for him.
I think everyone has a soft spot for him, but I'm gonna do what I did last time and put him a couple spots below Deviat Sinclair.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's just not enough anymore.
Mhm.
Absolute F tier. I'm definitely not biased against this guy. And Don is a bleed cornerstone. That's just not true. He's, like, still decent, but again, once you get to the parts where you're fighting enemies that are always higher level than you, he just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, also he corrodes all the fucking
Yeah.
time, at least when I was playing him.
He definitely has the potential to, yeah. And if you only have Impending Day equipped, that's fine. But I feel like people want to equip other ego, so... I feel like he goes in B? Really? A is insane, 8 rolling skill 1. It rolls a little bit higher than an 8 because he gets power really easily. I could put him I'll put him lower, like, you know. She now has a place as a member of the triple that is Night Owls, Gregor, and Ryoshu, and her. I'm glad that she finally has a home to go to. Except I don't even use her in that, to be honest. Low B at best. You put him below Faust. He can function independent of N-Corp, which is one of his big draws. I can put him. I'm willing to put him lower. Like, genuinely, I don't think he's all that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just really strange because this guy used to be everywhere.
I know. I used to use him all the time, and I have not used him in a very long time. I miss him. I miss him a little bit sometimes. And then last time I used him, he corroded, and I was like, I remember why I don't use you.
One of the 4 IDs that are unironically bad in Mirror Dungeon. Fair enough. Okay. Chef Ryoshu. Used to be Ryoshu's best ID. Nowadays,
Oh.
not it. Nowadays, she's
Yeah.
outdone by a 2-star. I'm not even kidding.
No, you're right.
Like, this ID fell off so hard. C tier. It was better than Corp Heathcliff, definitely. She fell off so hard.
Yeah.
Rose Spanner Merceau is an ID that I have history with.
Oh.
I still think he's not bad in Tremor. Compared to everything else you have the option to put there now, there is no reason to use him at all.
Yeah.
So,
No, I agree.
like, he's better than Base. So I'll put him there. Rose Spanner Rodian is another ID that's fallen off super hard.
Agreed.
She's like okay, but she even has a better Tremor ID now. So C tier below Kurokumo. No. Below Liu Ishmael is fine, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Rose Spinner Greg holds the award for probably my least favorite ID in the game.
Why is that?
I just don't like him.
You know, that's such a fair answer.
Why does he only inflict tremor on one skill, but need to burst tremor to do anything with rupture, and need to spend charge to do anything with rupture? What were they thinking?
Certainly one of the IDs of all time.
F.
Yeah.
I don't think that's fair. People do use him a little more, but he's not good. He's like really not good. I'll put him in D. Clears throat. Sunshower Heathcliff. Can I just go to bed? I don't want to talk about this guy anymore.
Oh no.
The source of the worst meme to ever come out of the Project Moon community. Because the meme was only true for him, and then people started applying it to other IDs that were actually, like, okay.
Oh no. Is this the fucking Potential Man one?
Yeah. He definitely goes in F. I'm just trying to figure out where.
You gotta make him his own tier, which is just Potential.
I will not do that. I will not feed into this. He's probably better than Zvyrodian. But there was like one, I think I used him when I was making the original W Corp guide that I did. And he was like fine back then because you could get him to a point where he does a lot of damage. But now you can't. So
Damn.
he works in Envy Res. As somebody who uses that team, no he doesn't. Not really. Spicebush. Spicebush Yisang is still pretty good. He hasn't fallen off.
him.
He hasn't fallen off as hard as a lot of other Season 2 IDs have, definitely. Like low A is probably fair. Right?
Yeah. I'd say that's a good placement.
Right above Blade Lineage Merceau. Sinking Deluge is still something that isn't found anywhere else. And while I think it is incredibly niche, it is still a niche, so... Hear me out for Sunshower Heath. He's good with Night of Despair passive. No. What's your Envy Res comp? We haven't gotten to all the IDs yet, but I could show you. It's like, W Heathcliff, Multicrack Faust, Middle Merceau and Sinclair, W Otis. And then the last two slots I like to switch around, but definitely Queen of Hatred Don Quixote is always there. And the last one is probably Pequod Ishmael, if I'm being completely honest.
Oh, that's a fun team.
I only use Pequod Ishmael because she has assist attack. Realistically, you'd want an ID that has a envy defense on her, of which there are none. But
Mhm.
I don't think the middles should interact with charge. I don't think it fits them at all. Anyway. Oh boy, red sheet. Can I just put him in F and move on?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
He doesn't do anything anymore. He used to be fine, and now he's terrible. So
Rest in peace.
he's better than Mariachi, but still, rest in peace, victim of the hardest nerf this game has ever received, and it wasn't even that much of a nerf, but it was big for Rupture. So
Yeah.
make a new non-electric charge. You're just telling them to make self tremor for middle, and that doesn't fit them either. The beast is slain. I mean, to be fair, I'm so glad that he got nerfed.
You are?
He needed to be nerfed. He made Rupture impossible to play without a billion people yelling at you on the internet.
You know, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Why isn't he in the worst 5? Because he's not. That's why. He's still good enough to not be in this bottom tier, but he's very bad. Promote Chef Greg? No. I won't do it. K-Corp Honglu can live forever.
I honestly really like K-Corp Honglu.
Yeah,
I am also biased towards him.
I feel like I would like him more if we got more K-Corp IDs. I know that sounds
It's kind
weird.
No, not at all. Like, it's kind of a shame we didn't, and I imagine they'd probably synergize well if they had given some more of them.
He's like really weird because he is a genuinely fantastic tank. He doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's not nothing. I don't know, like near the middle of C seems fair for me. He's
I
definitely
think that's fair.
he's got a lot of survivability. Like a ridiculous amount of survivability.
Yeah.
Molar Sinclair definitely does exist. So Molar Sinclair has the benefit of actually inflicting a lot of Tremor count. And then he was completely outclassed by Zwei.
Yeah.
C tier? I want to put him in C. I want to put him in low C. Honestly,
I think low C is fair for him.
he's probably not better than Kurokumo Honglu. But yeah, I'll put him by where G Corp Otis is. That seems fair to me. I'm gonna have time after we're gonna get through all the IDs. I might do a drip, because a drip tier list won't take me as long.
Drip tier list would be fun.
Drip tier list, I have a lot of opinions on how characters look, so I can definitely do that.
Oh, I
Molar
love that.
Ishmael, one of the best IDs to be introduced in Season 2. One of the only ones that didn't get completely outclassed during Season 2.
I do love her. I am biased towards her.
Molar Ishmael has fallen off a bit. She still is the best evade in the game, since it minimum roll 10. I would put her at the top of A tier for what we have right now, probably. Because she does inflict fragile still. Self-tremor ID, so she has a little synergy with some support passives. Why is Tonrep just in his own chat? What is he doing? Okay.
He's just chilling.
Probably just doesn't want to be on stream, which is fair. But yeah, you don't really need her for sinking count anymore. Knight of Despair Rodian has fixed the problem. You can still run her, though. It's completely acceptable. Molar Yisang doesn't get used a lot. I used him during the same time period I used N-Corp Dawn, and I think he's better than her, but he's not that much better. He's got a great support passive.
Gonna say, I don't think I ever have used him, actually.
He gets held up by discard quite a lot. Where's Endon? I'll put him... here seems fair. middle of C tier. He's fine. He's pretty good.
That's a good place.
Muller Yisang competing with Dichi Merceau for the most forgotten ID? Probably, honestly. Like, Muller Otis. Muller Otis, if she starts with 2 skill 1s, you just cry. If she doesn't start with 2 skill 1s, she's pretty good as just a damage dealer. And she still functions really well in Tremor. High A tier is where I'd probably be willing to put her.
That's a good placement.
She's pretty... I'll move her down a couple spots. Because there is a better Tremor Otis now. I will get to it. Twin Hook Pirates, first mate Gregor. Another ID that gets underrated a lot. His damage is way higher than you would expect it to be. I would put him near the top of B or the bottom of A, personally. I'm going to put him at the bottom of A for now.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Surprisingly good bleed infliction, consistent poise, one of the highest damage skill 3s in the game. Hello. Yeah, he's just solid. The middle little brother Merceau is an ID I've used more than anyone else has.
I love him.
He's so good. He's just so good.
Yes, I just love the middle IDs in general.
Merceau's best charge ID. That's not even me being ironic. That's just true. He belongs at the bottom of A.
Agreed.
He's got one of the best support passives in the game too. He's really good at supporting his allies because his skill 2 just gives envy power up to people for free. Genuinely one of the most underrated IDs in the game. Still the best combination of Sin Affinities too.
Agreed.
The middle little sister Don Quixote, unfortunately, did not do as hot.
Damn, I love her, but
she's
I
good.
do agree.
She's alright. Problem is, envy stuff just does not need her anymore. Does Middle Merceau support passive work on the Lobotomy Corp? Well, Purgus knocked IDs. Do they have? If they have the same tag on them, then yes. Middle Dawn does make me a little sad. I feel like even when she came out, people were kind of iffy on her.
Really?
Yeah,
That's a shame.
That was like the 1 month where I wasn't playing the game, so it doesn't really help because I didn't have a good view on it. But lowish B tier is fair in my mind.
Yeah.
She's still like okay. She's just completely outclassed by another ID now. So now the middle little brother Sinclair is like the entire purpose to run an NV Resonance team is to utilize this ID.
Oh, I love him. I love him.
Like, I don't want to be biased. I would put him near the top of A if I'm being realistic.
I think that's a fair placement, honestly. I do think he's really good.
His counter is so funny.
Yes.
It's like, I love the normal skill max rolls at like, what, 23? Under the same conditions, the counter's first coin hits that high.
Oh my god.
It's actually genuinely one of the funniest skills in the entire game. And it's definitely worth it. We need more middle IDs still.
No, we do. We do. Listen, trust. Ricardo's coming back in Kanto 9, and we're getting more middle IDs.
Oh, he will.
I'm not coping.
No. I don't think you're coping, because Kanto 9's level cap is going to be 60, and that's the same level as Ricardo.
We will get the Ricardo. We will get the Ricardo ID.
I really do think, because it's like we have a thumb capo, and the big brother and big sister rank is supposed to be online with them, I'm pretty sure. So it's entirely within the bounds of possibility. And we know that the Kanto's based on the fingers, so it's pretty likely.
I'm so happy. I will be celebrating.
I will be. Well, okay, my only issue is it's probably going to be on Heathcliff.
Yeah.
But it's only because Heathcliff already has a bunch of IDs that can be used in Envy Resonance. So that's the only problem that I have with it.
No, that is a shame. But it will be Ricardo. And that's what matters to me.
Yeah. Pequod Yi Sang. Problem with Pequod Yi Sang is his clashing is terrible. That's all I gotta say. His skill 2 is really good for damage. The next middle ID should force change the music to their theme. That would be very funny.
Yes.
But
yes. I agree with that.
That would be funny. Heathcliff already has Pequod, he doesn't need it. I agree, but it's probably what's gonna happen. Pequod Yi Sang, unfortunately, is completely held up by the prospect of his skill 2 doing well. And there's a reason I phrase it like that. I'm going to put him, like, near-ish the top of C. He's just... He can potentially do a lot of damage, he just isn't consistent enough.
Yeah.
Oh, the flying Yi Sang. He does just jump into the sky. For no reason.
I love
that. Pequod Heathcliff, though, is a good ID, but has definitely fallen off.
Yeah, I like him. I think he's really cool aesthetically too. But I agree, I don't think he's one of the more top ones.
It's like, I think the best place to put him is really, I think he is the best B tier ID in the game right now.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Which is unfortunate, but at the same time, he was really high up there for a long time, so still really fun to use. I agree with that. Pequod Ishmael, though. So many people...
I think she's...
Go ahead.
No, you go first, you go first.
No, because what I'm going to say might change what you were going to say.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I think she's so fun.
I think she's really fun. So many people hate this ID.
Why?
Her SP mechanics.
You know what, that's actually very fair.
And I think it's fair. It's like, this ID is so powerful. And without the SP mechanics, she would easily be S tier. She also talks too much, but that has nothing to do with power.
Listen, let her speak.
Assist attack is so broken, even now, that we have an entire archetype that does it with skill 3s. Her damage is ridiculously high on its own. She buffs allies by a lot just by existing and isn't stuck within the same faction. And if it weren't for her SP mechanics, she would be S tier. But I want to stick her near the top of A tier, personally.
I think that's
I'm going to switch her and Molar. But she's just so good. Oh, right, the win rate spam guys were pissed. Yeah, like, that's another thing. If you just press win rate, she's going to corrode. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
But... yeah, I think she's a really fun ID and is held back exclusively by SPs, though. She lacks coin conditionals, she doesn't need them. Her skills already roll pretty high. And the buffs she gives to allies, sans SP, because she doesn't really do that very well, are just better versions of what N Faust does. Her skill 3 has coin conditionals. It rolls like a 24 under max conditionals or something like that.
Yeah.
Dead Rabbit's Boss Merceau. This weird one. Why is this a Rupture ID?
That is a good question. I'll be real. I have never used this ID either. I think the dead rabbits are really cool. I just never actually have used him.
I would have really liked to see a Dead Rabbit's Boss Heathcliff ID. I know we wouldn't have gotten it because it doesn't fit with the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like they have such a good aesthetic, and then their only ID is this one. This got you into the game? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He's like C tier at best.
Yeah.
It's so disappointing because he's so cool.
He is so cool. I think the dead rabbits are underrated. I think they're a really cool syndicate, and I feel like I get why they didn't make more IDs for them, and there wasn't much more done with them, but I really liked the rabbit masks.
That's fair. Butler Otis. Surprisingly bad sinking infliction, but her damage is really good, and her Echoes of the Manor infliction is so helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Like low A, I think is fair.
Yeah, I think low A is good for her.
It's like one of those sinking IDs that reads incredibly powerful, and then you use her, and she just never lives up to it for some reason.
Yeah.
But she's good. And speaking of butlers, Wuthering Heights Butler Faust is just slightly worse and or better, depending on what you're looking for in a team.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably put her lower because her skills don't roll as high. Her sinking count infliction's really good. And still Echoes of the Manor. It's still there. I'll put her below Merso. So Butler Faust is bad. See, this is the thing. I don't know if she's better or worse than Butler Otis, because it's genuinely hard to tell. I'll put her above She Faust, I think is fair. It's weird, though. You know? Because Otis definitely reads more powerful, but Faust seems like the better of the two in most teams. Otis is boring compared to Maid Ishmael. Uh-oh. Edgar family heir Gregor is really good in sinking. He's got really high damage, good sinking infliction. I don't think he's good enough for S tier anymore. Probably put him above Muller, Boatworks Ishmael. Only because he's going to be used more than she is now, I feel like. But just generally a really good ID. Oh, I have opinions? Uh-oh.
Oh no. What are your opinions?
What do you mean, Coffee? You know, Gredger is still a really good ID. He hasn't fallen off as hard as a lot of other IDs have. Coin power, coin power, coin power. He does have a lot of coin power, yeah. I love how Gregor plays. That's fair. I think he's good. Edgar family butler Ishmael. This ID has I have history with this ID that I will not explain on stream. Edgar family
See, now
butler.
I'm intrigued.
It's not really that complicated. Basically, she came out and one person was just saying that she was the worst ID in the game, and I looked at her kit and it was like, this ID is just fine. She's not like great, but she's not terrible. And they told me to, yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Oh no.
And it's just like, okay, I don't know why you have this hard of an opinion on this. Probably just because she's wearing a maid outfit, honestly.
I think her maid outfit's cute.
I don't like maid outfits, but that's just me. It's not really...
You know, that's fair.
It's not
that's
really
fair.
I remember this, you got threatened over. Yeah, and it's so stupid, too, because the idea is just, like, kind of mid.
That's really funny.
Like, just...
That's awful, but...
I think just above 7 Otis is probably fair for overall usefulness, because she's fast, she has good sin affinities, she inflicts slash fragility, like, she's just overall solid. It's just not what most teams look for. I want her in F. It's not because she's bad. I recognize she's alright. I hate that she's sinking and not bleed like the rest of the Edgar Butlers. Well, here's the thing, right? None of the Edgar family IDs we got had bleed on them, which is really dumb. I feel like they should have been bleed. Only thing I don't like about is that she isn't syncing when she has a bygone days syncing ego, but she does have syncing. Nobody knows why she's a syncing ID. That's the weird thing. Everything suggested that she should be a combination of... She should just be bleed and, like, speed focus, but she was poise and syncing, which is completely different.
Yeah.
It's, like, very strange. Edgar family chief butler Ryoshu is at least a very good ID.
I love Nelly Shu.
She is a very solid burn ID. No, I'm joking. She's like a really good poise ID. Probably better than Blade Lineage Sang. I don't think I feel comfortable putting her any higher than that, but only because her skills don't have a lot of coins. The AoE helps her a lot, and she feels a lot of her ego really well. That's basically it. Just a really solid ID.
That's a fair placement, I feel.
Yeah. There's not really a lot to say about her. Oh, Wild Hunt.
Wild Hunt.
It's been a while since we put something in S, so I'm going to put him in S.
I think that's a fair place for him.
I think,
I
like,
really like him.
middle of S tier is still fair. This ID is held up very well. He's just
Slime, welcome.
really good. Hey, Slime.
Hi.
Hi. Hold on.
Just here.
Let me make you visible. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Dang it. Ladies and gentlemen, Slime.
Thank you. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here though,
That's
because
fair.
I gotta eat not too long after. But I just wanted to check in how you guys are doing. Check where you put everyone so far. I heard from Angela you were bullying N Rodian.
I don't think that putting her in the bottom 5 IDs is bullying personally, but that's fine. She likes to spread slander about me.
I mean, I don't know about that. You put her in the same group as Swice Sinclair. That feels like a hate crime.
It's not even close.
Oh,
No,
no.
she deserves it. She's very bad.
No. I mean, as someone who tried to make her work in multiple teams, including an N-Corp team, I cannot disagree.
Yeah, there it is.
She just doesn't do anything, does she?
Yeah, that's it. That's the entire argument. She does nothing. There's just nothing valuable on her kit. As opposed to
honestly, go ahead.
As opposed to the ring pointillist student Otis, who is still the best 2-star ID in the game.
I mean, part of it is because they stopped making them.
Yeah, they're not. This isn't ever gonna change. She's like the bottom of. I would actually put her near the top of A tier now, but she's never going to not be the best 2-star ID in the game because they don't make them anymore. So.
Rip 2 stars.
I like using her more than Ring Sam because I don't feel like I'm cheating.
I mean, I don't even think using Ring Yi-Sang is cheating anymore. He's not even one of the best 5 IDs.
I mean, honestly, you have a point. Like, I'm still in the mindset that we're still, like, Ring Yi-Sang, like, launch, and we are way past that now, you know? We are way past that point.
Yeah, we're way past that, honestly. Speaking of Ring Yi-Sang, he's still S tier.
I do agree.
He's
I do
still
think
like
he
a
is
high
S
S
tier.
tier. Like,
Any world where Ring Yi-Sang is not S tier is a very scary world.
well, theoretically, 6 years from now, where the average roll on a skill 1 is 25, but, like, even then he'll have good damage, so...
Yeah.
Like, he rerolls his skill 2 too much, and he has an insane amount of coins total, and he's, like, the backbone of Tremor and Bleed together.
Wait, why Tremor?
Because he can inflict it and also inflicts bleed.
I
It,
thought he could click every status,
so,
potentially.
Slime, to explain, Tremor Hemorrhage is a very fun team. It's just Tremor, but you use Ring Yiseng instead of Heisho Yiseng.
Damn.
Because he just inflicts enough bleed count.
I understand now. I forgot that treating was a thing.
Yeah. Yuradivi Ryoshu. This ID was, like, fine.
I love using her in my Tremor team for MD. I like her a lot. I like the extra damage that she can do with her little passive and the fact that it can finish off enemies with low enough health, but realistically, I don't think she's ever going higher than maybe top of C.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's it. I put her there while you were talking. I think that's... So the big draw to Yuradivi Ryoshu is, of course, that she gets a free attack against staggered enemies, which is really good, and she gets a free Tremor Burst under the same conditions. But you are choosing to run her over anyone else is the big thing. She's really good on the bench too, because Tremor count. So she's really cool. I think she's one of the coolest looking IDs. I used her as my profile ID for a long time.
Oh,
She
love
is
that.
cool. I also like how weird her Tremor count game is, and how she just like keeps gaining it and then just transferring to other people.
That's fair. Yuradivi Honglu. This guy's fallen off so hard.
Kind of
Yeah.
has.
He's fallen off so
Like, I
he's
still-
fine.
I still use him, but it's like you really are only running him for Tremor.
You're running
his
him
Tremor.
for reverb,
Yeah,
which any Honglu ID can do. So
indeed.
the problem is his Tremor infliction is garbage.
It is, isn't it?
His skill 3 can roll above a 30, which is really funny, but not all that practical. Because it's expensive, Tremor count-wise. So you can just run any Honglu you want, and it still works. He's still
Yeah.
fine. He's like a B tier ID.
Like middle of the
Yeah.
pack.
Maybe a
I
little.
still like run. Again, like I still like running him with Jury BH that Ryoshu because
Yeah,
it's fun
it's fair.
together, and they work well with the other T Corp IDs because you get to line up a lot of slots, especially with regards.
Mhm. Speaking of T Corp Rodian. So Angela's going to be disappointed that she's not here to tell me that you can activate T Corp Rodian's gimmick by using her defense skill. So T Corp Rodian is unironically the best Tremor ID on Rodian. That does not. Oh, I think my internet died.
Oh
No,
no.
You're still here. Oh,
Did you know that if you
Angela!
block
God
with
dang it,
the
that's why it
Corp
happened.
area,
Oh, Angela's here.
If you block, you activate her gimmick. Did you know that, Costco?
You're so annoying.
I didn't know that. Thank you so. Thank you for letting us know, Angela. You're very helpful.
You're so
Welcome
annoying.
back.
You're welcome. Thank you, Costco. Also, S tier,
No.
best tank in the game. Literally best tank in the game. We're gonna.
She's
contest
not
that.
the best tank in the game. She's not even close. What are you talking about?
Undisputed best tank in the game.
I don't even use her to just. I never used her.
She
to
just
tank.
left.
Also, I feel like the T Corp IDs are like some of the worst IDs to tag with because to use their gimmick you have to give yourself fragile.
I mean, that doesn't make a difference, actually, if I'm being so honest. But
Really?
okay, B tier. She goes in B tier. This is
Yeah, she goes to base here.
like above the Tremor Sinclair because I think she deserves to be above it.
Yeah.
She joined just long enough for me to have to situate her icon, and then she immediately left after I got it correct.
Oh no.
I don't even think she knew she was doing that. I think she just has like a sense to annoy you specifically.
I'm disputing the best tank claim. You don't need to dispute it. The person making the claim doesn't play the game. T-Corp Dawn. What happened with this ID, man?
I use her a lot too in my MD runs, but she's just weird, isn't she?
She's very strange. I can't consciously put her below A tier because she is good, but like, she doesn't do very much. You run her specifically if you want to run Moratorium.
Yeah, honestly, my problem with her is that she does too much. Like, sometimes I don't want to trigger Moratorium on, like, the last guy, you know?
Yeah.
The last guy with, like, 2 HP.
She can replace the opponent's thing with Chain, which is never a good idea. Like, it's fine early into a fight, but Chain is not good for damage. She can, by herself, just slows down the fight.
Yes, also, her kill 2 is strong, but it can just steal tremor count, which can be very unfortunate.
I mean, all the T-Corps do that, but...
Fair.
Doesn't T-Corp's Dawn's Moratorium not proc if there isn't 10 tremor on the enemy? No, it's based on her speed. Actually.
Is it?
Yes. Genuinely.
Huh?
Like,
Since when?
I can look it up. T-Corp Don Quixote. Because Don's is I thought Don was the only one that didn't have a thing on it. Oh no, it is based on tremor count.
Yes, that's why it's annoying. Because
but
if you have a tremor team, you're gonna have.
If she's in borrowed time, then it doesn't matter. She inflicts it no matter what.
I see.
Okay, I just don't like her. Why is Bushy sank so low? He doesn't have any coin conditionals. Aside from that, he's really good. T-Corp Otis, definitely the best T-Corp ID, without question.
I love her.
Her animations are really good.
She's better than Muller Otis. I feel like I honestly want to put her in S tier, like next to Sinclair.
Very fair. I've been running her a lot, and she's strong.
This idea is a lot better than I think I gave it credit for. I likened it to be similar to Muller Office, and then I got to use her a bit more, and it's just... It is still a competition, but it's not as close as I put through it. You know? She's very good.
Why is she doing all that judo stuff, though? She doesn't need to be doing all that.
Well, I mean, she doesn't have any other weapons.
She has the giant cane. Why not just use the giant cane all the time?
You don't have to.
I guess.
No, I'm not going to put Rodian above Dawn, because I don't believe that that's true.
Also, it's so unnecessary to just put on specific pieces of your armor for no reason. Like, it's so unnecessary to just, like, put on your gauntlet just to make a punch and then take it off immediately. She's so extra.
Yeah. She's very good, though. And there's still an argument to use Muller, but I think T-Corp is better overall. Put her higher because she introduced the lore that in T-Corp, the higher you are, the bigger hat you get. No. That has nothing to do with it.
I mean, that's a compelling argument.
It is.
Multi-crack Heathcliff is interesting, but not interesting enough to be higher than B tier.
I mean, that's honestly...
It's a high B tier.
Very fair.
It's a high B tier, to be fair. But...
Yeah.
Right.
Multicrack Faust, on the other hand. So there's this weird thing about this ID. Has anybody ever noticed that whenever you use this ID, she just kind of doesn't win clashes? Despite having good class star?
Yes.
I've noticed that all the time.
It's really, really strange. Because this ID is undeniably incredibly good. But... Multicrack Faust is the only ID in the game whose skill 2 has a higher offense level than her skill 3. I do want to put her in S, is the problem. But every time I use her in battle, she always just does nothing but die. It's really weird. Like, she definitely deserves S because her raw damage is absurd.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't understand what I'm doing wrong.
I will say also to add more into the tiers, I do like the game plan of the Crack Office where their S3, while it is a very strong move, is more of a build-up move for their S2s to do most of the damage.
Yeah,
really
that's
like that.
honestly cool. It's just inconsistent, right?
It is pretty inconsistent because you are naturally going to get S3 less than S2, so
It's
I don't know
like
if you can set it up.
you always can use a full-powered skill 2 if you use skill 1 twice in a row or you use skill 3 a single time, is usually how it goes. So
Yeah.
she's pretty consistent, it's just getting the skill 2. I'd argue better than W Ryoshu. I don't think so because it's just more consistent to use W Ryoshu. Her skill 2 is insane. They both have insane. I'll put them next to each other, and then we just won't worry about it.
Ryoshu's skill 2 really is insane. They compensated by giving her the worst skill 1 node to man, though. At least in terms of clashing. That thing never clashes.
Why is full stop Heathcliff doing there without full stop Honglu? Well, we haven't gotten to Honglu yet.
Yeah.
So, that would be why. Oh, is Lineage Merceau has the same thing? Okay, whatever. Fang Hunt Honglu? Question mark?
That is an appropriate reaction. I tried making him work on rupture teams, but I'm just kind of relegating him to the bench.
He's like a weaker Ting Tang, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. I was kind of bummed because I thought his concept was really cool because I like Fang Hunt Office a lot, but I don't think he's very.
It doesn't help that we're not going to be seeing Blood Fiend enemies a lot. Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as you know, who knows what the heck
I mean,
happens
we'll
to the
see
ocean.
more because there's at least one Blood Fiend on an enemy faction, right? But
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the fingers.
it's like I don't feel comfortable putting him higher than B. I think B is fine because that's where Ting Tang is. I'll put him like near the bottom of B. I think it's
That's actually
fair.
surprising. I thought you put him lower, but I guess thinking back, there's nothing erroneously wrong with him, right?
No, it's like his skills are all fine. He's got coin power conditionals that you can meet. The 15 and 3 kind of holds him back, but his skill 3 is genuinely pretty good, so.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I kind of wish that there was a 3-star for Fang Hunt. Yeah, that would have been cool.
Egg Hunt really deserved a little bit more focus, I think, in general.
They just didn't do anything for the entire kit, so. It's so funny because they build them up to be like, oh yeah, we're the vampire hunters, and then they do nothing.
Which I'm so sad about because I really liked them.
Hunt vampires, becomes a vampire. What do they mean by this?
Yeah. Okay, Barber Otis. Somebody threatened me to put Barber Otis in S tier. And while I think Barber Otis is pretty good, I don't think she deserves to be higher than like high A.
I think Barbara Otis is very pretty, so she deserves
Okay.
top of S. No. In all seriousness,
pretty.
though.
Barber Otis is a good ID. It's just not got a gluttony defense skill. Or no, she has a gluttony defense skill, which is really strange because every other Blood Fiend has a lust one.
I was about to say that. Like, that annoys me so much whenever I try to run a full Blood Fiend team. Because I want to line up the delicious Lost Resonance chain, and then she's just there like an ugly ward, unable to be changed into Lust when I need it.
She is the only really good bleed ID that doesn't have a lust defense skill for some reason. It's really weird.
Yeah.
So strange. I will say...
I can't say what I feel about this ID because it's not appropriate and I like being here. You know what? No, it wasn't Ultranum. It was just somebody in chat. I don't remember what their username was.
Damn.
It's funny that in another universe, the Fire Fist destroyed La Mancha Land, while in ours, it almost did the same as Fang Hunt. Yeah. Barber also eats a ton of Blood Feast. I mean, all of them eat a ton of Blood Feast. It shouldn't really be a problem if you're running an all Blood Fiend team. Priest Greg is the best unit at building up Blood Feast. I'll give him that. I still feel like he's the worst Blood Fiend ID.
Really? Worse than Barber Otis?
Yeah, because his damage is just not that high.
Mm.
He's
I
the
haven't gotten a chance to use him.
he's
yet.
the best
His
util
game-
he's the best unit for using Garden of Thorns. Because Bleed is like the only team that can take full advantage of it. He's like bottom of, like near the bottom of A, I want to say.
I like him. I also recognize that I'm biased because I really like the Blood Fiend team.
Priest is like K-Corp Hong Lu had actual damage potential. He's still got the worst damage potential of the Blood Fiends. He is not worse than Barber Otis. Well, in that case, I need to move Barber Otis down because I can't confidently put him that high in A tier.
That's the problem with him, right? Like, if he's on the Bloodfiend team, he's basically essential, but in other Bleed teams, what does he do, really?
I mean, he's still decent at inflicting bleed count.
What's your call, ultimately? I haven't used him, so I can't really
Like,
comment on it too much.
I can move Barber Otis down a little, but I can't put Gregor any lower than Blade Lineage Yi Sang in that. Well, no, because that still doesn't make sense. I don't think he's as good as a lot of the IDs that are here already. I don't think Barber deserves to be any lower than A tier. She's really good for damage. A lot of people have problems with her, and I think it's a skill issue, honestly. But, like, I get wanting to put Priest higher because Priest is still a pretty good ID.
I think these current placements are fair.
I think
I
that
think
this
this
is
makes the most
fair,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
He takes away Dawn's skill 1, which is her best hard blood builder. No, it isn't. That's just not true.
Your comment, your stream chat is really good at spreading misinformation.
I think every Limbus stream chat is good at that, honestly, Slime.
Yeah.
I don't think half the people that play this game understand how the mechanics work.
I gotta be honest, if the wall of text is too big, my eyes kind of glaze over and I just try to
Oh.
feel it out.
Same.
Princess Rodian has only gotten better with time, somehow.
I love her.
She's
really good.
Really good. Like, especially with the new Merceau ID, she just gets a free damage buff. Like,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous how good this ID is.
I've used her a whole lot in a lot of teams. She just slots into a lot of teams very naturally. Like, she's really good in like a Pequod team, obviously a Bloodfiend team, just any Pride team due to her skill 1 being Pride. And all her skills are really good, especially the skill 2, which I don't know how it works exactly, but it does give other units power up, and that's always fun. I like skills that buff out units.
I'm gonna throw a chair if Solemn Limit is above Spice Bush. You can just throw the chair now. Nobody's gonna stop you, I don't think. But yeah,
Also,
Princess
she's really
Rodian. They gave her an ego that's specifically designed to be used with her, basically. Gives buffs to the team for free. Really good in Envy Resonance. Staple in Bleed. One of the strongest skill 3s in the game. Like, she's ridiculous. Also, Sanguine Desire exists, which is helpful.
She's really pretty when she puts the mask on. I really love her.
I don't agree with that. Anyways,
Oh, you don't? Oh.
I don't like the way that any of the Blood Fiends look, except for Dawn,
That's-
if I'm being so
That's
honest.
fair. That's
Wait, like
fair.
in general?
I don't like their outfits at all.
Really?
They're just really mid to bad.
You know, I
think-
love their outfits, but that's totally fair.
I think you're just not medieval maxing.
That could be.
Yeah. Not a
Manager
medieval max.
of La Mancha and Don Quixote has also gotten better with time somehow. It's probably definitely better than Rhodia now. Okay, so last time I did this list, Manager Dawn had come out 2 days prior, and I wasn't willing to put her in the top 5 because I didn't have enough time to play along with her. If I had to redo that one, she would be in the top 5 just then. But also, she definitely deserves to be really high S tier now.
Oh, agreed. She's so gross. I love her.
Like,
as soon as you have just a little bit of bleach, she just goes mental.
She goes ballistic in every fight, regardless of what your team is. But obviously, it's better in a Blood Fiend team. She is not better than Kurokumo Heathcliff. I'm sorry. It's just not true.
Who would win? A second Kindred or a bloke from the back streets?
Who would win? A second Kindred or literally the lowest rank of one of the worst syndicates in the back streets?
Limbus power scaling is very funny.
It is.
Yeah.
He's a Kurokuma member. How is he beating you, Dawn?
He is so ridiculously strong. If it was up to me, she would be 3rd strongest on the entire list. I think that's fair. I just don't agree with it. That's all. She's not as universally good as these up here, is all.
I mean, Manager Dawn is not literally broken like a certain bunny in here, so you know.
Yeah. She's relatively balanced despite being very powerful. Okay. The Prince of La Mancha Land Marceau. ID that, without the other Blood Fiends, is, like, fine. With the other Blood Fiends, with the other Blood Fiends, maybe he's better than Heathcliff. So, Kazetti Marceau is an ID that, for free, gives 1 skill power and 15% damage to skills 1 and 2 of all other Blood Fiend IDs, gives 2 skill power and 30% damage to all other Blood Fiend IDs, gives an additional 25% damage to Rhodian's skill 3 specifically, and also gives every single Blood Fiend Unrelenting.
Oh, he does all that? I've been using him in my Blood Fiend team just
Yep.
because I love how his hard armor looks.
He also inflicts fragility that is stronger for Blood Fiends and decays really slowly. The buff that gives Unrelenting also gives more healing. His own damage is not bad. He has an AoE skill 3 when boosted. Also perfectly fuels Yearning Merkala on himself. What was the reason Kurokumo Heath is so high? He's just the best bleed inflictor and also does a ridiculous amount of damage. Because he gets to attack so often. That's basically it. He's insanely good, though.
It's amazing how they were able to compensate for him just being okay at damage dealing by making him do everything else, apparently.
How is he doing more for the team than the manager? Because the manager gains bonuses from the rest of the team. As opposed to the prince giving bonuses to everyone else. That's the difference that people are missing. Is Manager Dawn does get bonuses from everyone else, but doesn't actually benefit anyone else in the team by existing.
Marceau really likes to just improve other people's lives by existing.
Like,
I noticed that.
These two, if you haven't played with these two IDs in a proper bleed setup, you need to, because they are ridiculous. Should you raise Muller-ish a bit higher? No, I don't think I should. Honestly. I think that I overrated her last time, if I'm being completely real. I might be overrating Prince right now, but if you're using him in the proper team, he is this good. It's not even a competition. Ring Otis overrated? No. She isn't. Like, I'm not gonna be that guy, but you're just wrong. Doesn't Dawn do something about staggers? I don't think so. I actually don't know. Unfortunately, I can't because I started in Season 6. That's the downside with Kurokumo Heath, is a lot of people just don't have him.
Yeah, I don't have him either. I was taking a break when his event happened.
Full stop
Yeah,
Heath should
I
be
love-
lower due to the existence of his skill 1. I don't even feel like I
No?
need to counter that.
That's just his skill 1 kind of being bad is kind of half the reason he's fun, though.
Can you raise our Corp Hoglu a little higher? No. I think you're overrating Molar, Otis, and Dichi Rodian. Here we go. I knew it was going to happen at some point. Why does everybody think that because Knight of Despair Rodian exists, Dichi Rodian is any worse? Where's Thumbclair? I haven't rated him yet.
Why do people think that?
I don't know why people think Dichi Rodian is bad, and I don't know why people think Molar Office Otis is bad. Like, genuinely, those are the two that I see the most people say is terrible for some reason, despite them still being really good.
Like, just because they got a bit power creep doesn't mean they are suddenly bad at any content that is available.
Yes, Kurokumo Heathcliff does need Kurokumo Ishmael. If he didn't need Kurokumo Ishmael, I would put him in the top 5, but he does need her. So, should I use Kurokumo Heathcliff in my Bleed Tremor over Elfie? I think you just shouldn't bring Heathcliff into that team, if I'm being honest.
Damn, that's cold. But then you don't get to use Clockwork Time Roly Poly.
I want to hear your
Everyone
reasoning
wants
for
to use
Deviant
Clockwork Time
Rodian.
Roly.
I don't think it's that controversial to put her that high.
From what I remember, what the thing people were mad at was the 15-3 rule that they slapped her with.
Yeah, but like once you reach that, which isn't even that hard to do in Rupture nowadays, she is insane.
Yeah.
The only placement I disagree with is Sync Dawn being an S. She should go in what?
Where is she in S? I don't see anything.
No, she's in C. I don't know what this.
Oh, Sync Easton.
Oh, Sync East Dawn. Oh, okay.
Chinese
Yeah.
thought.
I could put her a little lower. I think she's really good, but I can see putting her a little bit lower, yeah.
Yeah, I like her a lot. I think she's really good. I also do agree I could see her a bit lower than we placed
See,
her.
the thing is that Nerve Strike is just better than Focused Attack. Is part of it. So, yeah. She stops allies from dying from bleed. I didn't know that, but also that doesn't matter that much for anyone but Gregor. So, can we lower
if
Sun
you
Shower
are
a little?
going-
Sure.
I mean, why?
He was already an F tier. Who cares?
I care. I love him. Then again, I love a Slush Mel, so, maybe disregard every opinion I've ever had.
Liking an idea is different from thinking it's good. So,
I should keep my mouth shut.
okay. LCE Ego Lantern Yi Sang, the last
Two-star?
two-star ID to ever be introduced in the game, and the third negative coin ID.
By technicality.
By technicality, he is the third negative coin ID that is supposed to function like that. He's
used him-
actually not bad.
Not bad at
unironically.
all. I love using him on my casual story teams whenever a new chapter drops, and I also use him in some Rupture teams I've been experimenting with. He's honestly really... His Rupture application is really good. If he didn't have the 15-3, it would be insane. It is a bit unfortunate he's just designed to die, though. Like,
I mean, to
Despite
be
the-
fair, the benefits you get from killing him are really good.
well, yeah, I haven't really built a team around sacrificing yet, though. I should try to make one.
With all that said, I think putting him, like, near the middle of B is fair. I'm not gonna put him above Rabbit Heathcliff.
Honestly,
But-
it sounds the most fair.
Like, he's interesting to use, which a lot of IDs can't say, and he does good damage, and his Rupture count infliction is really good. He does his role properly from his gimmick. D tier for
Also,
dead. Okay.
I mean, a lot of these IDs are dead.
Yeah.
Like, after their Mirror World stories are done, they're just dead. So, a lot of them will be in D tier by that logic.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Ardor Blossom Star Faust.
I think she's fun.
I think she's really fun.
I think
Um,
she's fun.
She
But-
is designed to explode.
Yeah, that.
Um, so aside from being having the benefit of not like she's interesting because she's like the only self-burn. She's not technically the only self-burn ID, but we don't look at the other one. She will be about as practical as any of the Liu IDs. So when her explosion has genuine utility beyond dealing damage, and it does deal a lot of damage. I think near like mid to bottom A tier is probably fair for her. I'll put her above Deviat Sinclair so people don't get mad at me. Like I use this idea. I think this idea is a staple in Burn. If only because you can use her to completely negate a big enemy attack. Which is like something almost no ID has the option to do. And if you watch my run of Railway 5, you will see me do this at one point. I legitimately purposely blow her up so that I can avoid a more powerful attack. I think it was like Dulcinea's big mass attack during the trio fight is when I did it.
That's right. You can't do that if she's like the main target, and if she dies, the attack just doesn't go true.
Yeah. Somebody asked what the other self-burn ID is. Technically, it's Heisho Sinclair. He's the only other ID in the game that gets benefit from having burn. Why is Enclair below Gambler Hong Lu? Okay, so if you weren't here for that, N-Corp Sinclair does nothing beyond Kanto 5. Dichi
haven't
Rodian
listened to
didn't
stories
get
big.
worse, but W Corp is better than her.
What W Corp? What are you talking about?
I don't think you understand how this works.
Yeah, like what? Okay, I think they're talking
Okay,
about
okay,
Ryoshu.
okay. W
Well-
Corp Ryoshu is better than her. Okay. She has dropped
Yeah.
one position. This is so irrelevant right now. Like, I don't understand why the big outrage about her specifically, though, is what I'm mostly curious about.
People just hate to see a woman punching people. We can't have punching women nowadays. This is so
Where
sad.
is Ichun?
Kamui!
Ichun.
Hold on. I gotta make
We're
you...
not there yet.
We're not there
Fuck.
yet, yeah. I wasn't expecting
timing,
Kamui
man.
today.
Hello.
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 I take it you just
I'm
woke
here to-
up.
Baby, but I'm here to join. Hello, everyone.
Yay!
Hi, we've gone through like, generously, I want to say like 80% of the roster. Probably
Okay.
more.
We're most of
pretty
the way
cool.
through it, but I don't know. How do you feel about where we've put everything so far, I guess?
Let me have a little analysis. Let me have a little analysis. Let's see. Mouse, Conion, Low, Thumb. Yep, that's all fine. Massault. Yep, cool. Heathcliff. Yeah. Donkey. Okay. Zwei. I would have put Zwei high personally, but that's fine.
Okay, fair.
Rings high. Yeah, that's fine. Lou. Yeah. Wild Hunt. Ishmael. Roshu. Dichi. Yeah.
I'm actually shocked at some of these.
W for the Deviat Rodion Glaze. Thank you. I'm so glad people understand that. she's
It's
good.
not even Glaze. I just think
Oh,
that's where she
God.
goes.
It's and you're correct. That is where she goes. She deserves to go there. Captain being high, yep, that's fine. Mola, yep. Ring Otis, I could completely agree. Barber Otis, W, love to see it. Next one. I actually think Sync Assault should be higher. I think he should be an S tier.
Okay, so my reasoning behind Sync Merceau is that he is just not used anymore, mostly. So the idea is still really good, obviously, but there's just
Is this just like current era? Like
yeah, I'm
better?
I'm mostly ranking them based on how good they are right now. Sync Merceau
Okay,
is still
okay.
a very solid ID in Poise, specifically in Pierce
Mhm.
Poise. He just doesn't really fulfill the role in Rupture as well as Rodion does because
Okay.
his ego is not
Yeah.
really as designed around it.
Okay, I understand. I understand it now. I understand. Scanning through analysis, Art of Blossom agree. Deviat Sinclair. I actually think Deviat Sinclair goes alongside Rojon personally, but I also agree.
It's the 15-3 conditional. It keeps him low.
I know. But it's only his 50. It's like
That's
it's
the.
like
It
everything
is
about
literally
it is
the
great,
only thing.
but just the 53. Let's see.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm actually shocked at Middlemere, so I didn't notice that. How did he get there? What are you doing there?
Because that's where he deserves to be.
I mean,
True.
he is a pro, so true.
And B tiers are Quad Heathcliff in B tier
He's
and
fallen
not
off a
A
lot.
tier.
He's fallen off a lot.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think he's fallen off
I
a lot?
really
don't
do
know.
think he has. As somebody who used him a
Hmm.
lot, he definitely doesn't feel
Fine,
as good
okay.
nowadays.
Okay. Then look at the let me look at the bottom feeders then. See if there's anyone I disagree with. Okay, so you're also putting base IDs in here. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
fair
yeah.
enough. Liu Gregor is the worst. I don't know about that one. Worst
Listen.
5, really?
Listen.
Zwei Roger over Liu Gregor. My guy, Zwei Roger. Liu Gregor can actually do things.
Have you
Zwei
ever
Roger,
used Spyrodion?
Yes, and here's the thing. I actually think she could be very good if she had a few things changed about her.
I think it would have to be a lot of changes, but I agree.
Okay, let me reiterate my statement. LCCB Roger over Liu Gregor?
Yeah.
The LCCB is good.
LCCB is
relative
also
limited.
fine, but again, few problems. But at least Liu Gregor is a roundabout usable character.
She inflicts paralyze. And is
Yeah,
fast.
and Liu Gregor inflicts damage.
No, but like he doesn't do any. He really doesn't. His skill 2
3.
rolls
Are you
an
telling me
8.
Liu Gregor,
His skill 2
3.
rolls an 8. His skill 1 rolls
His
an 8.
skill 3 is completely dominates
No, it doesn't.
entirety of Zwei Roger.
He's really good in my So No One Will Cry team.
Okay,
Exactly.
but that doesn't mean anything. I hate to be that
Fuck
guy.
you, Slime. Yeah, fuck you, Slime.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to Thumb Sinclair yet, chat.
Okay. When we get to Thumb Sinclair, I expect either S tier or top A tier. I'm not gonna lie to you. That guy's
We'll
broken.
get to him.
Expect him to die.
Well, next up is
Okay, let's go.
Fire Fist, so just give
Oh, I just made it in time for Fire Fist! W! Oh my god, okay.
I'm
let's go,
so
let's do this.
sad I missed getting this one. I wish I I've all these season 5 IDs that I neglected to extract. I'm satisfied neglected to extract this one.
Yeah,
Uh,
100% agree. I would,
maybe
I
not
would,
above Ring.
100%.
I don't know. It's like in the air, I would say.
He's right next to Ring, I would argue.
Yeah,
You could
I've
put him
only seen
in
game-
front, you could put him behind.
I'll put
I've
him
only
behind.
seen gameplay, but my only real complaint about him is that he doesn't get to keep the gas mask on beyond just one. his
Yeah,
skill
honestly,
3.
I wish he would.
Same.
Bruh.
Oh, somebody said, please elaborate. And I'm trying to find the comment.
Elaborate on what?
Oh, never mind. It's somebody arguing that Spyrodion is bad, which is not an argument.
Oh.
We know.
Fire Fist. Okay, so I see Wild Hunt.
Yeah.
Why Wild Hunt so low compared to Manager?
I mean,
his
as someone who
his
uses
clashing
Wild
on
Hunt-
skills 1 and 2 aren't the best. But
Yeah,
aside from that,
amazing.
he's just really good. Honestly, like once
Very
you
well.
get this high up, it's really hard to
I know, it
tell
doesn't
which
matter.
ones are better than the
It's
rest.
The line, I completely understand what you mean. When you're in that S tier, the lines of like, oh, you're better than them is by like 1.1. Like
Yeah.
1.1 over and then 1.2 over. It's like so minimal, it doesn't really matter. They're all on the same
Yeah.
pretty much tier.
Mm-hmm. It's like
Okay,
low
okay,
S,
okay,
you can
okay.
still tell a difference. High S, there's really no.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
understand it now.
Hey, show Otis, my beloved.
Otis? Ooh.
Oh, we're at the
Yeah, we're at Hey
we're
shows
at
now.
that section.
We're at the Hay shows.
Oh, beautiful. All right. Make a new S tier.
No.
From high shows with a big S.
Not every Hey show will go in S tier, but a
Nah,
lot of them
you have to
will.
Succumb to the glaze.
So, Hey Show Otis has the big benefit of being like the rupture count inflictor in any rupture team.
Yeah.
She's one of the best Hey Shows by like it's not
Yeah.
even close, really.
If you want rupture, you're looking at Otis, you're looking at Ryoshu, and you're fucking
Yeah.
set for life.
Like all the Hey Show I don't even know how high I want to put them. I feel like I should put them higher, to be honest.
I
like there.
think higher than Princess.
Yeah.
I honestly agree with that.
Hey Show Otis is the best one that isn't
I
Faust.
I would even argue
Faust
that
doesn't
she
count.
could
okay?
be at the top of S tier, maybe behind Mersault,
Like-
but like argue above
Same.
Hifa.
Genuine. I don't know if he's above. She's above.
Maybe not
Hifa.
enough manager. On tier with manager, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that this is fair. This ID is insane. They have
Yeah.
boring drip.
No,
You're
this is
just
good.
wrong.
Dude, they are bodyguard. They are slaves. They don't have personality. That's the point.
They're also
they have stripped
furries.
of all their identity. They are tools to be used by the rich. They can't have a stylized drip. In fact, they do already have stylized drip. But that's
Yeah.
the point. It's the characters.
Okay, now I will make an argument. I think Ryoshu is a little bit worse than Otis because she
Agreed.
doesn't have any
Really?
ego. She doesn't have any ego that benefit it.
Yeah, she
Are
doesn't
we
have
counting
any
ego?
Yeah, we're counting ego.
Yeah, we're counting. You have
Oh,
to count
Jesus
egos. They're part of each individual character. Like
Jesus
a lot of
Christ.
IDs would be a lot better if they had ego to use it with. and
She's
vice
still
versa.
up here though. Like, genuinely.
I didn't realize we're including ego as well. That just makes it so much more of a think.
It's
I don't
part,
want to
it's
use my
part of the
brain.
reason that little brother Merceau is so high, is because we're including ego.
Oh, I just want to use controversy.
That's fair. Who would win? An entire pack filled with powerful 200-year-old blood manipulating vampires versus a man who doesn't pay rent so he can buy more kerosene? That's just true. That's just true. Heisho Rodian.
Okay, these are the ratio I've actually used.
So
Rodian.
these ones are
Mhm.
weird.
They are weird, and that's why I like them a lot more than the boring rabbits. So,
How dare you?
it's just true. The rabbits are the most boring ones of the
The
Heisho.
rabbits will be sent to your location.
I think
Anyway,
Heisho Rodian's entire issue is that she came out before Lord of Hongyuan did. So, with taking into account that Lord of Hongyuan can reuse her skill 3, she's actually quite good, and it makes me want to put her in low S, and there's a reason it's low S.
I think she deserves S tier.
It's like a really low S. I think this is one
You
of the
think a
worst.
low S?
This is one of the worst Heisho IDs. And
Whoa,
it still goes
okay,
in S tier. So
Worst high show IDs? That's crazy. Do you think she's better than Gregor? Yes or no?
no.
You say you think Gregor is better than her?
No, oh, sorry. No, I think Gregor is the worst Heisho.
No way! No way! What am I hearing? Oh my
Honestly, I
goodness.
agree with that. I do think
Why?
Gregor's probably the worst Heisho of them, but I still think he's really good.
It's really strange because Gregor does nothing anyways, regardless of what team he's in.
He's the rupture. He's the rupture of the sea branch.
No,
Or
he
the
isn't.
Boys of the sea branch. Yes, he is.
He is the
Skill
rupture of
3
nothing.
crits?
His rupture is like okay, and all of the Maos are the rupture of the team.
I mean,
Oh my goodness.
that's fair. Like, both of the Snake Heishus have very okay count keep up. I wouldn't say it's like their primary thing, but as long as you got them clashing, they can do it. And I think their S3s are capable of very good damage, but I think the problem is that all their juice is in their S3, right?
Chat,
You
I
know
never
what I heard
said
someone
Gregor was
say?
gonna be the only one in A tier. Stop yelling at me about Sinclair.
You know what I heard someone suggest
Yeah, boy,
that would
madre.
have been like really sick.
What?
Someone suggested that the C branch should have had the unopposed conditional instead of the clash win conditionals because
That-
they're assassins.
That probably would have been smart, yeah. I think
And
that
that
would have
would've
made them a
been,
lot
like,
better.
That would have allowed them to work alongside the Maos because then obviously the Maos would have all the unclash. I was like, oh, that's so good. Maybe up to 5. See.
Maybe,
Sweet.
yeah.
I gotta leave for a little bit because I gotta eat. If you're still doing this by the time I get back, probably not. But if you're still doing,
I
I'll
mean,
be
look at
back.
all the fucking IDs left.
It's less than a row, Kamui.
Also,
Is that
yeah.
2 rows? Are you not doing ego? Oh, okay. God. thank
I mean,
God
I
you're not
could do
doing
ego separately, but I would do it
I mean, there's not
separately.
that many ego.
That's true. Alright, see you, Slime.
All right, well,
All right, good
well,
luck.
I'll see you whenever I see you.
Yeah, yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Just slide Kamui over.
Hi. Wee.
Hi. Hold on, Slime hasn't disappeared yet. Alright.
Yeah,
There we go.
someone said it. I think Gregor's better than Rojon. On God, I tell you what, in my opinions, I think Gregor is the better Rupture Inflictor, and then Roj is the better Poise character. Like, if I want to use a Poise unit, I use Rojo. If I want to use my High Show team and I want Rupture, I use Gregor.
Okay, Gregor is just a worse family hierarch candidate, Ishmael. though?
Well, nothing can beat Zichun. Of course, she's triple S tier. She's on the.
Oh, he just muted himself.
Yeah,
I'll just
that-
hide this. So, anyways, hey, show Gregor.
Anyway, hi Show Gregor. Hello.
Hey, show Gregor. Just above Molar Boatworks Ishmael. In A
I
tier.
agree with
Less than Edgar family. I guess. I mean, Edgar family's really good.
I could go either way on them. You know what? I'm gonna put
You
Otis
could go
a
either
little
way.
lower.
I mean, you know what? It's still
But-
really high. It's fair.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What? I guess. Everyone's gonna be very angry at me in a second. It's got like a 1 minute
Oh
delay.
no.
Oh boy.
So Yo Branch Sinclair, I do admit I think he's one of the weaker ones. So the thing about Sinclair is that he's designed to be swapped in and out, and that's how I use him in battle. And he typically
Agreed.
performs pretty well in terms of
Mhm.
damage.
Yeah.
And with the advent of us getting another one next week, we're not going to have to worry about bringing a non-burn ID into burn anymore to supplement Hong Lu. So that'll be cool.
I think you'd put him above Mole Otis.
That's honestly probably fair. I still think that Gregor is the worst one, but I do admit that Sinclair does have a problem in that you're expecting him not to be on the field half the time. So
Yeah, if you're accounting for playstyle and the way you do it, he's not low because he is bad necessarily. He is low because he is situationally used in the Lord team because obviously, you know, it depends how much you're pulling him in and out.
yeah, I agree with
That's
that.
His
fair
skill
point.
2 is probably one of the best skill 2s of all the high show TBH because it's like it's a reuse 4-coin.
It's the Mao skill 1s, but on the skill 2 instead.
Yeah, with like a higher coin power, so it's very good. And honestly, spamming the skill 3 with your treat mechanic, it definitely adds up. Like,
Mhm.
It's very nice, very very strong, and also obviously we'll see more of them with Heathcliff. Oh, Yi Sang. Oh, I've got some
Yi-Sang.
opinions about Yi Sang.
Why? Can I ask you why did people say that this was a bad ID when it came out?
I don't know. I actually think he's better than Malfaust. That's my controversial opinion.
Really?
That's
I think he's better than
insane.
Malphite.
I'm gonna be so honest
How?
with you. I
Mhm.
think that's insane.
Why?
Why? Okay, so the only thing he doesn't do is ascend skill 3 every 2 turns, but even then you can kind of get close to that.
2
I mean,
turns?
he has all the conditionals for it.
Did you say 2
You
turns?
know? Every 2 turns, Malfaust.
She does it every turn.
Okay. I'm
Once you
not
have it
including
set up
double
the
slotting.
first time, she does it every turn.
Yeah, but I'm not including double slotting. Double slotting is cheating.
I'm not either. I'm just talking about focus encounters in general.
You can't though, because if you block
Yeah.
with her, that's
No.
only 4. You need 10.
What?
Tiangu Starblade.
No.
Yeah.
Assist defense gives 5.
Okay. Oh, my bad. Is it 5 or 4?
It gives 5. And then
5,
using the
4?
using the upgraded skill 3 refunds half of it. So that'll always be enough. And it gives it
Yeah,
before
so that's every
the
2
no,
turns.
it gives it before the counter activates, so it'll always activate as the skill
Ah,
3,
Okay.
which
So
is
she
why
uses
it's
it every-
annoyingly powerful.
So she uses it every turn. Okay, so she might use a certain skill 3. No, I think the thing about Yi Sang is just like he has haste. Cool. He has tankiness. He's got damage. He's got massive attack weight. He's got good damage. He's got a great status effect on a concussion, which is good for tremor and rupture,
That's true.
even if it's only 1.2. His conditionals are super easy to fulfill for his like unbreakable and attack weight moves. He just gets better as the fight goes on, and never ever goes down. Like, you know, obviously some IDs they scale up and then they go down a little bit and then they go up, but it's just how the dynamic is. But he's saying he just is always active. And then I guess if I have to include Zichun as well in that, because obviously
He does make her better.
it does improve it, because every ascended skill 3, if you're like 3 turns in, then you get an AoE attack, and then you just repeat, and then Lord Lu. Oh my goodness.
Do you want to hear something
And then
really
Lord Lu
funny?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh.
If Lord of Hongyuan Hong Lu forces Yi Sang to use his Ascended Skill 3, that Ascended Skill 3 will then force Shichun Ishmael to use her Skill 3,
Yeah.
and then...
Yeah, you get the
It's
triple
a
combo.
huge
It's so
chain.
funny. You want to know something even funnier, Kaz?
What?
If you retreat in Z-Tune and then do
Oh,
Lord
God.
Honglu Ascended Skill 3, you have Z-Tune enters, uses skill 1, uses skill 3, uses the 3 skill 3 from Yisang, then Lord Lu uses skill 3, which makes Yisang use skill 3, which then he Ascended skill 3s, and then Z-Tune the skill 3s again.
That's so gross.
So you get, like,
Concussion is horrible
200,000.
for Tremor. What are you talking about? It's 20%
Doesn't
more
do
damage
anything.
on burst.
Yeah, it's. I mean, okay, the argument of like concussion is dog.
Oh, it's only the okay, fair enough. It's only the stagger raise that it increases. It's still not terrible.
Yeah,
It's just like
I mean,
a nice little bonus that you don't
Agree.
really need to think about getting.
I'm thinking more. Yeah, I'm thinking it more on Tremor to be on Rupture to be honest with you. Tremor is fine because I mean, Tremor is a lot easier to maintain and keep on there because you know it doesn't
Oh, wait,
get reduced
hold
by
on.
external means.
Oh yeah, I don't think Lord Honglu can trigger the Ascended Skill 3.
No, Lord Honglu does the normal skill 3, and then Ascended skill 3 is Yisang.
But
But Lord
I
Honglu
need to
can't
look.
trigger any of the Ascended skill, so he can't trigger fastest one either.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But but using skill 3 is the best way for him to fuel his line breaker, and that gives him like I think 4 line breaker, which is insane from just a normal skill 3 if he has the conditionals for it.
I think this is fair place to put him. Like he is really good. Maybe a little higher than Ring. Maybe a little.
I would,
higher than
yeah,
Princess.
I would put him above Princess.
He's
you could argue
genuinely
above
very
Zwei.
good. He's really good in Tremor too. Like he doesn't get as many bonuses in Tremor, but he's still really good. You can run him with
Yeah,
Lord of
no.
Hongyan in the same team to not have to use Uradivy. God, it's so sad. All right,
Z-Tune! I'm glad I made it just in time.
I
I will
love
defend
her.
Z-Tune with my life.
I will
don't care
defend
what
this
anyone
idea a
says.
lot more than a lot of people will. Like
Yeah.
everybody says that this is the worst ID of the
Season
season,
6 ID.
which isn't
I
even true.
completely
No, it's not
disagree.
even true anymore. Everybody says that about She-Faust now.
Yeah.
But like she's just a better Gregor at the worst. At worst, she's a better Gregor.
I would say top of A tier. Prove the haters
Yeah,
wrong.
no, I think
Top
that
of
that's
A.
fair.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put her in S because she doesn't get the reuse the same as the rest of the Hay shows. It has to be from Yisang. So
Yeah. I'm satisfied with her being the queen of A tier.
Yay.
I still put Pequod higher, but that's just me.
No, this is an agenda, Kaz. We're not
This is
doing
not
a
an
tier
agenda.
list. We're doing an agenda.
She also just gets buffed by Yisang existing, is another thing.
Yeah, that's the best part. It turns her skill 1-2 into an attack that, you know, you don't really get much value from it, to an actual poise generator from entering the battle. Obviously, because when you re-enter battles, you lose all of your status effects, right? So her being able to gain pretty much, I think it's 10-2 or 9-2 poise is like pretty good. Makes it a 50-50 pretty much on whether she crits with her skill 3 or not, which obviously you need to crit with her skill 3 to get the maximum benefit.
That's fair. That's fair. Dumb Sinclair. Oh boy.
I'm Sinclair, dead ass.
Deadass, this
He's
is an
gonna be
S tier ID. Easy.
Yeah, he's actually
Easy high S tier ID.
Hey,
Like
people
maybe
when
higher
I
than-
hear he's just a 2-star buffed up to a 3-star. Dude, this guy is his let him be his own man. Okay? Why can't the baby bird have a 3-star of his own?
This guy is
him be a booster.
beyond cracked. Like
Yeah.
He's legitimately insane. I would
Gen-
even argue
Genuinely.
even arguably possibly even has higher peaks than Mersault, like Capo Mersault, like turn 1. Like for instance, like this guy's nuts.
his skill 3 hits absurdly hard too. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's literally, I think it's exactly the same DPS as Mersos.
Also, a lot of people will say like, I have my bench warmer, his support passive. His support passive is literally a worse version of his in-fight passive. Put him in the field.
That's true.
Like, like field him. He's good. He's got everything you want.
He's
he does
good.
a lot of damage. He's got high clutch power
He's fielded in Burn, Tremor, and the combination of the two.
and the gun team.
Crazy.
So there you
I don't
go.
field him in the gun team, but that's just because he doesn't have a pride
Which-
offense skill.
He does have pride,
Not on an offense skill.
doesn't he? His block. Oh,
That's
okay,
not an
that's
attack
right,
skill.
right. Yeah, no, my bad.
Okay, so
Yes! Oh, dude, I came in all the best
Oh, no.
IDs, dude. This
Oh,
is
no.
literally tactical. I love
Kamui.
it. Don't tell me.
Are you-
There's no
are
way
you-
you love
are you?
Z-Tune, but you.
I thought when this ID got released, I thought it was one of the worst IDs we've ever seen.
Oh,
For a modern ID, for the record, I still thought he was better than a lot of old IDs because he is. So now I just think he's the worst ID of the season.
No way, guys! You can't do this.
I can do this, and I will.
In your heart.
I can do this, and I will. He's going above multi-crack Heath and B.
In B
Oh.
tier, B. He does. My glorious King Yusek deserves A tier at the damn bare minimum, dude.
So-
He's so good.
So, quick note: this is the single best ID for speedrunning the Mirror Dungeon. Unfortunately,
Railway Mirror Dungeon, every story and event in the game.
unfortunately, that is all he does. He doesn't actually do much in a real fight. So,
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. What do you mean he doesn't do much in a real fight? There's no way you're not including Fell Bullet Ego, Ryoshu combo attack.
it doesn't do anything. What are you talking? It's just his
What do you mean it
normal
doesn't do
skill 3.
What, his combo attack? Yeah, and his skill 3 is good. It hits like it. The Ryoshu combo attack is an ascended version of his skill 3, which is the better version because normally to get the ascended version, you have to kill someone with the skill 3. But here,
It's not
you
the
just have to
ascended
hit
version.
Ryoshu with it.
Read the skill.
It's
It's
a
the
new
normal
ascended, it's like the
version.
triple
It just
ascended.
always targets Ryoshu.
Yeah, but he gets the AoE, he gets the crit damage.
No, he doesn't. It still has
Yes,
to
it
kill her
does.
to get the AoE. Read the skill.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
What?
does.
No, no, no.
I'll
No,
read
it
you the
doesn't.
skill.
You have to
I'll
kill
read you the
it.
skill. N Corp Ryoshu.
No, the skill doesn't tell you. It doesn't say it on the skill, but it does have the AoE. That's
Skill
the whole point
4.
of the skill.
Unbreakable coin. Coin 2. This coin deals damage only against sub-targets. If the first coin wasn't a critical hit, and if N Corp Ego Contempt all Ryoshu survived, one random sub-target takes damage. You have to fulfill both conditionals. It needs to be a crit, and it needs to kill her.
It doesn't need to kill Ryoshu though.
The thing that it does that it doesn't
Yeah, it
do
just
without
has to
her
crit
is that
on
it
the-
does
on
an
the first
assist
skill.
attack.
No, but it doesn't have to kill her. It just needs to crit on the first coin. I can open up Limbus right. we can
The
open up
way
Limbus
that it is
right now.
the way that it is worded, it implies that it has to both crit and kill her.
I know the way that it's worded is bad, but the way that it actually works is the first coin has to crit her, and then the second one will do AoE damage.
I'm gonna be so real with you though, Kamui. Even if that is the case, I'm not moving him. It's not good.
Oh my god. You're gonna get flamed.
The
by
AoE is so
comments,
mid. The
guys.
AoE is so he's still worse than She-Faust.
Dude, the AoE does like minimum
I'll
750
put him.
damage on an AoE.
I'll put him at the very top of B. That's all you get.
Oh my goodness, Kaz, you're gonna get flamed in the comments. They're already flaming you, Kaz.
They were gonna flame me anyways. I put Devyat Sinclair in A.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you already did flame.
No, I don't think this. I think I like this ID. I want to make it clear that I think this ID is really
Please.
cool.
Please forgive him, for he does not know. Okay,
Listen,
guys,
buddy.
Just forgive him, for he does not know.
You just failed programming class? No, I didn't. I am literally an English major, and the way that it's written means you need to do both. It's inclusive.
I could argue the fact of he's he's got good clash, he's got good damage, he's got a gimmicky skill 3.
He
but
does
it
not
AoE
have good damage outside of his skill 3.
Yeah, skill 2.
His skill 2 does okay damage.
His skill 2 does good.
It's not
Mr.
good
Cat.
damage. A good damage skill 2
is
is like
good.
Ring Yi Sang or Multi-Crack Faust
Oh,
or
God.
friggin'
Okay, but compare every ID to Ring Sang skill 2. And you
Okay,
realize
listen,
that
I
Ring Sang
understand that it's an unfair Okay, I'll compare it to Heisho C branch skill 2s. Those are
that's
good
fair,
skill
Actually,
2s.
I
Those are
agree. Let's
good skill
compare
2s.
it to those are amazing skill 2s.
Fine. He gets below
Yes!
Dichi Merceau.
We did it, chat! We won! Bullying works!
Honestly, I've been thinking about it. I might just put Dichi Merceau at the top of B.
We
I think
Guys,
he's
W's,
A,
everyone.
but it's very questionable.
we did it, everyone. We did it. We saved the Limbus Society. We have the world
Sorry,
is healing.
if you do both, it only hits the sub target. What? Huh? That's not how it's the wording is the opposite of what you just said.
Welcome to the skill 3. It's very
God,
funny. Anyway, moving on.
I really hate how
No takesy backsies.
I really hate how Project Moon words things sometimes, because sometimes it's just wrong. And Corp Ryoshu. This is a good idea. This is just a really good idea.
Deadass, I might argue S tier or top of A tier.
I was gonna say high A, low S for this.
Yeah.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. No, not even mid S.
Mid S is reasonable. I think right above.
I would put
right
it
above
Liu
Songkong.
Sang. Really? I'll put above Liu Sang. Person.
I actually think I might have put Liu Yisang too high, if I'm being so real.
Liu Sang above Wildhunt Kurokumo? I mean, he's great. Don't get me wrong.
I think
he's he is
probably
really
better, like right here.
I can see that.
But he is still very, very good. Maybe I'll put her. Yeah, I think that's fair, honestly.
W Corp stronger than I guess she's easier.
W Corp
I think N Corp's way stronger.
Insanely good.
I know. W Corp is like the Goku on like Namek. I get it.
It is correct. It just
I
refuses
understand.
to actually mention the real conditional anywhere near the fail conditionals. Okay, fair enough. It's wrong on the line of
welcome to-
text that it's written on.
Yeah, no, it genuinely is just a very not the best worded skill.
That's true. I admit that. It's badly worded on the original ID too, but all right, Hook Office Fixer Honglu, otherwise known as Good Chef Ryoshu.
I actually like Hook Honglu. I think he's got a good support passive. I think his bleed is fine for like the era that he's in.
No, it's really good. Like his
I
bleed
think
count
he's got
infliction
good
is
speed
insanely good.
conditionals. Good speed conditionals. I would say like top three, what do you call it?
B?
2 stars. Or like top 4 2 stars.
It's like low to mid A in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the problem with it is like, how do you rank Hook above Quad Heathcliff?
Yes.
Really?
I do,
don't think
yeah.
so.
His skill 3 just does more damage. I'm not even kidding.
Then Quad Heathcliff.
Pequod Heathcliff is a good ID. He just isn't as good anymore.
but he's not as good as Hook Office Honglu.
No, he's
Guys,
not.
Chat,
Okay,
chat,
I will
is
concede to you.
As Kaz always is. This is some.
I will
cocaine
concede to
right
you
here.
that Pequod can potentially inflict way more bleed count. Because that's just true.
Bleed. Fuck the bleed, bro. We talking murder.
This is a really good ID.
I know it is good. I'm not arguing that it's not good. I'm not arguing that's not.
Butler
But
Otis is
above
insanely
all those-
low.
all of the
Everybody
3
was
stars?
Everybody was telling me to put Butler Faust above Butler Otis, which I agree with. So it depends. It's like Butler Otis does way more damage, but Butler Faust is way better in sinking.
Yeah, Butler Otis has everything like clashing, damage, conditionals, but Faust has the better status inflict.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry.
People still asking about middle little brother Merceau. You just don't know the way. I'm sorry.
Yoni Bokala.
Does Cinna have an argument in this? Cinna's just been kind of chilling, honestly.
I've been scared to
Yeah.
interrupt the two of you.
We're both very passionate
Over.
about things, and when we clash, it
Exactly.
does result in
We are like
decisions.
rabid dogs, but if they had top hats and mustaches, so it's like
Yeah.
fancy rabbit.
I don't have a mustache. Sorry.
Well, you can have a monocle then.
Okay.
Yeah,
Lobotomy
the
ego
monocle.
regret Faust.
I think she's good. The thing about her is like I just don't end up using her a lot anymore. Not because she's like bad or anything. Just because there's so many fucking tremor units to pick from. I always kind of forget she exists, but that's not really an indication of how like bad she is. She's actually good.
Okay,
I'd say
but
like
what-
high A.
But what tremor
I like
units
her.
are on Faust? You
know?
Yeah, I
She has
think
a
I think
lasting-
very high A is where I would put her right now.
Yeah, I think above. I think that's fair. I think she's actually good. She's got plus coin drop.
Yeah, she's got
She's
plus
got,
coin
like,
drop. Her skill
AoE.
3, her skill 3 is one of the highest DPS skills in the game, but only because it's AoE for
Yeah.
the record. If it weren't AoE, it
She's
would
got
still be
amazing.
really good, but it's not that high. Will you make it gift tier
She's
list?
got him.
Oh, I hate you.
Oh, dude, that would be good.
I've
I did
done that
once. You know,
before.
It was like a 4-hour.
I've done that before. It took 6 hours.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
especially nowadays, there's more.
And the entire
So-
time, people were yelling at me because I put Helterfly's Dream in B.
The
Where it
health-
belongs.
You're better than me. I would put that in like C.
Lantern Dawn.
Lantern.
I love Lantern Dawn.
She's still good.
You wanna take the stage on this one, Sinner?
Oh, I'll be real. I don't know how good she actually is compared to what most
fair.
people think. I just personally think that Meat Lantern is an underrated abnormality that deserves more love. This isn't even mechanics. This is just me. This is just me liking Meat Lantern. Oh no, do you have feelings on it? I heard that laugh.
No, I'm just laughing at you. I'm just laughing at you. Don't worry, I'm not laughing with you.
Oh,
What the heck?
heck?
I'm gonna put her above N Corp Ego Fell Bullet Yisang. Anyways,
I think that's a good place.
no, I honestly think that's a little too high for the modern metagame, but
I think her only problem in the current era is she has a
Clashing.
very low clash.
yeah, she doesn't clash well.
Everything else about her is very nice.
She is just straight up better than 7 Heathcliff in every way.
Agreed.
No.
7? Really? 7 Heath? You
Yes.
think she's better than 7 Heath?
Yes, in
I think
every
so.
7
single way.
Heathcliff at least can clash.
Her
and do
her
damage.
skill 1 is the same amount of rupture as his skill 2 under best case scenario.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Like-
But he can clash with his skill too.
She's better G Gregor. Okay, that's not difficult.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Do you see where I put
Hold
G
on, though.
Gregor?
Let me tell you, dude. If you ever, if you want to do a solo, I did a G Corp Gregor solo because I pulled him 6 times or 5 times.
Everybody
in my
was
Logos.
telling me about this in chat.
He's actually goaded with the
I'm
sword.
putting her like, I'll put her above T Corp Dawn. I feel like.
E Corp on. Oh my god. God damn. Okay.
A lot of people don't like this ID. Like, I put her higher originally, and everybody was saying no. She goes a
People
tier
don't like
lower.
Lantern?
No, T Corp.
Oh yeah. Why do people like T Corp? She's really good.
She's good, but I also hate her, so I get it.
They don't understand chain. Okay. They think they don't understand the power of chain, dude. Let me tell you that. Chain
No, I
is
think
one
they
of the
do
best-
understand the power of chain. That's not the problem. The issue is that she will always inflict chain. It's not an option.
Exactly. Exactly.
Which is the problem with a lot of Tremor IDs, to be honest. Magic
That is
Bullet. So,
good.
Magic Bullet is pretty good and does absolutely nothing if she's not in a burn team. Is that fair?
I mean, she does damage. I mean, she
Okay,
doesn't
but
do
where?
burn damage. Skill 3.
How?
Yeah, her skill 3 is really good.
Her skill 3...
7, like 6, 4th, 5th, 6 bullets. Skill 3.
Okay. I'm
There
the
you go.
biggest burn supporter in the world, so I need you to explain this to me if you really think this.
Okay, like wave fights.
Why?
Wow, we're on Magic Bullet.
Oh, I gotta
Oh my
turn.
God.
I have to turn
Why
slime
her?
back on.
Because if you're also including ego, like you said, Magic Bullet ego is
Admittedly-
insanely cracked.
Admittedly, the
Ego's
Magic
so
Bullet
good.
ego does help her a lot. I will give you that.
Yeah, you did say that you wanted to include ego,
I do want
and
to.
you gotta also
ego.
remember
It-
she
I'm-
has poise gimmicks in her kit.
No,
which
she
means
doesn't.
Sun shower.
I am ranking
She
this
does
based
passive.
on best case scenario. And
Okay, best case scenario, she gets poise.
best case scenario, I don't understand what you're. It's 20% damage. I don't know what you want from that poise.
20% damage over 6 enemies.
She saves burn as a status? No, that's just not true. Burn works fine without
I also
her.
do not agree with that. I think the status of she saved burn. I think she gives a very 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 good buff to burn, but definitely not a savior of. I mean, she definitely was like reliable.
Like
I think she's at least A tier.
I was gonna put her in at the bottom of S, to be honest with you.
I think low S.
Oh,
is
okay, then
good
I'm fine with
for
that
her.
too.
the thing about Muller Otis is that, yeah, she does make burn a lot better, but she also can only function in burn, and while she does have a great ego to utilize alongside the ID, and it is a great ego, don't get me wrong, it's really easy to fuel and it does a lot of damage. But again, by herself, she just does nothing. That's the big thing, right?
I love that you said all that, and then you're like, yeah, like low S tier. Like what?
Well, you didn't let me actually get to it. I was just
I'm
waiting. I
sorry,
wanted
I'm-
you to
I'm
explain to me how she could be useful without a burn team. That was the thing.
Okay, of course.
Because Dark Flame doesn't do anything outside of burn. She doesn't
no,
inflict
I'm not-
enough
I am
burn
not-
for it to matter.
Yeah, no. In that argument, there was no. I was purely arguing of the fact that her skill 3 by itself does a lot of damage and hits a lot of people. That was like the only thing I was arguing.
Yeah.
To be fair, you would just bring her by herself for the Valpurgis Nacht she was introduced in. So.
Bullet. True.
Dawn Office
Also,
Fixer Sinclair.
I think
He fell off.
he's good, but I think he's hard. But there's a lot of IDs in the game now that have a lot of support passives that have all in battle passives that have SP, and I think that brings them back up.
I think the only one that matters is
Yes.
Yisangs.
There's also Hanafuda.
Nope. Doesn't matter.
What?
It's a bench passive.
doesn't matter.
She's not in the battle.
It's the support.
Yeah, but you want
Here's
Liu Ishmael as the support.
Yeah. What do you want, Slime? What's up?
here's always been my problem with Philip Clare and why I ultimately replace him with Heishu Sinclair in my burn teams. Despite the fact that I think his ultimate cap for damage potential is higher than like Heishu or a lot of other IDs,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's just not worth the bother most of the time.
It's like
Like
he
it's kind of like
keep going.
He's like if Sumcliff was objectively solidly built and had actual like legs to stand on, but it was you still had to deal with Sumcliff mechanics, basically. That's the best way I could describe it.
Okay, I wouldn't say that. What it is Dawn Sinclair was the prototype for Wild Hunt Heathcliff, and I think they did a really
Yeah.
good job with Dawn Sinclair, for the record.
Yeah.
The issue he has right now is that there's so many Sinclairs you can run and burn that the fact that he
Yeah.
is only just burn is kind of unappealing, I feel like.
I could
Yep.
see a mid A. I think a mid A does him justice.
Okay.
I think mid A solid.
Here's the argument. I think in burn he's definitely better than Heisho. I think outside of burn, it's 50-50, probably. I would probably put him around here. I would probably put him around here on average. Like,
I think he also someone did comment this that unfortunately his gimmick doesn't work in extreme because of the SP cap.
Oh, that's
Also,
so
Magic
true.
Magic Bullet Otis also doesn't work, but I'm not sure really counting that because that's a very niche.
okay, I have a
you know.
controversial opinion. After you do
You're not doing
50,
extreme.
after you do 50 adversity once, you never need to do it again.
That is true.
Well, I mean, you got to do
Like
it once per
objective-
week if you wanna
no,
get the max.
why would you do that
You
to
don't need to.
yourself? What are
You
talking
don't need to
about?
get to 50 to get the maximum. You need to get to like 25.
Oh no, I'm talking. Sorry, I'm talking about once you have like once you've got the achievements. Sorry, like
Yeah.
if you don't have the achievements.
More than W Heath? Yeah, I think so. I think that's fair.
Wait, really? That's mental. Are you sure about that?
So W Heath's problem
you
is
have-
that he does have to spend 2 entire turns not attacking to get his big attack off most of the time. And it is super
Yes.
consistent, but he is spending 2 turns doing nothing to do it.
He's not doing nothing. Like he can just eat an attack with the clashing.
I wish that were true. No, W Heath is a really good idea. I think he's still really good. He's a really good idea. I like him a lot.
I think W Heath is great. Yeah.
I think Dawn Office Sinclair probably just edges him out a little bit.
Like I think I like Philip a lot in terms of like his playstyle. I've played him so much, but yeah, I understand that like in comparison, he has a lot more IDs that are easy to use and do high output. So I do think I agree with Slime though, where it's like he has the highest Sinclair potential out of all of them.
I hate that word, but sure.
I also hate that word, but I'm actually using it in the legitimate.
Yeah, I
like,
realize.
actual context.
Lobotomy, Ego, Red Eyes, and Penitence for Yoshu is an S tier
S.
ID. Yep.
I love her.
I'd even argue best 5, but I'd say S.
I don't think it's best 5. I'm going to be so honest. I think what she provides to the team is very good. She inflicts a lot of bleed potency, and the healing that she can do for allies is really, really nice, and her damage is still really good. I still think there's an argument to use W Corp over her, because W Corp does have higher damage at her cap. But I do think that Red Eyes and Penitence is probably just better as a generalist.
Yeah, the utility that Red Eyes gives you over not only her, but her team, the SP heals, the HP heals, the shield she gets, just I'm not even lying to you. I don't even use Red. I don't even think of her bleed when I think of Red Eye's potency. I think, all right, I'm gonna have one of the best general units in the game. That just,
Yeah.
you know, the Red Eyes and the Penitence buffs are just magnifique, more SP.
She's really good.
Really like her a whole lot, but it is a bit sad that her bleed is so like it's tertiary to her identity.
No,
True.
she has
Maybe-
bleed. She has bleed conditionals, doesn't she?
I think it's only
No.
like on one score. I think she has a
I
bleed.
can get it up really quick. That's the ego.
Yeah. I'm also gonna
Right.
open the wiki as well.
Skill
How did I
skill
forget that they
2.
just-
Okay, only skill 2. And yeah, it's just skill 2 as a bleed conditional for coin power.
Yeah, so it was only one skill. Yeah.
And then if
So,
enemies
bleed
have
is
if enemies have bleed, she also gains red eyes when she hits them. But
Yeah, so it's really I always think of her mainly as the Red Eyes and Penitence general buffs for her.
that said, you can still
That's-
use her in bleed just fine. She does inflict
You
a lot
can.
of potency.
You can.
Yeah, like she's
Yeah.
not bad in bleed. She's not actively detrimental or anything.
There's
Good.
yeah. Good idea. Great idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
Yes.
Solemn Lament.
Definitely
Who was it in chat that said they were gonna throw a chair? You gotta throw a chair now because I'm putting him higher than Spice Bush.
I mean, it's just
I
true.
mean,
It's
It
just
is
correct.
true.
So Spice
It is
Bush
true.
still has a very valuable niche potentially, but it is a very niche at the same time. He's still a good ID.
Coffee said Red Eye's ego not having synergy with the ID is like one of the decisions
Yeah,
of all
that's
time.
so
Agreed.
weird.
I don't think they had them again. You noticed an issue with Limbus, and it's not to anything of like the developer's fault or Kim Ji Hoon. It's the fact that the IDs that are right before the transitioning into a new mechanic usually are the ones that get screwed out of it the most. Like Reap is an example of that. Like clearly, I think the next Walpurga the idea came out literally had. I think it was like Magic Bullet with
What do you mean?
the ego.
He does not deal. He does what? Hold on, I need to confirm this.
What are you talking about? What's wrong?
Somebody in chat, they said that Solemn Lament Yisang does half damage against Abnos.
No.
Because of his butterflies.
Oh.
Does Butterfly matter though?
I mean, butterfly is that what they're
okay,
talking about? Like,
Butterfly doesn't do gloom damage against Abnos because they specifically have to be at less than 0. But
mhm.
like you're discounting the damage on the rest of his kit.
Yeah.
Like you're only losing a maximum of 30 gloom damage
I
from
think what
Butterfly.
they meant to say was that he was worse on Abnos than.
I mean, that's always true with
That's
syncing,
good.
though.
That is true. Yeah.
It's not even necessarily the case. It's better if they're weak
Be
to
right back
gloom.
1 moment.
Oh yeah. No, I think that Solemn Lament absolutely deserves to be an S tier. just don't know how high.
Same.
Honestly,
Me
I
when
feel
I
like
lie,
where
hey
he is
Smith.
good. I think where he is fine because I like using him. He's very strong, but he's also like very frail, and I feel like he's actually very easy to lose some clashes with, especially because how broad his sanity can be when you're always reloading.
That's fair.
So somewhere in this bottom line seems good and correct.
Mhm.
I just feel like he's better than Liu, but he doesn't have a. No, he's definitely better than Liu Yisang. Actually, if I think about it, because he also provides SP support for the team through Butterfly.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Also, are we still on Yisang?
Yeah.
I want to bring up Bygone Days ego because it
Oh,
makes him
yeah.
have more clash power and coin power.
Absolutely, you are 100% correct.
Oh yeah, that's very strong.
I'll put him.
I agree.
Here. I'll put him here.
Ding.
Who's pinging me? Why are people
Ding.
pinging me? What the heck is going on?
You're wrong. Your opinions are bad.
Sausage.
You should fell bullet yourself now.
Sausage. God dang it. Okay. I can't. I have to save this image.
What?
Oh.
What image? What did they
Sausage
say?
always does this. Last time he drew me pregnant.
Oh.
I'm sorry. What?
I
my
have to add an
gosh.
image source. Browse. Just give me a second. I have to show it on camera. Where is?
What?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm worrying about it.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Why is
Sessage
no one
just
in the chat
DM'd
as
me
confused
this,
as I am?
which is me with a bunch of things that I can't read on the screen. I'm realizing, and it says, "This fucking sucks." Actually, pointing at Liu Gregor.
Oh, okay. I want to see this. I gotta see this. Yeah,
I love
Wait, this is
literal
really
coolest thing
good.
ever.
I love
It's
Media
fucking-
Literate
okay.
Award.
This is W. Whoever made this is a complete W.
Sessage
so
always
good.
draws stuff like this
That's
for
it.
the stream.
Sasich, this is the I am in agreement with you here. Okay, I just want you to know
I'm not.
that.
For the record, if I were to do a drip tier list, he would also be near the bottom because I think the Section 6 Lius just don't look good. But that's just because they
Damn.
don't have the cloak, is all. Rating Solemn
You
over
should've let me
Spice
on
is
the-
very cool. Spice Bush is just one skill, which I've hated people glazing versus Solemn making everyone deal more damage. That's the thing, right? Is that one skill can
Yeah.
be insanely good. We can't deny that.
Mhm.
It's just that the rest of it is worse.
Yeah, like I don't understand people always glazing Spice if he has more than that one skill. Like he really legitimately only has the one skill.
I do think Spice
Faye.
Push skill 2 is very good. To be honest
He
with you,
asked me
especially with
what
the
he
AoE.
should draw for this, and all I had to say was, I don't know, man. You know what? Fair enough.
Oh my gosh.
I know we're not going to talk about Spice Push much longer, but I just do want to mention, I do think his AoE on skill 2, when you have, like, doing wave fights against blunt weak
it is.
enemies, is very nice.
It is very nice.
It is very nice, but it's also still niche.
It's
Like,
also
that's
the
the
you know what
problem
else
still.
It's also
nice.
the weakest AoE on any ID. That's not true.
But you want to
That's
know
not
what else is
true.
nice? Top 5 S tier, triple S tier, full stop Honglu.
Full stop Hong
Okay,
Liu.
that's unwarranted. He goes to the top of S tier, though.
Not even best 5? You think
God, no.
Heathcliff's better than him?
Yes, I think Heathcliff's better. What do you mean?
But Heathcliff leaves the game in 3 rounds, and Honglu stays.
What
What are
do
you
you mean?
talking about?
It's 10. It's 11 rounds if you play him right.
Yeah, if you never use skill 1. My bad.
I think that there's legitimate
That's why I
reason to
love-
use skill 1, but I do think it's just worse than the rest of his kit.
My favorite way to play Heathcliff is just to obey whenever I get skill 1. Like, I really
Listen,
like doing
No,
that.
yeah, that's what you're supposed to
I do have to say,
Yeah.
full stop office rep Honglu is one of the best Tremor IDs in the entire game. All right,
What?
that's not
Huh?
that's not even a lie, Slime. I hate to break it to you, that is just true.
Is it because he pulls Kurokumo?
He perfectly fuels Cavernous Wailing, and Uridivi already doesn't inflict
does?
very much tremor. Yes, he
Oh,
does.
God, he does. Sloth, Gloom, Pride. Oh my god, you're right.
Why is he Glupo coded?
I don't
Who
know.
did this?
He's Gloom coded. Well, I mean, so's Heathcliff.
That's true. Actually, wait, he
you
doesn't even
mean?
have the ego. What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying he has
What do you mean by
Gloom, Heathcliff.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I think this is fair. This ID is cracked.
I would honestly put him
It is
top of
just
that
cracked.
tier, person.
He becomes
But-
even better once Heathcliff runs away. Like,
Well, here's
Yeah.
the problem. Like, right? Like, we can't put him much higher, I feel like, because, well, he's, like, probably, like, the best generalist one. The ones
Uh-huh.
on top have a lot more utility that they can apply to the entire team.
Okay,
Uh,
but not higher than Kurokumo Heathcliff?
yeah, no, Kurokumo is just that cracked.
he is.
I know
say
he's
have never
cracked,
used it in
but
my life.
less-
I've
more
used him
practical.
enough to know that this ID is absolutely one of the most broken IDs in the game. Like,
I agree with you. He is
Yeah.
insane.
time to do Tremor with no Tremor IDs? He's the only one you replace if you're bringing him.
No. People bring Malfaust to use Everlasting.
Yeah, but, like, it's better to be a real human being. No, I'm not. I'm joking. I know people use Malfaust to bring Everlasting. It's just, like, if you want to bring the Heisho package in the Tremor team, you use Lord of Hongyan Honglu, because it'll be
True.
more beneficial
Yeah, get
over the
Tremor.
period of time.
Yeah,
So
Tremor burst. I love it. I love the Tremor burst.
I love bursting Tremor once. It's genuinely better
Yeah,
for
but
damage
it-
in that team.
I love bursting Tremor once, and it doesn't reduce the Tremor count.
Kurokumo Heathcliff is potency and count. That's the thing.
Alright,
Magical
let's hear this. Let's hear this opinion.
Magical
What do you
Girl
think of
Don
it?
Quixote. Oh, this ID is in the top of S without
Top of
question.
S.
Agreed.
Like,
All right.
is it better than
We have
Manager?
correct opinions in this.
I think so.
Okay, manager with her family or manager without her family?
Doesn't matter. She gets about the same power regardless.
I don't know.
Like this. Okay, those skills are better if you have manager with her family. But it's
yes.
and also you gotta take into account Prince, I guess. So and you know what? I'll put her
fair
below.
enough.
I'll put her
Yeah.
slightly below because she doesn't have
yeah,
anything.
I think that's fair. I think they're like on the same decimal. Like, I'm happy with both.
Like this is
1.1, 1.11.
not only that, her signature ego gives her an additional copy of skill 3, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Which might even I could put her on top. But we'll go on it.
I love this ID because when it came out, I saw tons of people saying this is worse than W Corp Dawn, and it was like, okay, you're just wrong.
Absolute cappery.
You're just wrong.
I don't know why people said that.
Yeah, I saw people saying that.
So
I don't know
good,
why
man.
people were saying that.
She's so good.
Because it was just not true. I kind of get it because Rip Space does have higher DBS than her positive coin skill 3, I think. But you're not taking into account anything else, which is important. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you want to make her crazy. Go mental.
Yeah, go crazy.
we don't want
Go
to, but it will happen.
Yeah, it is gonna happen.
Worse than
I want
W
it to
Dawn
be
and
because
Mirror
I like
Dungeon? That's
Sprite.
not even true either.
That's not true, though.
They both inflict
Yeah.
rupture anyways, so...
They're both
I
charge
her
rupture.
crazy Sprite a lot better. I like it when she just has a giant glowing yellow orb for an eye.
Yeah.
That is cool, I will admit.
Alright.
You know what else is cool?
What?
What?
Night All Capitano Gregor.
What's your opinion of Night Owl, Kamui? I'm curious.
W. W,
That's
he's very
not
good.
one of the letters on the tier list.
I'm sorry, my bad. S.
I think that's probably
That's
fair.
noted.
So, you know, people are calling this ID potential, man.
They
I
are?
think those people are wrong.
Yeah,
Next
I think so
question.
too. I think they're wrong as well. I think he's the worst of the two that inflict hemorrhage. I put him like bottom of S probably.
You think he's the worst of the two that inflicts hemorrhage?
There's only two
But
units
why?
that inflict hemorrhage, and they're both in S tier.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, but his wound system is very strong.
The wound system is very strong, yeah. I will admit that. I think he's better than Song Sinclair, without a question. It's like his assist attack is also like way more powerful than Oleg's.
Merce, yeah. How? Okay. Does anyone know how the fuck you're supposed to pronounce it?
It's Mete. It's Italian.
What?
It's like Merce.
So it's Merce.
It's Italian.
Okay.
Why didn't they
Thank
make
God.
his prosthetic hand also his peg leg?
What?
Like they just
What?
have like a rapier for a hand, like his leg.
Oh. Probably because I don't
Why
know.
don't
He
they
likes
do
grabbing things.
stuff with his arms anymore?
Well,
Have you noticed
why does he
that?
have to have something wrong with his arm? What if
Because that's his thing.
what if in this universe they replaced his leg instead?
Well, this one. The reason for this one is because he's not Gregor. He's Alan.
Yeah, he's Alan. That's the thing.
So it makes
Well,
sense that he doesn't have a. That's stupid, and I hate it.
Basically my reasoning. Anyway, I don't have an opinion on this general reception son of a gun, but he seems
Yeah,
I
great,
think it's
amazing.
everything
Both of
else-
the general receptions are amazing.
Everything else in his kit is Italian. Why would it not be
Yeah,
Italian?
he is Italian because it's
I mean, I'll
he's
I'll-
his thumb. Yeah,
I'll give you credit as being an Italian speaker. That sounds so rude. I'm like more willing to trust you if you say you actually speak Italian. Then yeah, I believe that. It just feels like everything else about his kit is Italian.
Suddenly my leg changed.
The Italian word for mercy is misericor. I don't know how to pronounce it. But how do you know it's the word for mercy? Though, I guess you speak the language. You would know.
I guess.
But they might be using it to represent something else. Because I don't actually know. Does his skill 3-2 trigger Fatal Wound as many times as he bursts? It makes Fatal Wound go to 3 stacks. No matter what, if you inflict Fatal Wound or Deep Wound, it always goes to 3 when it gets inflicted.
Yeah, and can I just say, Fatal Wound? Holy shit! 3 bleed count on Tremor Burst?
I mean,
God
it is only
damn,
twice
for a
per
max-
turn, but it is a lot of bleed count.
Yeah, a maximum of 2, but still, that's 6 bleed count.
Yeah.
That's pretty goated.
Mhm.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty nice. He
Single-handedly
definitely
take
deserves SC.
bleed.
I'd argue he has a higher rank, but I'll keep it here for now because we could argue for like 100 years.
What makes Enryoshu better for hemorrhage besides bleed count on the actual skills? It's the skill 3 being able to inflict it to 3 people at once.
Also true.
N-Corp Ryoshu's skill 3 upgraded
Is goated with the source.
is one of the best
Same.
skills in the entire game.
I absolutely agree.
Can I mention that ever since our Corp Honglu, which I am going to originate as the original, they have been banging with single coin like skills, pretty much.
They have.
I feel like it's not even R-Corp Honglu. I think there's one
I
before
feel like that's
him.
where I noticed it.
'Cause
Because
it's definitely
concentration
very
is
noticeable
insane.
on him.
Yeah.
But I feel like there might have been one beforehand where it was just like, oh yeah, this is a single coin skill. That's oh wait, full stop Heathcliff.
Okay,
Duh.
yeah, sorry. Full stop Heathcliff. But he's Walpurgis, so I don't count that.
That's fair.
Why not?
Because Walpurgis IDs are always goated with the source comparative to the standard unit, typically, most of the time.
That is true.
At least they
It's
are
old
expected to,
Italian.
right?
Okay. I
Old Italian.
didn't realize there was a
Oh.
difference. Okay. All right.
Neo-Italian.
The final
Neo.
ID.
Anafuda, S tier.
Oh yeah.
I think
easy.
she's really fun.
I think she's a very high,
High S tier. Yeah, very high S tier.
This ID is way better than it looks, and it already
Very
looks
strong.
insane.
First of all, very fun to play. I think that's the most important thing with these IDs. Very fun. Very strong. Very friendly gimmick, especially with the ego inclusion. I think if they didn't have ego inclusion, it'd be a lot more frustrating to play.
Smith asks,
But I like
why is this wound gimmick good? Why bother bursting Tremor for bleed count? The idea is that you would be making a team focused around dealing damage using Tremor Hemorrhage. And bleed count is really hard to stack if you're getting rid of it using Tremor Burst.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Outside of a Tremor team, the purpose of wound is literally just more bleed count for bleed teams.
Yeah.
Like no meme,
Hemorrhage
I've
doesn't
been
suck.
running.
It's the worst of the three
Yeah.
that does the elemental damages, but it doesn't suck.
Yeah, they don't suck. I've actually been running N-Corp Don Quixote alongside Alan Gregor because of her nails and bursts, and you get a lot of value from it.
Okay, I
It's
think you're
insane.
insane, but also I get it.
I'm not.
I used
It is-
N-Corp
yeah,
Don
it's
Quixote
really
and Tremor
bad.
back before Tremor was a really fleshed out archetype.
If you really think about it, N-Corp Dawn was just ahead of the curve. She was just too early.
True.
She really
It made it
was.
so wild.
Oh yeah. Also, wound inflicts permanent bind, which is goated.
It's not permanent. It just lasts until wound goes away.
Fatal is.
No, it just goes and it lasts until wound goes away.
Oh well, it's like 3 turns. That's pretty permanent enough.
That might as well be
Okay.
permanent in this game, but it isn't
Yeah.
permanent.
Okay, can we address the controversy though?
What
Oh.
controversy?
Why is this the third ID where Ishmael is an Asian woman?
Why not?
Third,
Third. Wait,
because
what's the
she's
second?
cute.
What's the first one?
Sero,
are you talking about
Ishmael,
Kurokumo?
and Shikun.
Kurokumo, Xiao, and now Hanafuda. Why is
Let
she
the
a
American
video?
woman cosplay the Asian character. It's fine. She's cute.
I
She
don't
can get
think
away with
it's
it.
okay. No, I don't think it's okay. She's ginger. She can't be doing this.
What's wrong with you?
Okay.
What are you saying? Ginger people can't cosplay.
Slime. People can dye their hair.
That's not
I'm
legal.
gonna get cancelled.
That is against
Stop
the
it.
natural order of the world.
Zichin as well. She's Chinese. That's true.
I
She's
think
cute,
the
though, that's
thing.
fine.
I think the thing you're too focused on, Smith, is that you're considering Gregor only a tremor unit when he also has bleed, which is fair. I don't. You can use him as a tremor unit. Nothing's stopping.
It's
you.
really hard to rank dual status IDs, especially when they both do like the status and like one is clearly a priority over other. I would argue that Alan Gregor is more focused to be on a bleed, but he has a lot of tremor capability.
Hold on, I have
know
to
what I
call
mean?
this out. Shichun is Chinese though. Okay, but Slime said Asian women.
Yeah, what is you saying, buddy? I think the on-book one here
Is the implication that Chinese people aren't Asian? Because that's just wrong. Like,
I love Zichin. She's so cute.
She is
Ishmael
cute.
can pull off any look.
Yeah.
That's the logic.
I am ambivalent towards Sichun, but I don't mind her.
Honglu's
love
American
her.
sister.
I love
Yeah.
her.
I would
Who's
die for
American?
Zichun.
I would die. I would kill everyone in this room for Zichun.
Same.
And then myself.
We're
If
not
he was
tied
Tremor
like that.
Poise, I think it would have been fine. I didn't want him another Poise. Walpurg is next so soon after the last one we got.
Ryoshu wearing a Z.
I don't
Zichun
want to
outfit.
imagine that.
Oh god. my sister is a fucking psychopath.
What tier do you think potentially Heisho Yu Branch Heath will be in the tier list? It depends on if it kind of depends because he'll probably be at least as good as Sinclair.
Minimum A tier, like high A tier.
Like if he's an adept, like the countdown site assumed that he would be, which I don't know how we would know that because
I don't think he's an adept.
the sprite
I
sheet
don't think it
doesn't
makes-
say, so it's like it's
Yeah.
impossible to know.
Um,
If he's an adept,
Unless
he
they-
definitely
unless it's
is a
in
lot
leak.
better.
I hate leaks, by the
Then
way. Kill all leakers.
I think that he'll probably be better than Sinclair regardless, because the thing that'll happen is he came out after, and usually that means he'll be better.
Yeah, PM usually always Kaz is right. Typically when PM do a gimmick, the first time, the second time is usually always better because they understand, how they do it the first time.
Yeah,
I
and
think
like
you go-
having both of the Yo Branch IDs together is going to make both of them better as well, specifically in Burn, because I do play Burn with Lord of Hongyan Honglu. Who would have?
Yes.
It's
Someone
like-
also did comment they don't really make IDs so bad they're around B tier anymore. Yeah, I'd say genuinely
Well-
every ID that comes out is about A tier.
Well, Fell Bullet is
No,
right
we're not
there.
talking about Nkop Yusang. No, we're not talking about Nkop Yusang. He deserves A tier. Even if he's at the bottom of A tier, he deserves A tier.
He snuck in. He got bullied.
He's
He
allowed,
bullying worked.
he's allowed at the cookout, okay? Let him in.
I get it. All right, that's the
think,
entire thing.
the
Let me
chicken
download
hit
this.
Will go in B for Bongi.
B for Bongi.
Yeah, because he's chicken.
Oh, the list. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, that was a cough. Wait, are we done?
That
Oh,
was
shit,
that was every
That was the
ID.
last
Yeah.
one.
Oh my
Now-
gosh.
Now, do
Now we'll
you
do the
want
ego.
me to
Done.
do the ego right now?
Done. Everyone in the chat, spam ego.
I mean, you
I kind of want to do it
hours
just
to-
because I don't get to talk to you a lot, Kami. So. All right, I'm not gonna do the top 5 for these ones. I'm just gonna make S through
Nah.
D and then F, because there are
That's
some
fair.
that belong in F.
Wait, there's another bit.
Don't do this to fourth F Flame Roger and Yusang. Don't do
Why
it,
would I?
Bill.
Those are not bad ego.
Burn bias! He's burn bias!
I am, but also I don't think they're that bad.
No,
Is
I
the
think
thing.
they're fine.
I
Forget you sing.
add a row above.
I am the
move it
drip
down.
expert.
God dang it, Angela! Are you
Oh,
gonna stay
Angela.
here this time? If not, I'm not adding a source for you. Did
Why-
she
why
already?
are you
Everyone
doing
say
it
hi,
again?
Angela.
Hi, Angela.
Hi, Angela.
Very annoying, Angela. You gotta like commit to something.
I was gonna commit to my N-Corp opinions, and then it died, and the N-Corp went through. What do you want from me?
Was it
Want me
good
to
things
have
about
a-
N-Corp?
Yes,
Why
but
did I
Casco didn't
do this?
listen.
Okay, good. You're invited to the cookout.
Hold on. OBS jump scare. 1 second.
I'm just asking
Oh, no.
why would what is the second round for?
Ego.
Ego.
Oh, ego? It's not drip?
ego.
I thought you were doing a drip
I can
round.
do a drip. I feel
Dude.
like if I do drip, I have to do it
That would take-
separately because it's gonna take too long.
I was
Yeah.
about to say, dude, drip would take another like 2 hours minimum.
Yeah,
No, well,
there's too many
I'm a drip
IDs.
expert. I'm not an ego expert.
That's fair.
I'm
That's
an
okay.
ego
Far
expert.
from
I love ego.
Yeah, Slime
I
is the
expect
resident
ego to win again.
abnormality expert. Did she
the
leave?
slime, you
Yeah,
need
she
to
did.
defend Steam Machine for me from assault, and that's all I
No,
care
you
about.
don't.
Crush Bound's
I
goaded.
mean, there's not much
like S tier.
defense to. There's not much
Yeah.
defending to be done there. He's
Yeah.
just great in all regards.
Yeah, it's
There-
just goaded with the sauce. Oh, baby, first. Oh my.
Right.
Crow's
The first
Eye View.
A tier minimum.
Crow's Eye View
I
is
think
very good.
It is very
She
good.
left again.
She left.
Awesome.
I wouldn't put it in A tier though.
I don't think
because
I'd put it in A
it's
tier
still-
at this point.
You don't
Yeah,
think so?
Like again, the game has progressed so much that a lot of the base and older ego just don't. Well, not all the other ego. I mean more like the base LCB ego has a
Oh.
lot of trouble actually clashing or winning clashes against favorable moves where you would want to use it in the first place. But its utility, as in the haste and the debuffs that it provides, are still incredibly potent.
Sorry, coffee,
but-
$20.20. Thank you. All right, now that the list is over, I have to ask: how did you find the one person in collab, Cinephon, who actually read my fan fiction? The second I heard the name, I flashed back months ago to a name that left a comment. I didn't even know you wrote a fan fiction.
What the?
I don't know.
Was this back when I did a stream? I was reading a bunch of Project Moon fan fictions that got recommended to me. Oh my god, I don't know which one was yours because I'm so bad with usernames, but I loved all of the ones we read. They were so good.
There
I
you
tried
go.
to leave comments on all of them too because I wanted people to know how much I liked them.
Yeah. That's so sweet of you.
Well,
Thanks.
It is very sweet.
Now back to the real talk. Crow's
Yeah.
Eye View goaded.
Yes.
Crow's Eye View is very good. I don't want to put it in A tier though. That's
My argument is this: -2 attack power and plus haste is always goaded.
okay, but if you
It is
get
goated.
hit, you also become a 1-speed ID. So
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know why the passive has a downside. There's really no point to it.
It's
Season
a-
0 problems.
It is
Maybe
also a
make
lot
that
better in
way?
boss fights, like Smith says, because attack
Yeah,
power down
exactly.
in boss fight. The attack power down is like whatever in non-boss encounters because it only applies to one
I mean-
target. But
Yeah.
the haste is really good.
Haste is always good. You can never go wrong.
Question from Kamui: when being your ego to workday botgak? What?
Huh?
Oh, I ran an event where I let people make custom egos.
Oh,
and we
okay.
viewed them on stream.
I mean, that
Botgak
sounds
for
fun.
custom ego. Well, currently, Kaz, if you don't mind me explaining what's currently going on.
Yeah.
We are doing a third bring your work event where we're doing custom mirror dungeon events.
Oh,
Oh.
So
that
and
sounds
custom ego
fun.
gifts. Yeah.
I actually don't mind that. You should like.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
You should give me like a heads up, and maybe I'd be able to join for some of those. I love looking
You
at
want to
custom stuff.
participate in that? I mean, yeah, you can participate in that if you want.
You'd have to give me a heads up though, because you start stream at 6 a.m. for me. So
Oh no, yeah. Fair enough. But it's currently going on for 2 weeks right now, so there's 2 weeks for people to submit.
that's fair. Rep emitter, aka the weaker fluid sac.
What they did to this eagle was really dirty, but they kind of deserved
I
to
don't
be
know.
done.
I don't know what the original was, but I do
Okay.
think it's at least high B tier.
All they changed on this was the passive.
Yeah, the passive.
They changed the passive, and they think they made the SP cost 10 higher because it was 10 at the beginning.
Ooh.
The passive used to literally be +2 skill power for the first 10 turns of the encounter, and
Oh, okay. Fair
2
enough.
protection for the rest.
Okay. What were Limbus smoking season 0? Okay,
I don't know.
yeah.
They thought we
mean-
were still in ruin, where 10 turns was an actual reasonable amount of turns to expect.
That
combat,
is
so that's
fair.
like-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I think representation emitter is still a solid B. It's still
It
SP
is.
healing.
It's still that ego that I always turn to when I need it the most. Like it's always there. You know what I'm saying?
Wasn't it 0
Like,
SP
I
cost?
think-
No, it wasn't ever 0.
No ego has ever been 0 cost. What the hell are you on about? What are
But
you on?
for
Well,
ego,
I mean, it
we
wasn't
kind of
technically-
we are ranking based on cost. Cost is obviously a thing you have to take into account because you have to use it to use them. You know. But yeah, I think putting representation emitter in B tier, it's like the SP recovery that everybody has, and it's still pretty solid at that. So
Mm-hmm.
there's not a lot of bad ego in this game.
No, not really. Everything's got got a use to it. Even
Now
if it's
there
still
are
use.
some bad ego, and we'll get to that. La Sangre de
Next.
Sancho.
The Sangre de Sancho, the passive is really good on this, but it's very
Yeah.
selfish passive.
I'd say C tier. High.
It doesn't
But,
really do
yeah.
a lot. It's the lowest rolling base ego for some reason.
Really? It is?
Well, it is until Uptide 4.
I was about to say, is that including Uptype 4? Because I was like,
It-
it has conditional.
It ties with Chains of Others until you get to Uptype 4, where it's 24 instead of 21. 21?
Okay.
Sorry.
Why will you do this?
But
I
it's
thought-
I mean,
decent.
at least it's better than the other two numbers. I think that's fine.
It's decent bleed infliction, and it does heal you, and it's pretty cheap. So it's
Yeah.
solid ego.
It's solid, but it's like a bag of chips.
Oh, that is just not true. Base ego always costs 10 before they change them.
I think they might be confusing it with the fact that Faustus Ego was effectively 0 cost because if she recovered SP from the effect, she would
Yeah, that must be
not
it, right?
win any SP. But I think that's
Okay.
what they're thinking of.
That must be it.
Forest for the Flames.
Okay,
Uh,
this
which
one is
was-
A.
This is like A tier.
Yeah, this is an A tier ego. This is a really good one.
Especially Uptype 4, too fragile next turn. Fuck me,
Yeah.
what were you thinking, Kim Ji-hoon, bro? You're cracked.
This
What
ego
the
is
hell can-
stupid.
What the
What
hell
it
can
does.
that sword do when it's uncheated if this is what it does for us to in the cheat?
Well, we're gonna
Yeah,
find out
man.
soon.
I can't
Yeah,
wait.
guys.
Also,
Kana
has
9.
anyone noticed that in her ego animation, she makes the motion like she's about to unsheath it, but then she just swings it with the scabbard still.
You know, there's only
It's really stupid.
Yeah.
there's only 2 ego where she unsheathes the sword.
Red
Yeah,
Eyes?
Red Eyes and
Red Eyes Open and Contempt Awe.
And that's not even her sword. That's
Yeah,
just the
that's a
ego
different sword. That's the funny part.
Yeah.
sword. I love that she always carries her sword with her, and then just the other sword's shield is used, but she won't use hers.
Yeah, I mean, I
You
get
better
it.
unsheath that blade if you wanted to stop me,
But
Yoshihide.
anyway, it's very self-explanatory. It's just good.
Chains of
uh,
Others.
This is S tier.
Yeah, Chains of Others has
This is,
only
like, one
gotten
of my
better since
favorite-
the game came out.
The
This is just one of my favorite utility egos because it goes all in on being utility.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
if you
just
want-
yeah.
And
Shut down
every
a
really
boss fight.
difficult fight only has one target anyways. So,
True.
The thing is, the only thing it's bad at is clashing. But you don't clash.
you don't clash with it.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you just don't
yeah,
have
you
to.
don't clash it.
It's
and you
just
just unoppose it. That's a very
absurd.
amazing.
Is it the best base ego?
It
I'd
might
say
be-
Forest might be better, but
Mm.
I think
it's
there's an
yeah.
argument that it's the best one, definitely.
Yeah.
ooh, Ryan to another banger. I love to see it.
Land of
Honlu, I think
Illusion.
that's A tier.
Oh, I love this one.
It's like it does more damage than the representation emitter, but it can only SP heal himself. Is the thing that I'm
yeah,
stuck on.
I'd say top of B tier then.
Yeah,
be
I
honest
would
with
put
you.
it. It's probably better than rep emitter overall, but it is definitely a B tier for me.
Yeah. Good AOE, good SP heal for himself. You know, it's a spammable ego. You know, it does its purpose.
You should have downloaded those 22 bytes. Yeah. Did you ever see what that actually was, by the way?
What was it?
The Smoke War.
Yeah, every single
Yeah,
time it
wasn't
did that,
that-
it added another copy of the Smoke War background to the game files.
Why
I
did it
wonder
do
if I
that?
have that still.
I don't know
Like,
why
how
it did
does
it.
that- Why? How does that even happen? Like that's why
Apparently,
I
that's
can't
not the first time the Smoke War background has been bugged as well. That's what I'm saying.
It's really weird.
What is wrong? What is going on in the Smoke War, brothers? What is going on in there?
Body sack.
Apparently, our minds are getting.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Body
whoa.
sack.
Heat
Sorry.
that's like. I
think
would
this
argue
was
that's
a-
like A tier.
Body sack got nerfed
Eight.
pretty hard.
It wasn't another one that got buried dirty by
It-
the.
it wasn't-
Base Eagle rework.
Okay, it wasn't nerfed. The passive just got fixed.
What was the
Alright.
What was the bug?
So the passive has always said when you get a kill, you gain haste and attack power up next turn. It was activating regardless of who got the kill when the game first came out.
Oh,
remember.
yeah. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a bug.
It was definitely a bug. It's still a good ego though. I would put it like
yeah,
bottom of B. Probably.
I wouldn't say.
It's part of-
yeah.
It doesn't do a
I
lot
guess
of
the
damage.
problem is like, what do we value more, utility of the ego or like the effect that it gives to the user on the ego?
My big issue with Body Sack is that the utility has not been. It hasn't ramped up the way that Chains of Others has, because it only applies to the user. So you can use Body Sack for a variety of things, but right now I think Body Sack's best use is unironically just because it's envy.
Okay.
True. Like it's just good for MB resonance. That's like it's.
Oh,
best
and it
quality.
didn't have a cap. That's true. It didn't have a cap originally.
All right.
Oh, Jesus, it didn't have a cap. What the fuck?
Yeah,
What
it
are
used
they
to be
thinking?
undeniably the best base ego in the game, but now it's just okay.
Holy shit.
Like I could maybe
Up top
put it
5,
higher.
baby. We're gonna have to redo
They
the tier
should-
list when
you
up
know
top
what
5
they
comes
should
out.
do? You know what they should do for the Eclipse LF Ego? They should just make the body sack bug version canon.
Not. The mountains, make a mountain smiling bodies or something.
Yeah, like I want to put it low B, high C is where I feel like it
Yeah.
should
Okay.
be.
That's
I
what
think
feel.
the hard part about these is you need more egos in here to like compare them with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no like guide for it because ego are very situational. Snag harpoon though is an A tier.
Snack harpoon.
Yeah.
Very definitely A tier.
My mouse
It
is bugging out.
crazy.
Yeah. Way to go.
Where to go?
There it
It
is,
is
right there, right
crazy
there. Above
how
thumb
many
capo.
ti-
Above thumb capo.
This here.
It is crazy to see how often bind is really useful in this game.
Mhm.
Like just the
Binds
ability
are-
to actually choose when to clash and how to clash against an attack.
And the
Having
passive
that kind of
too.
option, and the passive is also really good for Ishmael.
Yeah.
Like it's
It
basically
is a bit
just
RNG though.
What do you mean by cap? There was a limited amount of there's a limited amount of times it can activate per turn now. There didn't used to be. Basically. Snag harpoon has always been really good for the passive specifically.
Yeah.
The fact that it also bursts tremor is also really nice. Because
I do
Yeah.
think Snag Harpoon is a bit RNG in the passive because obviously it can change from. It does have the ability to harm you equally than it does buff you as well. So
I feel like it's probably overrated too, but I don't think it's overrated by like a huge amount.
I would say it teeters the line between the B and A.
Yeah.
Like,
Like I could probably
but there's no
put
in
it
between.
here.
Yeah,
Why
there's
want
no
to
in
win
between. I
harder
just think
thing?
Forest of Flame is just.
I don't know, sometimes it does help.
It does. If you are doing a fight where you are getting a lot of like neutral to favors, like Snag Harpoon can change that to be like constant favored or dominant. It is like a situation.
Okay, what is cast? Despite its high roll, probably just a C.
I was about to say it's got a good roll, and I do think the SP efficiency passive is situationally useful, especially like turn 1, 2, 3.
but it doesn't
Um,
really do anything else. That's the
it
problem.
It
doesn't
makes
do
you
much
lose
else.
less SP.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does make you lose less
but-
SP, which
Still,
is good.
it cannot be understated how good it is to just have a good, decently clashing
Clash.
option that
Yeah.
you can.
Yeah, no, it's
clashing
good for
option that you
clashing.
Just pop whenever.
Yeah.
That's
It-
Agreed.
Also, notably, one shots the fairy in the Fey Lantern fight, so it's four
it-
times
wait, with
weak
head
to what
roll?
is cast.
Oh
Is
my
it with
God.
head roll or just without head roll?
I think it needs a head roll still, but
Okay, fair enough. Fuck Fey Lantern. Fuck
Mhm.
you, bitch.
Oh my
branch
God,
of
Fey
knowledge.
Lantern.
Okay,
well,
I'm
this
gonna.
is our first bad one, I think.
No.
No, this is not a bad
Absolutely.
ego. The problem
We
is
can't undersell that 12 rupture is still 12 rupture.
12 rupture. This is still the best ego for inflicting rupture potency.
Also, it's the best clashing ego in this entire list.
Okay.
Well,
but
I
that
should
effect
change the
when
title,
you
yeah.
land heads though is so nasty. Why did
Then
they do
it
that?
is a nasty passive, but out of everything we have so far of the base ego, it clashes the best. It has 12 rupture. Kind of goaded with the source.
fair. I fixed the title.
I mean, it also can't be denied that it's also very cheap, even compared to other base ego.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's the same
It's
cost.
Is it?
Really?
Yeah, it's tied for the cheapest with all of them that aren't Land of Illusion and Rep Emitter.
Yeah.
Really? They're all the same amount. Never noticed that.
So technically, if we're being honest, it's the third highest cost because it can sometimes cost more sanity. But that's the
That
only
is
thing.
True. That sanity
Yeah,
thing really is like the biggest word on it.
It is. Yeah. Everything else about this ego is good.
Maybe
So I
up
think
type
low
5.
tier is fine.
Maybe up to 5, yeah.
Maybe up type 5, guys. I
Uh,
do think it sits in a solid bottom of B. I think that's fair.
I think that's fair too, yeah.
Comparative to everything else.
Um,
Considering it doesn't actually do anything to anyone else, it's just for him, he's selfish. Yeah, I think bottom of B is fair.
Two Pathos Mythos.
A tier.
A, really?
Yeah. Perma 3 damage up, great clashing.
It's only permanent
Also,
if you
damage
don't get
up
hit.
I mean, yeah. Just
and-
don't get hit silly.
Well, okay, but unbreakable coins yell at you. Is the problem now.
Just don't clash with the unbreakable coins forehead.
Good luck. I would put this one. It's
Nah.
definitely better than what is cast because what is cast doesn't have as
Yeah,
useful.
you
of
could
a
put.
passive.
You
It's a
could
very
put it,
useful
like,
passive.
B. I'd say above
I'd put
Honglu.
it here roughly for my own
above
opinion.
Honglu. I think
Honestly, that's
the
fair.
I think the problem is, well, I don't think it's a problem. When we're comparing base ego, the effects that the base ego do to the enemy or your allies is a lot better than what it does to yourself. I think that's how you typically rank this. Obviously, Chains of Others, Forest of Flame, and Yisang, the effects they give to the enemy or to themselves is so good that it's like, you know, getting an extra damage up, it doesn't really matter. Me when I inflict 20 fragile. I think that's a fair spot to put it.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to refresh my stream because I changed the title. It's fine.
Didn't they nerf the Seagull too?
No. No, I don't think so.
I remember they did something to it. I remember it used to be better, but I might be putting mushrooms.
I don't think it's ever been better than the way it is right now. I could be misremembering though.
Maybe we're all tripping. Maybe the sequel doesn't exist.
Suddenly one day is just what is cast, but
suddenly one day my arm had changed. Hey, this ego has first of all, the passive is actually very clutch. I do think it's a very clutch passive. Protection and healing when you're at under 25. It doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, goated.
It can go off. Does it still get bonuses from all 5 gems, or did they fix that? Okay.
Yes, it does.
No, it does.
Okay, well then I'll put it a little higher.
Yeah, you could have the Thanos Gauntlet.
It is still just a big punch at the end of the day, so.
And I will admit, I think if you beg for it, he will give you the keyword that you want when you're like using a keyword.
Man.
I've had
You really gotta pray for it though.
Still,
like please go give me flick bleed.
Still,
please, boom.
It is still the only burn ego that requires gloom to fuel. So.
Damn.
Wait, really?
That's including. We went over this earlier. If you were to fuel every single ego that can interact with burn exactly once, you would need 1 gloom resource, and it's for suddenly 1 day.
That's insane. I didn't realize that.
They're really committed to that the economy and the sins.
Yeah, I know.
Someone said, Smith said, fun fact, this was used in RR2 records to inflict 10 sinking on Sign of Roses.
I know.
That's W.
The fact that they had to optimize to using suddenly 1 day is ridiculous.
Peak ego.
Gregor's Lantern. Okay, this is one of the bad ones. I hate to be that guy.
It doesn't good healing on himself. And the passive's good for like wave fights.
It doesn't,
which are more prevalent nowadays.
It's got good healing on the only sinner who consistently has good healing on his IDs. Like,
and it's also
it only hits 1 enemy unless you corrode it.
Yeah.
It doesn't even heal that much.
Uptype 4 is AoE.
Oh, that's fair enough. But it's like, if you were going to use an AoE ego, Leisure Domain costs 1 less and it gives you way more value.
The thing is, it's like, with Unbreakable Coins, with Chain Battle System, I think the use for Fey Lantern Gregor has only gotten up. I would argue anything, it's like bottom of C or high D. If you had to put it.
I can't put it above D. Like, this ego genuinely is just not that useful anymore.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying with Unbreakable Coin and Chain Battles, like 40 wave fights, Unbreakable Coins, you'll get.
Yeah, you'll want to heal for that.
Shoutouts to the Rupture application that's only the Corrosion because it is literally just
why?
there.
Just why?
Yeah.
Lantern Sinclair though is an A probably.
This is like A tier. Yeah.
It's probably better than Forest because it heals.
Yeah. Yep.
Lantern is just really solid.
And great Rupture application on Corrosion. I love egos that have different but equally valuable applications in both forms.
Sorry, Matic, you're implying that there are people that say the Arknight's ego are bad.
Are there people that are saying that?
Yes,
because that's just
I've seen it. It's just ridiculous. But anyway,
I think it's just cap. It's just rage bait. It's gotta be.
It's gotta be rage bait.
Unlike the rage bait where Wishy Can is easy A tier. 5 paralyze on an ego, that's just OP.
It's 3, but whatever. Maybe it's more on Uptype 4. I don't remember the exact number, but it's a good amount. It's a good amount. I would put it in B, personally. But mostly just because it doesn't synergize with anything else.
Okay, it's 3 paralyze. And it's attack weight Uptype 4, though. So it's 3 attack weight for 3 paralyze.
I would put it in B, personally.
Yeah, I think B is fair. Like, in the niches and places where you want to use it, it's really good, but you're not really using it outside of those, I think.
It might also just be, it might be people trying to rationalize not having gotten them, too.
That's also probably, yeah.
Now that I think about it.
I really love using that ego as well on Tremor teams, especially Time Moratorium ones, because I think the fragility still applies before the application of the slot damage, and that's takes the extra damage that you get from Time Moratorium.
Interesting.
The other wishing can?
I think the
it's
other wishing donkeys
right?
one.
Yeah.
I want to like this one a lot more than I do, but having tried to make it work, it's just a little bit too
Here.
clunky.
It's literally the exact same as Yisang's wishing. I think it has one less power. That's about it.
It doesn't inflict paralysis.
It doesn't
It
inflict
It
paralysis.
does?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Up to 4. What are you guys on about?
Hang on.
It does.
Yeah, up to 3/4 has paralysis.
Oh,
Look at
yeah, it inflicts 2. Okay.
Yeah. It's the exact
Damn.
same as wishing con, just a little worse. So it's just behind him.
I mean, it inflicts bleed count, which is something the other one doesn't have. but-
Bleed count.
Shadows to the corrosion on this having a skill where you can trigger tremor burst up to 3 times. I don't know why she has that.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
sure
kinda
why
crazy,
that's
though.
there either, to be honest.
Go to
I think it really wanted to make
You know-
Dawn a
You know
thing.
what that is? Yeah, that's an N Corp Dawn upscale. You know what that
Oh
means?
my
Alan
God.
Greger upscale.
Everybody needs to die. This is... Yes, and yet Repom Otis.
Otis is like high B tier.
Yeah, I can see it.
I would,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's
Arguably,
fair.
I think it's
Like, she's
maybe
not gonna
worse than her
crash her-
base ego on average, but it is very up there.
It's very up there. The fragility the general fragility you can inflict when using the corrosion is very good, but it's just the only thing holding it back is that you're not clashing with this. They're just
Yeah,
not
it
clashing.
doesn't
Yeah.
clash very good. It does
The fact
refund
that
its
it
SP. though.
refuels, yeah, the fact that it overfunds SP, it has 2 attack power up to ally or 1 attack power up to allies.
It's just
And if you
quite
are
good.
using a Lust team, I guess if you have to make that argument, it's fucking insanely free.
Yeah, it is a
Yeah.
very good ego. I've always defended this ego, honestly. Ever since
Yeah,
Uptype
this is
4
a
came
W
out,
ego.
this has
It's
been
a
one
good
that I've
ego,
been...
just don't use it expecting it to make someone
Yeah.
explode.
Yeah.
because
Don't
it's
clash
gonna
with it.
happen.
Yeah, don't clash with it.
Okay, but Heathcliff's.
He's a amazing.
Go.
passive.
This is an S tier
Amazing
one,
passive.
right?
Yeah, this is -2 attack power down next turn on allies, and so it has first of all good clash.
Yeah.
It inflicts 2 attack power down next turn. It heals 4 allies with 25 SP. It essentially negates his stagger threshold because he just heals it back up.
Mhm.
5
attack
This man. 5. Is it 5 attack weight? Or is it 3?
It's
Oh no, it
5.
is 5 attack weight. You're right. It's plus.
It's
plus 15,
5.
Yeah.
It's 5 if you use it at 40 SP or higher. Which why wouldn't you?
Ye-
Uh,
Yeah. So 5 attack weight, and the corrosion's also really good too.
yeah.
Yeah.
This thing, I almost never get to use it because there's a lot of teams that you want to bring Heathcliff and you just can't fuel it very well. It takes a lot
That's
of different
unfortunate.
resources. Is the problem?
Wait, why? Hold on, someone. Why is Matic just said Cinephone has a scary laugh? It gives me Chromo
What?
whistle vibes. What did you
Why?
do?
That's so mean.
Is my laugh
What is-
that scary?
I didn't think it was. What's the
I
what's
didn't
with the
think it
Cine
was
shit?
anything particular. I don't know why they're saying
That's
you're
crazy.
scary.
Damn,
I never
guess you
even
should
thought of it like that.
cosplay Chroma now.
Ooh, Hexnail.
All right, what's the next ego? Hexnail is it Faust?
Hexnail.
Yeah, Faust.
Is good.
It's
Hexnail's
good.
fine.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
good.
Hexnail Faust
Three-
is slept on.
I don't think it is.
Three
I think
Emmy-
this was like the single best ego for damage when the game first came out.
Okay, well,
Also
fair
true.
enough.
I like
Sweet
Hexnail
fragility in
Faust.
either Pierce or MB, and one of
Both.
the other is just great in like a lot of different
Yeah.
situations.
People
I think
use
Curse is like
harsh teams anywhere.
before Overclock was a mechanic. People were using this to speedrun Railway 1.
okay, fair enough. That was not there.
Like it is really
I'm just
solid.
looking in the context of the modern day, I guess. I
Yeah,
should
in the
say.
context of the modern day, it's still okay.
Yeah. I think Curse is super slept on. She just gets flat 50% damage up for having negative effects, which you will have because Unbreakable Coins.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
W.
This
Sinclair?
this
Oh,
is an
dude.
ego that exists for Middle Sinclair.
Mhm.
Yes.
It's protection
don't think it's
and
bad.
defense power up,
Yeah.
and gets better with
Yeah,
ND resonance. Like
It's strong. It's great. Curse. It also activates Curse, and I do think Curse is very slept on status effect, especially when you actually have a lot of it.
Curse can be
Um,
really good, and when it's not really good, it inflicts defense power down. Uh,
Yeah, but and I think he solves that issue by activating it multiple times, which I think he activates it like 3 times or 2 times.
I
He
think it's
does-
twice.
So he activates it twice, and then if the target has, okay, so he activates it, then puts it on them, and then if they have high curse, he gives clash power down to them. I think it's really nice.
Mhm. I do I do think
it's
it's the
not bad.
weakest hex now, but
Top of B tier.
yeah,
top of
top
B
of
tier.
B
I think
seems
that's
fair
fair.
for it. It was
Like it might
it's
be the
neat.
worst,
it was.
but it's still great.
I used to think
Yeah.
this was not very good, but I've since used it, so
Yeah, and then I used the skill, and I was like, wait a minute, that's
Yeah.
actually
Rodians,
just
though.
like how Hexel Rodion
That-
is S tier, baby.
It's either low S or high A, definitely. It's really good.
I
It's
love.
I love this one because it's great healing, but also it does great damage too because of the
Mhm.
wound
And
point.
she's very cute. So I think
She
that
She
is
is
definitely
very
makes it-
cute.
That
I
is
like the little
very-
teddy bear.
It's the only
Yeah,
corrosion
sure.
where the sinner themselves doesn't become monstrous.
Yes.
It's
Say the
really
teddy bear.
strange.
Well,
Unless you
we
count the
say that-
entrails of the blood that are coming
Oh,
from
shut
her,
up.
You know.
Nobody cares about blood. This is the Project Moon universe.
I mean, we say that, but there's the weird thing where the bear uses her voice to talk about controlling her. So who's who?
Is it better than
Yeah.
Lantern? Okay, so Hexnail's healing isn't as high as Lantern's, but it is more damage, and also that's it. It's more damage.
Actually, fun fact,
Uh,
it is better than Lance. She gets 15% base, and if you have negative effects on the target, it's on herself, it's an extra 10%, so it's 25.
Isn't Lantern 30%?
Lantern's 15
Is it?
for Sinclair.
Oh. I'll put it at the top of A regardless. That's the lowest I'm willing to put it.
Also, so the maximum power of it is 3 allies and herself, so she heals 4 people with it. So 4
Okay.
people for 25%. It's not
Really
bad.
good.
Oh, by the way, we kind of glossed over this. So why does the Hex no corrosion for Faust give her a miscarriage?
What?
Oh,
Excuse
the
me?
cookies?
Oh, the
Yeah, the cookies
the
are good.
box. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Is
Lantern-
that what it's supposed to represent? I thought it was a gag.
Smith's Gregor's Lantern heals more based on damage dealt.
Um,
Sinclair's
I mean,
is a
yeah,
flat
yeah.
value.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's obviously a gag, but it's also like a gag about miscarriage. So I don't know why they did
I
Well,
don't know.
okay, if we're going by the logic of Project Moon, then Faust's signature ego for her canto is going to be from children in the flasks.
Mm.
that. That's gonna be the ultimate miscarriage ego.
Oh, it's the
I don't
corrosion.
know
that
the
does
lore,
it. Okay.
so.
Pursuance
That's
Marceau.
corrosion, yes.
Good.
Yeah, it's good.
That's
Very good.
It's very good. It's
Th-
probably
this thing's
better
no
than
flash is
Lance.
really good.
Lantern. It can't
Yeah,
heal.
I-
it can't heal
that's-
the user. So
Yeah, that's the biggest downside of it.
I guess that is the biggest downside of it.
that was fun.
It also does tremor burst, but those two can heal it.
Does it give
Again,
shield like
No.
it gives protection?
It
No,
does it?
keep-
Does it give protection?
Gives protection to allies, and the passive gives attack power up or defense up. But ignore that part.
I mean, defense up is not that bad
Oh,
now.
yeah, it
that we
does do
have Flash
protection.
Nah, I do agree. I actually think defense up is getting scaled up ever since we had power guards and power
I'll
clashes.
put it one spot up.
I'd say above Sinclair. I think that's fair.
Rodian's Pursuance.
Probably right below Mersault's. I'd say maybe. Or actually, I don't know.
I actually don't know which one of them is better, if I'm being so honest.
So
I
the
think
thing
they're,
about
like,
it,
about even.
yeah, they're about even, but they do different things. So Roja's one also heals, but she also applies shield. But she has to stagger it.
That's true. The
But
passive
she does
is...
get lithograph passive.
Yeah, the passive is just passive healing, and the fun fact: the corrosion triggers tremor burst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love Trevor.
I don't know
Also,
why.
her corrosion is also, her corrosion is so pretty in this.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite corrosions,
Yeah.
definitely. I think Rodian's is probably slightly weaker overall, but
Mhm.
It's still, it's like weaker by like 2 points.
It's a millimeter difference.
mhm.
Yeah.
Ardor Blossom Star.
This thing carried everyone through fucking Ricardo.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
This is the Ricardo ego.
fair enough. But where does it go? How useful is it otherwise?
Okay, well, you're
I
the
mean-
burn man. What do you want from me?
So the problem is Ishmael isn't run and burn very much anymore.
That is true. That is a
Uh,
very big thing against it.
Like, it's more useful the less burn that the ID itself can already inflict, because all it does is make it so that you inflict burn to multiple enemies at the same time. Which sounds great until you realize that they don't need that.
True.
Um,
But the corrosion is good.
it does hit really hard, and it does have 3
Yeah,
weight.
it's like a brew.
But aside from that, it doesn't really do much. It's just like a big hit.
It's a stat stake.
Yeah. So
Less
it's
than
like
Sanguine Disarm. I would say minimum B tier. Like
I'm putting in B. Like it definitely deserves
middle
B
package.
at least.
Like,
But
what?
if an
The more
Eagle-
we think about this, I think Yisang and the Wishing Cans should go higher. I think the more I'm looking at this,
really,
that paralysis is so good they inflict. I mean, like 4
I
paralysis,
guess,
3
yeah.
I
paralysis.
mean, look, I'm not gonna say paralysis isn't good, but it's just also not like that broken because every enemy rolls so many coins, especially like bosses.
I mean,
Tricky.
true, but the thing about it, I feel like breaking 1 or 2 coins and still losing the clash is better than breaking none of them and losing the clash.
That's fair. It's a tough call.
It is tough. I do think
Oh,
the
boy.
paralysis it gives is just so much.
Okay, this is
Oh,
the
Ebony
original
Stem.
OG. Ebony Stem is my OG. I've been with Ebony Stem since this game first came out. Easily S.
I think that's fair.
almost
I
agree.
think that's
Yeah.
fair. I
fair.
mean,
Mhm.
the ego is the passive
I think
alone
it's,
is just
it's one of the most busted passives on any ego, without a doubt.
Absolutely.
permanent rupture count is just goddamn.
Do you mean
I think-
Limbus? People are saying that Limbus should collaborate with Nikkei. I mean,
No.
like
Which one's Nikkei?
Nikkei is the one where they're
Ooh.
all robots and have massive boobs.
I think Limbus Company should collab with Nikkei.
Okay,
No,
you
I
know
don't
what?
think
That's
so.
a fair response.
I don't disagree.
I think they should collab with like a weird indie game that no one's ever heard of.
Like
I think that'd
Silksong?
be good.
Yeah, like Silksong.
Yeah, like Silksong.
I'm putting Impending Day in
Silksong
A.
collab?
Impending Day, I actually agree with you. It is slept in modern day.
I don't know where in A it would go. It's like low A, probably. So,
Probably lower than Forest of Flame. I would
fun
argue.
fact. It's not a fun fact. I really wish you could equip this with Hexnail. It would be so nice.
True.
It would be very good.
Using Hexnail and
The
then
power-
using Impending Day to corrosion to trigger the passive. It would be so nice.
That would be kind of goaded with the sword.
But
It would be incredibly goaded, but we don't leave it in a perfect world.
I mean, the corrosion is just 3 attack power up, basically. It's like 10 bleed.
It
Who
is.
cares? It's 10 damage, right? That's
Fair,
nothing.
fair.
Leisure Domain. This is like
Leisure
if Wishing
Domain,
Karen was good.
Surely this goes like
Damn.
A tier
Yeah,
or like even S tier.
Easy. Well, it would go in S tier if there were any IDs that could use it well right now, but there aren't.
There aren't, unfortunately. Like, it's a great stat stick ego to just pop in an emergency whenever you want for very, very cheap, and there's a lot of teams that can fuel it, but there's no team that can really take advantage of it that has Gregor in it.
The issue is, in
The
it-
mysterious
it'd be,
hype show. Regular.
it'd be really good in Tremor if Gregor could fuel it by himself. Because
Yeah.
Tremor has very few options for Gluttony if you're going pure Tremor, which is
I
a
guess
problem.
Eurodivi is like your biggest bet, right?
No, it's T-Corp
They have
Dawn.
Gluttony.
Think
Teacup
of Dawn,
Dawn.
yeah.
She has a
Yeah, because she's
Gluttony
good.
skill
and
1.
Gluttony.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's also a bleed ego if you squint. So,
True. Doesn't
Maggots
fit
are-
maggots.
okay,
Maggots are so weird.
screw loose
Okay,
Swallow.
dude, you have to give this to me. You have to give this to me. You
I
have
Okay.
put it in
Yeah,
S.
S
Yeah.
tier.
Yes.
It's like a
yes.
low S, but
Good.
this thing is slept on way too much.
Agreed.
This thing is way too slept on. I don't think people realize the power of percentages.
I don't
in
think
this.
people realize how
game.
good 3 haste and 60% damage is.
I don't think people
Yeah.
realize what Screw Loop does.
I don't think people
don't
know
think
what
they
this
know.
ego does. Yeah, that's another
So
thing.
let's explain to everyone, Slime. Let's take the leaderboard. What does Screw Loop Wallop do?
Screwless Wallop on Awakening inflicts paralysis on enemies when hit, but also, it most importantly, inflicts the surgery effect on Merceau. Now, 1 stack of surgery will take away 20% of your health, which is not good. But you know what is good? It gives you a permanent haste buff of 1 per stack, and then also gives you a 20% damage boost in exchange.
Oh, but you haven't even gotten to the best part, though, Slime.
What is the best part?
The best
Casco?
part is not only is it super cheap, so the corrosion is accessible, but the corrosion
Yeah.
gives you double that, and it's one of only 2 ego where, when corroded, you still get to pick the target.
Absolutely. I don't even know why he can do that, but he just can't because
Still
Hurley is the
paralyzed.
GOAT! I want
And
to
you
become
still-
strong! I
Yes.
want to get beat heartily.
It's like genuinely
thing about
one use of the corrosion is enough to like set up Merceau for the
40%
entire
increased
fight.
damage.
It's crazy.
The thing about it
honest-
is this, right?
Yeah.
Before Mersault used to like obviously before the Great Mersault ID Awakening, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, there was you could make the argument that Screw Loop Wallop didn't have as much use because you needed the regret to boost up his coin power. But ever since the great bamboo-hatted Kim Mersaulting, ever since then, you could arguably make the fact to never ever use Regret Mersault again and permanently use Screw Loop, and you will literally benefit from everything.
I would say that on the Bloodfiend Merceau ID, Screwloose is just better than Regret.
Yeah.
see
Like
that.
he has enough healing where the HP decrease doesn't matter. He deals a lot of damage already and boosts the damage of everybody at the same time, so it helps for him to have additional damage. He's not slow. Like,
No, not anymore. That's what I'm saying. Like modern Gregor, not modern Gregor, modern Mersault just fucking has taken Screw Loose Wallop, and just ran with it.
yeah.
I love the city I live in, guys.
Okay.
I love the city I live in.
So Roseate Desire Ishmael is a weird one.
I actually think this is slept on. I think this is.
I think that it might be slept on, but either way, it's worse than Wishing Cairn.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
But 10 offense level down and like 5 paralysis though.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
that's
it's for
very
one
good,
target.
But it's one
Yeah.
target, and there's also the fact that it's like one of those weird ego that wants to feel special. So
3
the
paralysis,
corrosion is
sorry.
positive coin. For some
Yeah,
reason.
I don't know what they were doing
But
with
I-
this one.
but I think in modern day, you know, it being a positive point, you know, you don't have to clash with it. For instance,
Also-
you can just.
I think the best part of this ego is its passive. Genuinely.
Pink ribbon is
Yeah.
permanent bind on the target,
Yeah.
which is actually permanent bind on the target.
Mhm.
But I do
it is
think if you're
one.
fighting bosses,
It is one bind, but it is still permanent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, isn't it permanent? Because if you're clashing theoretically every turn,
If
then it
Ishmael
is never-
clashes every turn, it never goes away. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the thing is like here, it's this, right? It's like if you have speed on Ishmael and you're fighting a boss, like let's just use Leihang, you smack him with fucking Rosette Desire turn 1, or like whatever on the first turn, and Ishmael's the fastest. That's how much is that? 3 clash power down, 3 paralysis.
Okay, but you missed the
That's
missed the
nuts.
qualifier there though, Kamui.
Yeah.
If Ishmael's the fastest, really?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Ishmael is
but
like the slowest sinner across all IDs. I want to say
there are some fast
It's
Ishmael IDs
because she's
nowadays.
fat.
it's
No,
not.
it's
Oh
fine.
yeah, it's because she's fat.
Slime.
And look, even if she's the middle of the team, right? The middle. Even if
The
she's the
middle.
middle of the team,
Okay.
that still benefits. That's still offense level up, which means they take less damage for the rest of the team.
It is just like Smith said. It's basically same turn chains of others.
Pretty much.
But that means it does rely on your speed, which is somewhat
Yeah.
problematic.
Conditionally, it could be goaded with the source.
The fastest ish
everything
is the default. That is true.
That is so sad.
I'll put it in like
Ooh,
low
Hanafuda's
B,
nice.
but I don't want to put it any higher.
Everything about Pink Shoes is
I'll say
so
low B.
weird, especially how the corrosion is on the awakening art instead of the actual awakening. Like, what's up with that?
Chat, based
is it
on
like that?
based on what you can see, can you kind of get it? Like ego is really hard to rank because almost all of them have uses. Is the
Yeah.
issue.
The corrosion for Ishmael is actually insanely good. The only downside for the corrosion is it's that it can target your allies with the fastest speed. That's like
Mhm.
literally the only downside.
And now Honglu's Rosate.
Unfortunately, probably worse than Ishmael's, but I think there could be a niche in the future for
I
defensible down.
I think this one's pretty weak. Yeah,
yeah.
it's
I do think defense level down and defense power up are like sleeper statuses that will only get better as the game goes on.
well,
but
I don't
it
think
is-
defense power down matters. The defense level down is definitely useful. It's like 15% damage. The half. I don't know. I think that the lust resonance thing on its passive, because it can only ever inflict 1 lust fragility, which is really strange.
Yeah, it's definitely it's supposed to be like an unfocused encounter. That's what this is supposed to be used for.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be used for unfocused guys. It's got attack weight. It has defense level down, which is more problematic in unfocused encounters where you can't choose your clashing. You'll have a total of how many skill slots? 12 skill slots in an unfocused encounter? Right, or-
No. In an unfocused one,
No?
you can have as many as you want, really.
You can have as many as you want, so you'll easily hit the plus fragility. It's got like an okay clash, like it's a 27, I think, or 28, so it's not high, it's not low. And maybe the corrosion does something else. I don't actually know what the corrosion. It does the same thing, but bind. So.
No, Warble, I don't agree. Anyways, moving on.
Also, it also probably doesn't help that, uncomparative to Ishmael, Honglu has some pretty good tests, like pretty good tests, like very good tests.
That's another thing. I'm genuinely underwhelmed by a lot of Honglu's ego, but his Teth lineup is pretty solid overall.
He's got that Teth go to even soda.
Rhymeshank.
Soda.
This is the classic goatee.
Rhymeshank is fucking broken. Yeah.
Very easy S tier. And if anybody disagrees with you, tell them to read the passive.
Yeah.
It's cracked
it's-
for no reason.
I mean, Baba Yaga is very big, so maybe that's why it's strong. Because
it
it's so
was-
big.
It was
Yeah.
designed in a time when they didn't know what ego were going to be allowed to do. And so it
So
just
they
became
decided
insane.
this random
So they
thing.
decided to make it inflict 10 potency and 8 count.
Yeah. I mean, that was after Uptype 4. Before that, it didn't inflict any count, really. It was like 2 count
okay.
and 8 potency or something like that. The Awakening didn't even inflict sinking count. Like, it was so bad.
Hello. I left my boiling rage of having. That's the next ID. Hi. Hello.
I don't know why people are upset about Heathcliff. Yo, I guess it's just because it's a Hey show.
I think it's just because it's high show.
Yeah.
There's a lot of high show drama. High show. I like high show. I'm the high show defender.
Yeah.
So.
I'm ambivalent
okay.
towards the high show, so I'm not happy about it, but I'm not gonna raise a stink either.
Fluid Sack Dawn, I
Fluid-
actually think
Okay.
does not deserve D2. I think it's like a B.
No, I'm not going to put it in D. I'm going to put it
Okay,
3 slots below Ardor Blossom Star, because Fluid Sac Don Quixote is effectively a slightly worse Ardor Blossom Star, but Gloom.
There. Did you know that this ID was bugged the whole time?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
It was.
It just didn't work.
Yeah. The stagger damage, bonus damage has never been working.
Yep.
Oh
It's
my
always
gosh.
the damage. The damage conditional has always been the opposite of what it says.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. They just fixed
Whole
it.
time?
They just fixed it.
Yeah.
Like this most recent update.
I love
I-
my development company, bro. We're
I
so
love my
happy
company.
years of this.
I do think the passive slash corrosion definitely has so much more to it. I mean, like 10 tremor, 10 sinking. It is potency. High. It's like the highest corrosion in the game. It's like 42, I think. I don't know what the highest is.
You're
Um,
wrong. I'm just gonna
is it?
say
What
it
is
right
it?
now. The highest corrosion in the game is Heathcliff's Telepole.
What is it?
54.
Yeah.
Is that negative or positive coin?
That's a negative coin corrosion.
Jesus Christ! Why is it 52? Okay, I didn't know that.
It
Fuck me.
gains 15 power if you have 1 charge count. That's why.
Okay.
It
fair
also
enough.
gives charge count before the conditional.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
The passive for Fluid Sac, it's so situational.
it's too situational.
But I could-
as
I
far
could
as I'm
s-
concerned,
I
the
could
passive does
see it.
nothing. Like,
So what? It's SP times 2 Gloom Res. So theoretically, if you had 2 Gloom Res, you take off 4%.
yeah, but like
Somewhat,
it
right?
is also intended to be used as a sinking ego, and in a sinking team, you don't need
Yeah.
that.
Also,
Yeah.
it doesn't help that Dawn doesn't have a sinking ego yet. I don't think.
Yeah, Dawn doesn't have a sinking
actually,
ID. I know. Okay,
Queen of
listen
Hatred
here,
is a
buddy.
sinking ego.
Queen of Hatred. Queen of Hatred does inflict sinking, but
Yeah.
it doesn't count towards sinking gifts, so she technically doesn't have a sinking ID yet.
Yeah, she does. It does.
It does. Yeah, I'm
It's
just.
part of her base
It
skills,
didn't
yeah.
used to,
It does.
but
It might have been bugged, but only awakening
No,
skills don't count.
it-
They're basic.
oh, you're talking about the ego. I'm talking about the ID.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about the ID.
Yeah.
are you
It
talking
used to
about?
be the way it used to calculate that, because it was kind of misleading. So that's why they updated it.
Oh,
Is the
okay.
fusion gifts looked at the base
Yeah.
skills that were in their original lineup only, so
Yeah.
it didn't count for sinking. at
It
the
was
time.
bugged, but it does count.
Why do you people know
It's
these
good,
passives
dude.
without looking them up?
We're fucking. We're
So I only know
okay?
Fluid Sac Dawn's passive because I know it's pretty much useless in almost every situation. It can be helpful, but usually you're not going to get any use for it. But yeah, as of
Again,
right now, Ryoshu has no syncing ID, and Sinclair has no charge ID. And Heathcliff has no burn ID until next week. But,
Yep.
And does Queen of Hatred don't really count for syncing? Let's be real with ourselves.
I mean, I guess. She does inflict it. It just isn't.
She inflicts it,
how you
and
would
the,
normally
and the
look at
ego
it.
that comes with her does inflict count. So yes, it does.
Fluid Sac Dawn, do we need to discuss this one?
That's Faust.
Fluid Sac Faust.
Fluid Sac Faust.
I
Oh,
actually want to make an argument here. I actually think Fluid Sac Faust
It's probably
getting
overrated.
a little bit worse. I don't think it's the top.
Really? What?
I think
I mean, I guess I
yeah.
would ask, but I think I know what it is, and it's not on there yet.
no, not really specifically that. I think the fact that it doesn't clash well and it doesn't really do a lot of damage is really hurting it nowadays.
There's one thing that this ego does badly, and it is clash. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the fact that
think it's
like a
better
lot
than
of
Chains of
days,
Others.
it is used as the SP start generator, and I think that's fair.
I think
you
it's
use it
better
to get,
than
like,
Chains of
20
Others. It is the best HP heal you can get outside of Garden of Thorns still.
Also, the best SP heal.
Yeah. It is not
Just
the best
one
ego
out.
for healing.
Yeah,
That one
I
we'll
think
get
that's-
to later,
yeah.
but
We will get to
fourth
yeah,
match
F
Flame
for Fluid Sac.
Fourth match Flame Yisang is a solid
think-
C tier ego.
I think his passive is good if you like.
Okay.
Don't use it, but you go.
The passive is good. The ego itself is not terrible. It costs 1 gluttony.
Why does it
What?
cost 1 gluttony? Why were they so obsessed with making all these rat ego that were focused on burn teams cost gluttony? Did you notice that?
It's
Why did you do
because
that?
it's on Yisang. But genuinely, the fact that it costs 1 gluttony makes this ego so much worse than it otherwise would be. It's so expensive for
Wow.
what it does. Like, for 7
It also- I mean,
resources, this isn't
does
what you
have
want.
a good 10 burn on 5 targets. Not bad. Like,
It's
that-
not
that's a
bad,
good-
but
that's-
it could,
yeah.
for its cost, I still would argue that
Uh,
it's not good enough. in
Are we
most
going to include
situations.
collab egos? I have
Yes.
a very strong feeling we will be
Let's
including.
see, are they
Why
here?
wouldn't
They're
we?
here. Yeah, we'll include them. I think you can tell where all of them are going to be before we even get to them. Put Fluid Sac lower, not
Yeah.
because it's bad or because it's overrated, but because it forced every Faust to feel it for a time. You know what? That's fair.
You know, that's very fair.
It does activate all
do
burn
that.
conditionals on everyone, but it is still a little expensive for what it does, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does
I will
only
say at
roll a
least-
20.
And also that makes it feel so much worse that it costs so
Yeah.
much resources and it only rolls a freaking 20. Like,
But
what
it
the
has
heck are you
saved
doing?
everyone's runs, so yeah, I guess it deserves.
It was the reason why 7 Yi Sang was used in Railway 2.
Goddamn.
That's not even a joke.
Also, shoutouts to the corrosion where Yi-Sang just freaking dies.
Yeah.
That's just corrosion. He just turns into a crispy.
Speaking
Oh,
of
Fourth match Flame
Rodion.
Rodion.
I don't remember what our passive does.
The passive isn't the important part. It's 3 Wrath Fragility to 5 targets.
Okay, yeah, that's noted.
Crazy.
Like, this
Yeah,
ego
that's
is way better than people think it is. I don't think it goes above B still, but it is a high B.
I better than better than Power. I'd put it below or around Art of Blossom.
Really?
Yeah.
For
I can
an
put it a little
awakening
lower.
Negative coin.
It
It's,
sucks that it's negative coin, but the ego is definitely
Yeah.
underrated.
It's still really good though because you still roll at 20 as a floor, and if you use it after you use another ego, then that's just a better chance you get to getting the full potential.
My logic for it is because the corrosion doesn't really change much. It does. The corrosion is
more
just the better
attack weight.
version because it just
Yeah, it's just a
It
better
rolls.
version.
It rolls lower, actually.
does it actually. Oh, wow,
Yeah,
doesn't
the
it?
awakening
That
is
has more
38
attack
to
weight.
20. The corrosion is
Um,
33 to 15.
But yeah, my only logic is that Wrath Fragility is more niche than like Paralysis.
It
Really,
is.
that's, like,
I
kind of
don't deny that. But it is
Okay,
a.
I'm fine leaving. I'm fine with leaving it there. That's a good spot. I don't know.
It's much better than people give it credit for. Now this one,
Which one? Ooh.
I want to put fourth match Flame Ryoshu in S.
I'm not against that because the passive is still one of like the most potent like clash powers
Yeah.
and just general power
Yeah.
you can get in this game.
It is. I think one of the only ego skills in the game that has 100% damage modifier.
There's a few, but yeah,
There's a few,
it's kind
but
of
they're all
rare.
like WoW tier. So
one of the Thoracalgias does on crit, I think,
oh, okay.
or can on
Fair
crit rather. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, this is goated. I mean, like, first of all, the clash is like a 37, I think. So why the roll so high?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That goes by attack
37
weight.
on
That's not even
Awakening,
including the skill power.
And on Corrosion, it rolls at 40.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. If you use the corrosion, you get 9 attack power up next turn.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
It's insane.
Is it 9 attack
God.
power up?
Yeah.
Or is
do. I
that...
think you can tell
3
the
failed
score girl-
kills.
3 failed kills. Oh my god.
Shit, you're right. Oh my fuck. What the fuck? Yeah, put this bitch above Fluid Sack. Fuck Fluid Sack.
I'm not putting it above Fluid Sack, but it definitely belongs in S tier.
Probably
I think you
Rhyme.
can tell
Yeah.
that Scorch Girl is the studio's one of the studio's favorite abnormalities.
Oh yeah,
You
Scorch
gotta
Girl's in
do it
every game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. The first...
Telepole
not the first.
Heathcliff. Now,
I'm not gonna lie to you, all the telepoles are out of my range. I don't think I've ever... I've used telepoles, but like I have not...
I've used all of
Explosive
them,
charge.
so it's okay. Heathcliff's
like
telepole.
telepole.
Heathcliff's telepole outside of rolling 54 on the corrosion is really a little too expensive for what it does. It's another one where it's a negative coin awakening, and it just in solos it's pretty good. Outside of solos, it doesn't really do much. You'd rather spend the resources on something else. I put it like here.
Yeah, it's another stat stick. Like status egos are like, okay, good, you can clash well, you can technically do impressive numbers, but if that's all you do, I don't think you're getting much higher than B or C.
Yeah.
You're just a
There.
stat stick.
Faust. Faust is underrated, I think. It's still not
is
like
underrated.
amazing. It doesn't flick
Mhm.
paralyze. That's the good thing.
It doesn't think that.
Having charge makes it deal more damage, and by it I mean all of your skills. And it's just genuinely pretty nice on most charge IDs. The one really
It doesn't
weird
flick
thing
power.
about it is that it makes Multicrack Faust skill 2 deal 8% less damage at peak because of how its passive works.
Why?
It spends count, right? Yeah, because it spends more count.
You spend 2 less counts, so you get 2 less counts worth of damage bonus.
That is so weird. Why is
It's
Yeah, it's
really
one of the only
strange, but it
ego
is a
that
good
does that,
ego.
which is
It's a
very
really good ego
Yeah,
still.
this is good.
It's just it
Better than
doesn't really compete.
donkeys?
I
That's
think
probably so, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
From looking at this, it seems better than Don Dakota.
So Dawn's
Is the charge count giver?
it gives 10 charge count to Dawn, and then it gives passive charge count to people using NB Resonance.
Yeah.
I
go to the
when the
source.
game first came out,
the
this was
charge.
one of the best ego in the game. Nowadays, it's kind of not necessary ever.
It's not really necessary.
Maybe it'll get more maybe it gets more necessarily the more potency charge units that come out, because then you want that potency more faster, right? So
Yeah, I do think that that's
it's one of them,
probably
like
the
a little bit
case.
of a graph.
It's the
I
one
could feel like a-
the potency charge unit that Dawn has doesn't need this because all of her skills are charge count positive anyway.
Yeah, no. Yeah, pretty
Mhm.
much.
Like people use it in
She herself
speedruns to inflict
use it-
rupture
Does it inflict rupture?
on corrosion. Yeah.
Oh my god, it does. On hit, gain 10 and 10 rupture. Give 5 fragile, 10 rupture, and 12 count to all allies. What
There-
the fuck?
It is really the corrosion is really nice because it's the other one that you can still target, so you don't have to worry about it hitting allies.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait, why does it give 5 fragile and 10 rupture to your team?
Listen, Kamui, this
It's-
is one of those release ego.
It's
okay?
a
They
release
just-
ego.
my
No, it's not.
God.
It's not a release ego. It came out later.
It's still like a season 1 or
It's a
2
season 1 ego, but it
Oh my
does
Season 1
God.
ego.
have that weird stuff to the corrosion. And that's like the only
Bro,
thing propping it up above Faust, in my opinion.
Bro,
But-
Kim Ji-hoon really said 10 rupture is worth 50% more damage taken, 10 to true damage taken. And I mean, he's not wrong, but Jesus Christ.
It's like the downside is massive, the upside is potentially really high.
When the self rupture ID comes out that uses self rupture for like conditionals, Telepol's gonna be eating good.
Your ID sounds freaking hilarious. Because if you get hit like once, you just explode.
A lifetime stew Don Quixote.
I actually
Oh, I
think
love
Lifetime
the-
Sudan is not actually that bad.
I think that this
I love
ego
her.
is really good, and there are no IDs that support it.
I think it's better than Sinclair's.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
It depends on who you ask, I think.
she's
Yeah,
really
let's
good
tell
if
what
you-
I said that.
She goes so naturally into a lost team, but she doesn't really support it because she's focused on burn. But you can still get a lot of very good damage if you do the corrosion, because the corrosion scales with
So
the resonance up to 50%, and then however resources you have left. So if you have a lost resonance team, you naturally are going to have a lot excess those resources, you can just
Yeah.
get that extra
Chat-
50% just easily.
Chat's already
Go ahead.
sussed it out. The big downside of this ego is the passive.
Really?
Uh,
Oh yeah,
Mm.
because it
The passive
restricts
is
to lust.
the passive is designed to allow you to spam the ego.
Yeah.
And the ego is pretty good for damage, no lie, but the fact that the passive goes resource negative it really sucks.
Yeah,
That is
that
very
is
sad.
that's a lot of resources. to
And
use.
like I said, there's still not a Don Quixote ID that really utilizes this super well. And so I can't really put it above C for now as a result.
I think that's fair. I think C is fine.
Yeah.
That's understandable. We'll have to wait for the Lust Don Quixote passive ID.
a lust burn Don Quixote, probably a Liu Association one, honestly.
Probably.
One day.
Now
Mr.
Sinclair's
Okay,
To himself.
B. Put it
you
B.
sounded so depressed having to admit that.
Well, I used to think this was the worst ego in the game, and I don't believe that anymore. There's a
I don't think it's the
I
worst.
think its reputation as the worst has always been exaggerated.
it's exaggerated
like
because
it's really
exaggerating it is funny.
Yeah, but also this doesn't change the fact that it's very finicky for what it does.
It for what it does, it's all right. Yeah, it does what it's supposed to do, and it does it well. It just sucks that
It's
it
still
can't deal damage very well.
Yeah, it's kind of bullcrap though that that you can proc rupture on known allies. That's bullcrap.
Why is
Okay,
Don
do
set
that.
close to ABS in a ranking? Because it's literally just ABS but Gloom. That's why.
Ooh.
I don't know what the comment is for. I think Lifetimes 2 and B is fine, because there's a lot of Sinclairs that can get a lot of healing out of it, and it's not like 7 burn on an ally is going to be that big of a deal. So,
Yeah.
Dimension Shredder Hung Lu.
Very good.
Oh.
Is it the
I
worst?
like him.
Controversial, I think
Ego.
it's the worst of the Dimension Shredders. That doesn't mean I think it's bad. I think it's pretty good.
Oh.
I think it's an A tier.
You think it's
I mean,
worse than Otis Dimension Shredder?
Yes, I do.
I mean, I can see why.
Hmm.
Despite the AOE, it doesn't have a lot of damage conditionals, and it also like
True.
it only
Like,
really has the.
it
rupture
inflicts
and the
fragile.
effect.
It gives a small amount of haste and charge count, and the passive is basically one unrelenting. But
Yeah.
it is just solid.
It is just solid.
Yeah.
Like it's the closest.
Also,
thing
the
to
invulnerability.
Yeah.
Can't
Oh,
die
okay.
with it. That kind of is really big. Yeah, no, I agree.
I remember when Lifetime
like-
Stu Sinclair triggered counters.
Yeah.
It used to.
It used to
Yeah.
do that, yeah. No.
I watched
Oh my
12
God.
get fucking hit with Ascended Fast Skill 3 in real time.
Okay. Dimension
That was
Shredder
funny.
Yi Sang is definitely one of those ego you only use for the passive.
Yeah.
It does
that's the one
roll
that gives
really
a more
high.
rupture count, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it rolls really high, so it's a good stat stick, but that passive is just like so mental.
The passive
almost
is
I
every
do
time.
think
crazy.
though. I do think he has the best Dimension Rift application though. That is a bit slept on.
That's true. That is a good amount of rupture count too. I think the big issue
Yeah.
is that it eats enemy rupture when it hits to deal pride
That's
damage.
fair.
So
This is like the best initiating like fucking rupture ego. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
turn 1, 2, you pop this bitch. End of the turn, 5 count. Oh my goodness,
it
crazy.
is
Shadows to-
very easy to fuel.
Shadows to Ji-Sang turning into an octopus for the corrosion. I don't know why he did that, but you go, white boy.
Yeah, that is weird.
Is he just Dimension Shredder?
Dimension Shredder, yeah.
Yeah,
Dimension-
he
for
turns
some
into a
reason,
hot dog.
He turns into a hot dog, yeah. You should look at the corrosions for these while we're doing this. A lot of them are very interesting. I love them so much.
Oh, I really love the corrosion designs a lot. It's really fun seeing, especially some people are more monstrous than others when you're going through
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otis's Dimension Shredder is a nuclear warhead.
It
Yeah,
is.
no,
Like,
Dim Shredder,
this thing
like-
is deceptive in the amount of damage it can actually do once you read all through all the conditionals.
Yeah,
Like-
no. There's a reason that this is. I mean, I was gonna say visually, this is the director's favorite ego. But just also like in gameplay, Jesus.
It's
Also, it gives
Crazy.
Otis load, and I'm sure lots of people love that.
yeah, load thumbs up. It's
What is, I'm gonna be so real. Every time I learn what load does, I forget it like immediately after.
so load.
Yeah, charge more damage.
Load is everybody's
More
favorite status. For any unit, it increases the damage of charge skills that spend charge count by 2.5% per stack, up to 15%, because it stacks to 6. On double Q Corp units, that doubles, so it's up to 30%.
That
It's
is pretty
5%
good.
though.
No, but it's
But
only for skills that spend charge count.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the problem, isn't it?
Didn't the lore explain that the more a sinner resembles the ego is because they resonate more with the abno? I mean, I that would be what I guess.
Yes, if that is like the lore reason as to why some sinners get certain abnos.
Yeah. Heathcliff's AEDD is another one of those ones that just inflicts paralysis, and that's why it's good.
And makes him unkillable. And
Yeah.
makes him unkillable.
Yeah, it's probably just.
He becomes Senator Armstrong.
It's also just gloom fragility. I'd put it above Wishing
Yeah.
Cairn, but not very far
I'm
above
Okay.
it.
Fair.
I
Curious
think that's very fair.
Yeah.
how it'll
what's
if they end up doing a Hohenheim ID when they do the Bokak for wellness check. I'm curious how this ego would interact with that.
I don't think it'll go to Heathcliff. I think Gregor will
Yeah,
get it.
I think it's
'Cause
more
You don't
likely to
think
go to
so?
Gregor, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's like
it'll
one
be like if
gloom
they do like a
fragility,
charm.
though, Smith.
Well, you
It's
know.
not a lot.
Agility.
Like,
Hey, 10%'s 10%.
I
100
think it's-
damage, that's 10 extra damage.
I think it's the least important part of the utility this ego gives. It's still useful, but
AEDW Dolph Heathcliff style for Chud.
no, he's not.
he's good. He's
Uh,
good with this one.
Gregor's AEDD
Speaking
has...
of Gregor!
Okay, this one has some problems to it. Like, it's obviously great in Rupture. Like, we're not even going to
Yeah.
argue that. In Charge,
That's pretty much it.
it gives 10 charge count, and then proceeds
For Rose Banner.
and then, yeah, for Rose Spanner. And then it proceeds to give all that charge count away at half the efficiency you gained it at. So, like...
Yeah,
And then there's the
it's-
fact that Rupture doesn't even need it anymore. It's like...
yeah. S tier, you know what? All I'm seeing is every Gregor ego we put on here. You want to know what I'm hearing? All I'm hearing is high show Gregor upscale. I'm sorry, but it is.
It
Shot-
genuinely would, but for now, it's probably like D.
Unfortunately, I think I have to generally agree. Back in the day when Rupture wasn't its dark ages, like this was like something that you always wanted to run, but nowadays there's just no need for it. Really.
Like, this would be a really good ego to have just for charge count gain support on a charge
Yeah,
team.
I was about to say it does just give charge count too.
So
it is.
and they gave it to the one sinner with no good IDs in the charge team. which-
Actually, I think you meant to say with only one ID in the charge team.
No,
Don't
I said
slander
no
my boy,
good
Rose
IDs.
Banner Gregor.
I said no
The
good
Rose-
IDs.
Hey, he does
buddy.
damage. He does good damage.
No, he doesn't.
He'll
No, he doesn't.
cut you up, dude. He'll cut you up.
Ishmael's Kipote. I don't know how to pronounce this one. I'm gonna be so honest.
Doesn't it give like wrath?
What?
It gives
it's
ups?
Capote.
Capote? Okay. It's it does 1 wrath damage up for all allies. The corrosion does 1 wrath damage up and 1 wrath fragility for all units.
Okay. Cool.
It also does
A
SP
bit of a-
damage.
I guess a more niche. I
It's
guess the problem you said before is there's not really a lot of Ishmael Burns, right? There's only one. It's Liu.
no, she has 2. Pequod.
Well, again, the
Pequod
problem is
doesn't
that
use
both
this.
are burnt-
This is an
Again,
ego
like-
that exists for Jung's office right now. It's not really that useful
Yeah.
outside of that.
Mhm.
Again, the
Pretty
problem
much.
with Ishmael, like you were saying, is that well, she does have a good, like, goodish burn ID. It's just that she's not slotted into most teams that would benefit from using this, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
But I guess Capote's best use is being a free skill 1, but to be honest with you, you don't even need the skill 1s to be fair.
Yeah, the skill 1s are already the most common skill you're gonna have. So
Yeah. But at least it has a use, so W.
yeah, I used
Top of
it.
C tier it goes.
I used it when Liu Ishmael was still good in burn. It was fine. This was used to speed kill
Fun
the
fact, this
last
was used to
night.
speed kill the last night. Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay,
What? How?
I can see it. It's just more damage.
Fragility. Yeah.
Now okay.
Okay, this one is just stupid, but I love it.
S tier.
This one is cracked. Do you know
Another
this can
assault.
inflict 99 tremor potency?
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
in fact, fun fact, this is how I cleared the EX conditional for LCE Tremor Pecatulum. I used Capote to build up. Like I used the burn team and then built Capote up to convert to Tremor to stagger the Pekatorn, the large one, to kill him on 15 turns.
Oh my goodness.
W fucking ego, well deserved.
Oh, it was
Also, he has like
it was a tremor
attack
kill,
weight.
apparently. So a lot of people don't know this, but Capote Ishmael does have tremor interaction on the corrosion. So
Really?
yeah,
I didn't know that.
it's a burst, and it does the same thing that Merceau's does. It inflicts burn by whatever.
Ah, that's cool.
It's really
Super
good because it's also
I will
really cheap.
Say, I don't hate the corrosions on these, but I wish it were a little bit more creative other than
Yeah.
just slapping molten metal on their face. I don't know why
They
they
could
did
have looked
that.
a little
For
better.
some reason,
I agree.
all the corrosions for Season 2's Battle Pass were very underwhelming for some reason. I don't know what was going on in that during that.
Weren't they having production times during that era?
I mean, it was their first like big post-release
Uh,
content drop, so I think that has something to do with it.
It was just the second battle pass. There wasn't really anything going on production-wise aside from getting the Kanto out.
Yeah, so they probably just didn't have that much experience, and they didn't know how much money
Yeah.
they would actually make. They didn't know they were about to make billions.
It was one of the ones that they were still deciding what things were allowed to do.
Cool.
Otis is Sunshower.
Sunshine Otis!
Sunshire Otis
Like,
is
this
really
high
good.
A.
Yeah, this is a high A
Right.
ego.
This thing flashes crazy for a 10.
This thing is
Like,
ridiculous clashing for no
Mhm.
reason.
I think it's not a fucking
It's
cat
not
at
as
all,
good
bro. It's
clashing
like
as
a he.
Pursuance, but
No.
Fair.
it also turns every single Otis ID into a Poise ID.
Yeah, also
No.
it's also a sinking, tremor bursting, poise,
I
whatever
think-
like dude.
I think aside
Ruptured
from
also,
the
it actually
holidays,
gets 4 statuses, by the way.
aside from the holidays, this interacts with the most statuses of any ego.
Yeah. So the corrosion gains poise count, inflicts 6 sinking, inflicts rupture, and then tremor bursts to inflict sinking count and rupture count. Bro,
Yeah.
they love this dog, bro.
Nobody knew
They
what
love this
Sun
as
Shower
well.
was supposed to do because the other Sun Shower has no keywords.
Doesn't do anything.
So,
Yeah.
I guess they had to compensate by giving this one all the keywords.
yeah.
Yeah, fuck me, man.
I mean, to be fair, Drifting Fox does all that. Like,
He does. Yeah, that's
It
the
does.
funny part. Like, he does do this.
speaking of, you sang Sun Shower. I don't know. It's one of the most
So,
underwhelming.
here's the
vibes.
thing. It's the thing about it is this. It's one of the best WoW effects, I think, has one of the best WoW effects, right?
Mhm.
But the problem is it's the modern age, it's really, really hard to clash with it nowadays.
Yeah, I'd still put it in high
And that's
A.
kind of it's still high A. It is still high A, but it is definitely falling off a little bit, not due to its own fault, but due to just keywords kind of needing to be a necessity.
This ego
it's
also
still-
used to be better, believe it or not, but it was because of a
Because it was
bug.
E, right?
Oh,
Oh.
really?
Uh,
I thought you were going to make it
so
used to be he.
you know how every Sin Affinity has a power up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was the first thing in the game that applied Sloth power up at all.
Okay.
And there was a problem in the code where every stack of Sloth power up increased damage to all skills by 100%.
Oh my god.
Fucking hell.
I don't know
Whoa.
why that was the case, but they fixed
Oh
it
my
very
gosh.
shortly afterwards.
Listen, man, this is the same company that made Lob Corp. I don't know why we're so surprised.
Yeah.
You know, the more I think about it, do you think it deserved the WoW conversion treatment? I think.
I think at the time
it.
it did.
At the time it did.
Nowadays,
Nowadays-
probably would just
Yeah,
Yeah,
nowadays,
nowadays it
if
could
this
be
was
a
a he, I could be like, yeah, I'd see that. That's a cool. That's a pretty good
It'd
he.
be like an expensive he, but for what it does, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Damage up,
Pretty good.
right. It was the Sloth damage up that was doing that.
Ah, the slot damage. Okay, Jesus.
Okay, Red Eyes Ryoshu is one of those ego that I've never found a use for. Am I alone in that?
Is this open or closed?
Closed.
close.
Okay. Closed.
It's like slash fragility and
really
the
good.
passive inflicts bind on Clashwind or something like that.
Inflicts plus coin drop, which is really good.
But don't they need to have bind for that specifically?
yeah.
Which is what makes
So
it
the ego
awkward.
fuse itself.
It
the
works
the
with
ego- the
itself
ego
and chains
doesn't-
of others.
Yeah, so it's like it inflicts 3 bind next turn, and then if they have 3 bind, it plus coin drops.
I
so-
still feel like it's usually not worth bringing.
The thing
Like,
is,
probably-
it's like comparative to other Ryoshu tests.
It's like another lust ego that goes near the bottom of C
Mm.
for me. Her other tests
This thing-
genuinely are pretty good.
This thing,
I mean-
like, go ahead, Slime.
Again, this is kind of like an issue with a lot of ego that try to do things without keywords, and we saw this also with the IDs. It's just the fact that the way the meta has developed, you really just want things that do anything to have to do with status, or if they do something that doesn't have to do with status, they do that thing very well.
Yeah,
And I don't think this thing does
Yeah.
anything that it says how to do well enough to justify its lack of status application
what's
or its lack of power.
what Smith says is also applicable here. Forest of the Flames inflicts fragile, and this inflicts slash fragility.
Yeah, I do think this though is a bit different because the corrosion inflicts 2+ coin drop. Now you're starting to get to like
Like,
2+
That's
coin drop on
good.
attack weight.
but is
It's
it
good.
good enough to bring over Blind Obsession? Is the question.
Yeah, that's the
I
big
think
issue.
I think it
there are
depends.
times you don't need to bring blind obsession,
I-
especially if you're
well,
like a poison.
most of the time you don't need to bring Blind Obsession, but I think it depends based on the scenario, regardless.
Potentially,
So like,
I did think it is good.
I still want to put it in C because this is one of the ones I just never use.
Maybe you have to start using it now. Maybe you have
Maybe.
to start to.
I'll put it
start-
at the
start
very
getting into it.
bottom
I
of
do think
B, and then
I do think it's way better than we are giving it credit for. It.
I think it
Maybe if
probably
they
is. Yeah.
Maybe if they ever committed to making a haste and bind team an actual thing, maybe this could find a use. But until then,
Yeah.
Mm.
The other one though is an A tier, I would say.
that
Red
is
eyes, open.
open.
Yeah, it's like a low A,
Mhm.
probably.
This one
So-
also has one of my favorite corrosions. Ryoshu has a lot of great corrosions in general.
So are we making this one higher strictly because it does more damage?
No, I'm factoring in the healing and the attack power gain from the passive, and the fact that it rolls so much higher.
Yeah.
How much does it roll again? So it's a 22 plus
34.
8 base,
34
and then if
at,
your speed
at
is
maximum
34,
without
okay.
any outside influence.
So, but like, how? See, my only issue is how really noticeable is this passive? Like, obviously there are going to be times you proc it, but like, is
It's
it really
More
so common
noticeable
that
than
you're
you
gonna be like-
think. Like, it triggers a lot more than
Mm.
you would expect.
Because what's 10? Because it depends on
It depends
how
on
much
her
HP,
HP, but
IDs have, right? Yeah.
first off, the amount of healing that it gives is enough to trigger it, which is important.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah, because it heals like
at least
10%
of max HP. Yeah, I see.
it
Okay,
heals 10%.
If
but
it's skill staggers or defeats.
I'm pretty sure the ID always heals more than 10%. It pretty much every other heal is 10% or more as well. So it's like
Okay.
any
Okay.
heal will trigger it pretty much.
Okay. Oh, all right.
You sound unsure.
I'll see it. I'll see it. No, I'm just thinking. I'm just trying to think of the application use of it. Like in my head, I feel like Red Eyes Closed has more like actual like visual use than the Red Eyes Open. But I also understand that the Red Eyes Open is just stronger in terms of like clashing and damage, and
Red
then
Eyes-
the effect is a
Also,
lot more
it-
like.
Red
subtle.
Eyes Closed has
Oh.
better potential. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just let's just click there. All right. The actual legitimate use of potential. Yeah. All right.
Also,
Yeah.
if I were to argue, this one just slots in naturally into a lot more teams because MB teams are the thing, and charge teams naturally want to have MB. residents have
Yeah.
That's another point.
I
it.
mean,
This one-
If
fair.
Ryoshu can be in those teams, she has an ID that does it.
yeah,
fair.
like you can be in there, and this naturally just finds more uses. The other one, being lost, has a very awkward time trying to fit into anything.
I'll put it below
Mm.
Dimension Shredder.
Which one is it?
Below Yisang's Dimension Shredder.
That's
Oh.
fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
These are my favorites.
Soda.
Yocha.
Soda.
Soda Ryoshu has been in
Soda.
the game for 2 years and still doesn't have an ID that can utilize it.
Wait till Kanto 9 season.
Bottom
Yeah,
of
we
B
will
tier.
finally confirm.
Anyways.
Okay,
It-
wait. can
If
we look at the-
Ryoshu had a sinking ID, this would go a little higher. But as it stands right now, this has no use, pretty much ever.
I mean,
I
the
think it
did
has
you
one.
notice? Did you recently notice, by the way, that they changed it so that if the corrosion, I don't know why this happened. I was doing a mirror dungeon run, and the corrosion applied the extra bonus ego resources effect before it went off. I don't know what
Oh.
happened there.
Oh,
That might
it
be a
always No, it's not a bug. If you use an ego, it shows the effects activating from the ego before the animation,
Okay.
so that they
I
don't
will
get in the way.
say, soda corrosion is very good.
This is
because
used
it
in the
gives you an
Railway
ego
2
resource
record
amp.
for more resources. Okay, well,
Yeah.
you know,
It's got a
Like,
very niche use in Riga resource. Amp.
fine. It goes
Also,
above
the-
Gregor's lantern. There.
I think that's fair. As someone who really loves this ego, especially the corrosion design, because I just love how she looks in there. Why does she look like that? Look at it.
I don't know.
She's a shrimp.
Soda Hong Lu.
Shrimply
It's
incredible.
not a shrimp. This is not a shrimp. Look at that thing.
I think
is that?
Soda Hong Lu's gotten better as the game's gone.
Sorry, Esku. Soda Hong Lu is not the worst ego in the game, and it never really was because it could always heal,
Yeah.
and that's a pretty big
Sorry,
bonus.
Cube Man.
It's a little.
Like,
Like even though it doesn't
It's
have
expensive.
a percentage, like 15 is 15.
It's expensive, but it is still healing, and SP healing is
It's also
always
cheap
been
as fuck,
good.
by the way. Like insanely cheap. Like
No,
Mm.
it's a
Cheap.
7 resource ego. It's not as cheap as you
yeah.
think.
Well, if you but on the teams that you slotted in, it's very cheap. Which is
Potentially,
every
yeah.
team. It's funny gloom.
I
Yeah,
will still say it's like the passive is fantastic nowadays.
Yeah.
But I
absolutely.
still would
Especially
probably
because
put it
they're
in like
abandoning the
B.
wave gimmick. Not abandoning it, but they're moving away from waves and more so just fucking 50 enemies in one
Yeah,
in one fight.
that's the big thing, right? Speaking
Also,
of Esku, where is he? Nobody knows. I think he was just
Vacate.
burnt out. He's on vacation.
Bro's on vacation.
Okay, I'd be remiss to not mention though the absolute crime of the corrosion one, where they thinking, man.
Oh
What
yeah,
were they
why does
doing?
why is the corrosion inflict 1 bind, inflict 5 tremor? What were they doing?
Yeah,
What were they
I don't
cooking?
know. That one is.
What
Like-
were they cooking?
He changed his
Like,
opinion to the worst ego, one of the 9-2s, and we'll get to those. So
We'll get to 9-2 fast.
he's
soon.
pregnant. I don't think that's true. I don't think anybody's hit him with a minivan for a while.
You'd be surprised.
Okay, regret.
Next one. Is this Assault?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's only
That's
one
fair.
ego regret.
No, yeah, you're right.
It's just
Yet.
really good.
I guess it's yeah,
It's really good.
it's just kind of attitude to just it's just. I mean, fuck me, man.
Even
Power is
beyond the
insane.
passive, it's pretty good in Tremor, and the fact that it can clear debuffs is really nice.
It is
So-
Yeah,
very
it
nice.
clears debuffs. It has like big,
Weirdly-
damage.
Weirdly, debuff healing is still a niche that's not filled by a lot of IDs or egos that much.
It's because it's really good.
Yeah.
I'd probably put it above 4th match. I don't want to put it above Rhyme Shank because that is still really good.
Yeah, that's fair.
I've
It's
never
still
really
one-
thought it was the best ego in the game, but it is certainly one of them.
I think Screwloose is definitely taking it over it personally now.
They definitely
it is-
clash.
yeah.
Yeah.
They clash. Ding ding ding.
Like, they're-
You know.
Like before, you could say that there was no contest, but now there's a very close contest. between
Yeah,
the two of them.
pretty much. Next one.
Effervescent Corrosion Rhodian.
I actually think it's not that bad.
I think this one's
It
pretty
actually does a
solid.
lot of
honestly.
tremor.
It's a lot of tremor
Yeah.
Yeah,
count.
Rodius is not bad. Like it's
Uh,
basically Rhyme Shank but for Tremor, which is a stat
Yeah,
that probably doesn't
Literally
do
just
much.
rhyme shank tremor.
it's maybe a little bit less because it doesn't inflict very much potency, but it's really good for count.
Yeah.
It's
Um,
also
so it's-
really
it's-
cool because it allows you to
Dicks-
generate gluttony.
Yeah, it's a doesn't require
I love
gluttony.
those kinds of ego that don't use the resource that they're based on, so you can just generate a resource.
Yeah,
I know, right?
I might put it a little.
Also
higher.
heals, by the way.
Only on the corrosion.
Yeah,
the corrosion.
so just a bit
I
weird.
love the
You know, just a bit
corrosion
random.
though. I loved how she
Clam.
has a little bow. Why is it so cute?
She's very cute because she's very fat.
True.
I'll put it like here.
W corrosion.
Like
W Roja.
passive is also pretty good.
Passive,
Unfortunately,
yeah, passive's
Hong
definitely a lot
Lu-
more niche. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Unfortunately, Hong Lu is a kind of a different story. Not that much though.
Yeah. Speaking of, I think Honglu might be next.
Yeah.
Yeah. That, yes.
Yeah.
So I've always defended this ego, but I think having like existed for a little bit longer, I don't really feel like I can defend it very much.
I
It-
think the.
It clashes good, and gluttony fragility used to be the worst type of
Yeah.
fragility. It isn't anymore, but like
The corrosion is probably what you'll want to use now more days than the awakening.
even that, it's like an expensive corrosion. though.
It is an expensive corrosion, but I guess if you're using a gluttony team, it doesn't really matter because you'll have 10 billion gluttony. So
Yeah, I still don't
I
feel
do
like
think
this goes very
his
high.
passive though is a bit well,
Item.
considering Lord Honglu doesn't want to get hit and people are trying to actively stop him from getting hit, it does kind of hurt
I'm
it a little
so
bit.
honest, I don't even know what it does.
You don't know
if
what the passive
struggle
does?
less than 50
Not
HP,
on this one.
inflict 1 rupture on the attacker. Highest gluttony absolute resonance times per turn.
Oh, that's useless.
So it can activate up to 7 per turn.
Yep.
So that's not
Uh,
bad.
You also need to be on low HP to
No.
gain attack weight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is the thing. So it is a bit. How you going? You know what it is actually? You know what it is good actually? Combining it with Tears of the Tarnished Blood. That is it has a lot more of a use because Tears will
I
automatically
guess.
lower your HP down.
I still don't feel like that's worth bringing it with though. It's
No,
like
but it is
absurdly
if you
niche.
do want to benefit from it, that is a way you could do it.
It's like a bottom of C, top of D type ego for me.
Yeah, no.
Unfortunate because
Put it
Ablin
at
Curl
top
is
of D
such a
just because we
goofy
don't have
fella,
very
and
many
I
there.
love him so much, and I think he deserved better.
Fuck
since it-
Ambling Pearl, that bitch fucking
Okay, shut
fuck
up.
his ass. But yeah, I'll say
Don't
Need a
talk shit
gambling
on my
curl?
boy.
I'm only talking shit on him because I don't remember when he appeared. Oh, Kind of 5? Yeah.
Yeah, he's
um,
kind of
Five,
five. All right,
Yeah,
chat.
I've
Pop
done
quiz. Pop quiz. Is the next ego the worst ego in the game?
Yeah.
The answer may surprise you.
The answer is yes, of course, because it's Faust 9-2.
Yeah, unfortunately. Now, I am gonna be the devil's advocate here, and I do think she has obviously one really good use, and it's 10 defense level down, which is nothing to sleep on.
No,
'cause
it's like what,
essentially
20%
free
damage,
fragile.
something like that.
20%. It's 3. It's the equivalent of 3 fragile.
No,
I think
it's
or
not
2.5
because
fragile?
the defense level down has diminishing returns, so it's too fragile.
Right, two and a bit fragile. So, you know, and if you use Art of Blossom, you have a reason to activate the 9-2. It doesn't give you benefit, but it is defense level down. So.
I mean, and like it has utility, but nothing is gonna save the fact that it's awkward as hell to actually slot into anything.
Yeah.
So the other big problem with this
It's cheap.
ego is that it's a burn ego that requires 3 gluttony.
Why?
Yeah,
I
that's-
still don't get it. What is their
It's-
obsession with making these cost gluttony?
The cost is not super high, but the cost is too weird.
It's too
It's
weird.
better on
Okay,
the. Did the thumbs have gluttony? I forget.
No,
No, right? No, they don't
No.
have that. No.
nope.
I don't know who uses.
It is
I
same
don't know
turn
who has
defense
gluttony
level
on the
down,
team.
but keep in
Yeah.
mind Hexnail is same turn fragility, so like you could use it regardless.
okay, counterpoint for F tier though. Look at this corrosion. It's okay.
No, the corrosion is
True.
great, and by that I mean the way it looks. But
Yeah.
some people were saying I would have thought Sinclair's would be worse. Sinclair's rolls pretty low, but it is 5 weight and can inflict attack power down. So
Yeah. Yeah. Also, you actually can use it on his IDs.
yeah, that too.
It's not.
It's still
It's not a little
bad.
bit harder.
Like, it's
You know, yeah.
really expensive for an ego for what it does, but it isn't as useless as Faust's.
At Shadows
Yeah.
when you slap it on Enclair and then it just kind of spirals out of control because he keeps hitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite time of day.
That's my favorite. I love it
And
so
Corp-
much.
Downward spiral. Downward spiral.
Mhm.
Downward spiral.
next?
Ryoshu's Blind Obsession.
Mm.
This is like a B.
Hmm.
It's
in
not
my
bad.
opinion.
It's
Yeah.
good. It's good. It's free poise for anyone, and
There-
the charge count is whatever. But mainly the
It's
poise.
it's got a bonus because a lot of Ryoshu's IDs can use it. Like
Yeah.
she's got a lot of poise IDs and a lot of IDs that fuel it well. I think the best ID to use it with is Butler, personally. But
Probably the one that has pride and crits. Yeah, I'd agree.
yeah, most likely. Doesn't the corrosion
likely.
inflict like pride fragility or
Uh,
something stupid?
No, you get charge count. I think you gain poise count.
Let me check. Obsession. Ryoshu. Blind Obsession. Poise. Charge count. for
Oh, it's
every
just
unit
crit
defeated.
damage. Okay.
And
Yeah.
plus 30 crit damage. Not bad, but not crazy.
It's not really
Smith
needed.
does mention actually, yeah, 92000 doesn't consume the burn on the target, which is nice. But
What? Yeah, it does.
doesn't it? He said he doesn't confirm. Or was he talking about Sinclair?
I
don't know.
think it's
Someone said
9-2. Convert 2 burn on target to 1 defense level down up to 10 times.
is that actually yeah.
Little
Okay.
Cheerleaster.
Hi Lunar.
Hey,
Luna,
Lunar.
welcome.
Oh, are you in call?
Hi, Luna.
What up? Oh, Ishmael's corrosion. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I have to add a thing for Lunar. Hold on.
Add.
The next
doc
ego is Ishmael's blind obsession. Discuss.
Okay.
Okay.
S tier. Next
S.
question.
Even in like the power creep,
Yeah, S tier.
the current power creep state of the game, it's still really good for a while.
I
And it was
alone,
a
I
first
alone
spot.
am the fucking 25 SP poise count, pierce damage up, pierce power up 1.
Yeah.
Basically, like it's hard to compete against that. Like it's hard to argue against it.
Also,
even-
blind obsession. Does her pass can her passive activate on herself or no?
No,
Does it
one
say
other ally.
other in it?
One other. It does one
Yeah, it
other
does.
ally.
Okay, so
Okay.
no.
Have you ever actually had blind obsession in like a MDE run? That
I have used it.
with a yeah, and you get that sinking stacks up, man.
Yeah,
it
no,
will
it
just
does.
corrode.
It does.
It does stack
It
up. yeah.
does.
Yeah, that's the only downside of blind obsession,
I also
I'd say.
notice that when she fucking eats my entire team and I die. So
She literally eats them too.
yeah, I'm not
It is definitely
But
S tier,
yeah,
yeah.
for the first war introduced
say,
the game
like,
officially,
higher
it's
than
held up
4th.
very well.
Yeah.
I was gonna say higher than Yes and Yada because they serve the same
The
purpose.
thing about it is like the WoWs at this point are like you can't even argue the fact they're not like top 5.
I think there's a couple you
Well,
could
except
argue.
one, except one of
Well,
them.
Yeah, a lot of the new. We're gonna.
We'll
I know
get
who
to
you're
them.
talking about.
We'll get to them.
He will be right. He's got no. I'm not gonna have the argument. We'll wait.
Holiday
I will
Heathcliff?
defend him with my life.
Question mark?
Oh, he lived!
Not bad, but definitely a little. Not bad. Definitely a little.
It's
bit
gotten
awkward to
better.
use. It's gotten better.
Yeah.
I love Sando.
I'm still gonna
I
put
want
it
to
in
fight
C.
The thing
Sando
is,
bad.
it makes him just inflict more of every status, which is nice.
Yeah,
Even if he
that's
has
the
to have
big
big-
thing.
negative.
I'm
Yeah,
also
if
just
anything, you
biased,
just use it for the passive.
biased in favor of
Yeah.
Cyan Eagle because being able to change the resistances you have at the start of combat is always cool.
No.
Yeah, Zayn have that, and also I think it's just you could just forget the forget all the awakening and corrosions. Just the passive is. the main
Yeah.
one.
Usually it lets you inflict like 6 or 7 more of the status effect per turn, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Also, it has the Gregor thing where it can benefit from old
Yeah,
stone.
the
It
Thepnos gauntlet.
can be better than Body Sack, is the thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
it can.
It rolls higher than by default, which is nice.
You know what it is? It's the perfect thing that a Zane should be. A situationally used Zane. Comparative
Yeah.
to this other Zane.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Holiday Otis, though.
I think it's good.
I think this is a pretty
Is
good
that
one.
Not as
Yeah.
good as
It's an SP. It's a big
I
SP
don't think
heal.
it's
Yeah.
a big SP heal, so that automatically makes it A tier, I think, by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as good as Ebony Stem, but I think it's a better like generalist tool, I think. Especially because it attack power and fragility as well. But
Poor
you
man's
mainly use
blind
it in
obsession.
Yeah.
It's
Poor
not
man.
even though because it's locked behind an event.
But I want Otis to give me presents, so I think it's A tier.
I do think it's A tier.
Also, the corrosion is rad as hell. I don't know why she just turns into balloons and then explodes into viscera, but I like that.
Yeah, and it does inflict fragility, so
That's true.
Yeah, it's good. Deserves where it is.
Okay,
Is this the fabled one?
this is one of the
Thank God,
ones
here
that
we
I
go.
feel like you could argue isn't S tier. But that's because
it's
it's
only
because
gotten
it's
better.
really hard to use.
But it's only gotten better
Maybe.
as the game goes on.
It is a good ego. I'm not arguing that it'll be anywhere lower than like mid A tier.
I'll take A. I'll fight for this ego. I'll take high
Really?
to mid A.
You'll put it on A?
Yeah.
Yeah. Think about it.
Why?
It is the single biggest HP heal in the entire game. First of all,
Yeah.
the passive doesn't really do anything, so let's not worry about that. If you
Unfocused.
if you can get to at least 6 resonance with it, it
wait,
gives
and
insane
it's not just
buffs.
resonance you need it to go first because it applies the power up to the same turn.
No,
yeah,
but if you
Modern
do it-
Gregor
Last,
IDs
it's
are
like
fast.
useless.
If the resonance
Modern
is
Gregor
high
IDs
enough, it does it for same turn and next turn.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you still want it to go first.
The thing
Just-
is,
just makes it
Alan
more
Gregor
difficult.
has skyrocketed this ego by like a lot because it's a speed. He has haste.
I don't know. I feel like this one
And
has
also-
been pretty good since Priest, honestly.
Yeah, Priest has made. I think the fact is this, right? Now that we have a 7 Sinner cap, you can actually get a 6 resin without having to have a whole team, right? Because you have 7 Sinners. So theoretically, it is possible to activate every sloth or every Sin affinity at a 6 resin.
It isn't affected by any gems, but also we don't really take that into account that much because that's only mirror dungeon.
Yeah, it still clashes high though.
It does clash pretty high.
Well, actually,
yeah.
isn't it rupture?
No,
isn't.
it doesn't. It only inflicts
Passive
rupture on the
is.
passive, so the gem doesn't count.
Oh.
The
Oh, it did
lust
inflict
one technically still boosts it because it is lust. I think
Yeah,
it
yeah.
increases the damage.
But wait,
a little.
uptype 5, sinless. That'll
Doubt.
be S tier.
Really doubt.
Trust
Yi
uptype 5.
Sang's bygone days. This is like a really
I
good.
think it's like a
ego.
solid top of A, bottom of A, top of B. I'm fine
Yeah.
with
I
that.
think
That
that's a
sounds
good
Yeah,
one, but
that's
again, I'm
decent.
biased because it's saying.
So
Yeah, I
And
think
use it
for
for
a
the
Zayn.
past.
the passive
Yeah,
is
it's-
insane in syncing.
Yeah, 2 clash power up, and I mean bind is free, and it's yeah.
There's a bunch of
the
bleed
awakening
IDs that you can
animation-
bring for gluttony.
By the way, why is the awakening animation so short? By the way,
I don't
So
know.
short, but
That's
honestly,
speedrun text.
It's the second shortest ego animation.
What's the shortest?
the other one is
Fourth match
Awakening
flame.
Rodian, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
Rodian's fourth match flame is less than 4 seconds.
Zayn fate.
crazy.
Honestly, though, with some of the ego they release nowadays, I kind of.
Do they not know the
manner
manner tech? Oh no, I do.
Yeah,
Manner tech.
this
Every-
yeah. So fun fact, I'll let you explain.
The way that I understand it is every single bit of syncing that it inflicts individually as an effect. So it can inflict as much syncing count as it inflicts syncing potency on each target.
Yep. Definitely a bug, by the way.
It's
but
definitely a bug,
uh,
but it still works. So they haven't
definitely a
fixed
bug,
it.
but it works. So yeah,
It's
That goes to the
insane for
mana, has a
syncing.
minimum 3 count can be gained because obviously 50-50 math, right? So
I mean, that's not how math works, but
Yeah.
that's Limbus PAs. They don't read anyway, so
Um,
just go with it.
it is definitely, if it were functioning the way that it were, I'm assuming it's supposed to
Intended.
be, it would definitely be an A tier ego.
Yeah.
If you take the syncing into account, it's probably like S tier.
Mm.
Which I don't know. Should we?
I think we should just keep it in A.
I don't
because
know.
we
I think
should rotate
bottom,
between
top of
classes.
B, bottom of A is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a bug technically.
also
It's
niche
unintended
passive ego.
behavior. I mean,
I'd actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'd say top of B just because it's niche for syncing, right? Like if you don't have syncing, then why? Like what?
yeah. I
That's
guess if you
really it.
don't have syncing, it doesn't really do anything. But
Yeah.
obviously,
It's still good. Like it
Yeah.
teeters on that line.
Came here to scream at you for misranking Fell Bullet Yi Sang. I put him in A tier.
I did have to fight for it, but we did put him in A tier.
I put him in A tier. Do you think that's unfair? I can put him
Begrudgingly,
lower.
we put him in A tier, okay?
I can move him
Begrudgingly.
lower.
We're gonna drop him lower now.
Don't move him lower. You've already saved the image. It's done.
Uh,
Can't change it.
Bygone Days Gregor is a pretty good SP heal. I think people don't give it as much credit
Actually,
as it deserves.
pretty nice. Yeah, definitely niche. SP Hills
wait,
is
Cas-
not bad.
Wait, Casco, didn't you get on my case? Somebody got on my case when I tried to say this is a good alternative to having fluid sec because someone was telling me that this ego is bad because it's not as good as fluid sec, and I was like, why are we comparing these?
Okay,
two
first off, that's a bad argument.
things?
Not
Yeah, I don't know
there's
who
almost
did that.
nothing is as
Somebody-
good as fluid sac when it comes to healing. Secondly, I wouldn't
Yeah.
have gotten on your ass for that. I think this is a pretty good SP heal. It just doesn't do anything else.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
it
corruption
has
is
to be.
good for bloom fragility, but I don't think there's that many teams that can take full advantage of it, even sinking
It
teams.
does also inflict count, which is nice.
Okay,
Well,
fair
yeah.
enough.
It
But-
eats sinking count, actually.
Yeah, on the corrosion, sorry.
Yeah. Bygone Days are excellent just as a whole. Okay. I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
Bygone Days
something
are good.
controversial.
Even Ishmael's, which
Oh.
we'll get to later.
I'm gonna say something controversial.
What is
Well,
it?
yeah.
I think
You don't like Ishmael's?
I think Ishmael's Bygone Days is one of the worst ego we've gotten in a long time.
Ooh, what?
The
But the
healing
corrosion of
the
life-
healing is completely negligible. It's the only ego heal that can't activate Red Eye's Open's passive, by the way.
Oh my god.
And by can't, I mean sometimes can't. I know it can go up to 10% at maximum conditionals.
Isn't it 30% at max conditionals?
No, it's 10%.
No, it's 20% at max sinking, and then if you have a gloom res, it's an extra 10.
Hold on,
It's
I'm
30.
pulling this up.
Yeah.
2 allies with lowest HP. Oh, 10% is the absolute minimum. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was wrong about that.
Potential.
Uh,
Potential 10%.
it's just what
I don't know. 3 sinking count. Uninvited is a good passive, but debuff.
Okay, 3 sinking count on one guy, though. You have to keep that in mind.
Fair.
Also, the corrosion can apply echoes to the manor.
That is true.
man.
It does apply echoes.
It does apply
I mean,
echoes, but
That
it's
by
the
itself
corrosion.
is-
The
yeah.
corrosion costs 10 resources, by the way.
Yeah. Well, echoes is kind of OP, so fair enough.
Oh, I will say the corrosion does heal less than the awakening.
Okay,
Well,
fair.
if you're going for the corrosion, you're not using it for the healing. You're going for the corrosion for echoes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would still, I think I maybe undervalued it a little, but I still say it's probably the weakest Bygone Days at the very least.
Unfortunately, I don't think I can like deny you that. Like, I do think it's like the worst one, but I don't think it's as one of the Marios who were making it out to be.
Here's the thing, right? If you're on a sinking team, this is the best. If you are not using a sinking team, you probably won't get that much from it besides the SP.
I mean, I think
Because the
that's true
uninvited,
about all
I
of
am
them except for
defending-
Gregor's.
I know,
I
but
would
I am
rather be
defending the
spamming title
uninvited.
LG, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't
Yeah.
fight for a slot with title LG at least.
Yeah, it's a tat, so you can put it in. And to be fair, if you compare it to her other tats, which is Capote and Rosette Desire, and is that it? I think.
I guess AoE with Gloom Resonance. Oh, I might have just missed that. That's true.
Yeah, it does get AoE. I actually, yeah, no, I think it's goaded. I think it's
told
goaded
you,
with this.
kind
person.
It's a little
I think
better
it's
than I
alongside
gave it credit
Isang,
for.
personally.
I still say it's the weakest of the 3, though.
Yeah, like I think it's on the night was the weakest one, but I don't think it's by wide margin. It's still in the same general power ranking.
Limbus Company
I
is
would-
under
I would put it
maintenance.
with
Yeah,
Isang.
it's always under maintenance at this time.
Yep. It is, in fact, just hit, mate. There you go.
An hour ago, yeah. No.
About an hour ago.
Just like 2 minutes ago.
So, was it
Wait.
just 2 minutes ago or an hour ago?
It
Yeah,
should be
just-
in
it's
an
just
hour,
now.
shouldn't it?
No.
It updates
I mean,
in
this
an
is
hour
2 minutes ago.
Daylight savings is messing
What?
me up.
or 2 hours. I know.
Daylight
it
savings is
updates
messing
at,
me up.
started
2
3
hours.
minutes ago and it ends
Yeah.
in 2 hours.
Yep.
Don Quixote's Electric Screaming.
Great
like
for
Which one?
Envy team, but
It's
that's
cute.
about it.
Yeah, I was
think
gonna
she's
say
very
Envy
cute.
Team. This
I
is
like-
an Envy ego. Oh no, I lost it. There it is.
Yeah.
Where did it go? Oh, there it is.
She went
So,
home.
for those who don't know, this is the best Envy ego for damage.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Pretty much.
Mhm.
Now that being said, it's
Well,
lower
magical
damage than
gold, but-
Dimension Shredder, but the cost is so much lower that you don't even need to. It doesn't even compare at the end of the day. The corrosion just gets a free 100% damage bonus for some reason. I really
Well,
like
it
this
gets it.
ego. I think it's a low A probably.
Low A makes sense.
No, it makes absolute sense for this one. This one is just fun to just like try
This-
to make work.
This is one I use
is.
a lot. I'm very acquainted with Electric Screaming.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
love when
just
she
to play
turns it.
this.
I love how she
Kamui,
looks.
do you have an opinion?
It's a
No. As in, like, I don't use a lot of charge teams, so I
Oh,
don't.
fair.
I
Yeah.
have used Electric Screaming a lot, so I'm just like, I'm disagreeing. Like, I don't really have much of a
I've
counter
used a
argument.
lot of Envy team, and right now, you basically just use it to replace Itnola Don's S1, and that's it.
Or you could
Fair.
use it
I
instead of
tend
her
to use
defense.
Magical Girl a lot now, so
too.
if I use Envy, I use Magical Girl, so kind of like my priority.
Yeah. Like, you don't need it as much as you used to. Like, you would use it with Middle Dawn, but you don't need that.
Yeah, it was better with Middle Dawn, but Middle Dawn is
Fair.
just worse. Itnola.
Okay, now for the best charge
Mersaults.
ego in the game.
I was about to say, I do think Mersaults is probably the best charge. That's not like...
Yeah.
This one has been
Yeah.
there.
This
just
one
a
is
rough
pure
pen, though.
envy.
Yeah.
This one has been just a rough pen though, because it
Wait,
has to
it has
compete
wrath.
with so much more in the TED slot. So if you're gonna ever use this, it's only ever on charge teams.
It's
But that makes sense because
Yeah, I was gonna say its biggest downside is it competes with both Screw Loose and Regret. In
Yeah.
in Envy
So-
Resonance, this isn't even a competition. You take Electric Screaming every time.
For
Yeah.
sure.
In any other team, you'll probably want to take one of the other two. But when it comes to charge,
Regret.
there is no other ego that gives charge to allies better. It is the single best way to give charge count to allies.
indeed. I don't think there's much else to say. I think we are all in agreement that it deserves to
Yeah.
be high up. with us.
Yeah.
A high A seems
does
Those
very...
very-
electric
as
screamings
a-
are just for envy charge teams.
Shoutouts to
Yeah,
the corrosion where Mersault
Yeah.
just turns into an electric sheep.
I was gonna
Yes.
say-
Turns into him and he just
Yeah.
sits down.
Just
I
like-
was gonna say shout out to the Corrosion, which just turns it into Dawn's Electric Screaming instead.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's just Dawn's, which is really funny.
So it's a good option for damage in that regard. Otis's Binds.
Also, I think it has the most... Ooh, Otis Binds. I actually think... I've used Binds a lot. I think Tremor Fracture is underrated.
Mhm.
I think Tremor Fracture is the second or third weakest tremor type that you can apply to an enemy.
Yes, but I still
Uh,
think it's...
It's very
Underrated.
situational, is the main reason
It
why.
is.
Yeah, stagger low.
Outside of that, the ego is still definitely A tier.
It is just by
Uh,
account of, like, its strength and
Yeah, it's just generally
how much
good.
damage
Hu-
it does.
huge
and
amounts
also,
of
it
tremor.
does give you Pride Res.
And the passive is broken. Is the other thing.
What do you
Literally.
Pretty resources.
Oh yeah, because it literally just gives you the eco gift.
Grand
Oh,
welcome.
Yeah,
Welcome.
it just gives you
Yeah,
grand
it's grand
welcome. it's,
Yeah.
it's insane.
So the thing about Fracture is this. Ignore the fact that Reverb just superior, like just surpasses everything, right?
Yeah.
So take it out of the faction. If you are fighting an enemy, like a boss, that has a single stagger bar, right, and no other broken state, Fracture is the best because it gives you the bonus stagger that you would have broken, but it's only one stagger threshold, right? So it's like you're dealing like mathematically more damage to it because you applied Fracture, right? That's like the biggest niche case of Fracture, and that's why I defend it. In Extreme, you notice it a lot more because the 99 that you get from Reverb doesn't really matter in Extreme. And just dealing like potential more damage is much better. That's my logic behind it.
That's fair. I was gonna say, when the enemy is staggered, Fracture is always better than a 99 stack of Decay,
Yeah.
which is one thing.
Well, decay is just
De-
decay.
Decay is just defense
Decay
level
is
down.
decay.
At maximum Decay, I think it's like
Yeah.
4 fragile. Fracture is 5 fragile. So, like, it is really good.
Oh, and I guess we should explain, just in case people are not aware how staggering works. There are multiple levels to stagger.
Yeah.
And each level makes them take more damage.
The initial staggered
you wanna-
makes them take double, and for every stagger level
Yeah.
after that, there's 2 levels after that, it increases the bonus by
Yep.
50%.
Mm-hmm.
So
they should have made Fracture have the triple plus. That would have been a go.
that would have been ridiculous.
3.5%. Oh my goodness gracious.
Sorry, 350%. What are you talking about? 3.5.
Well, because it's times. Because
It's times 3.5. Yeah, it would be times
Yeah,
3.5.
but it's times 3.5. But 350.
Okay, but Heathcliff Spines?
S tier.
Yeah,
I love Heathcliff Spines.
It's just-
Definitely S tier.
Yeah.
this
An
ego is
eagle
cracked.
that
Is it better
any
than Blind
eagle that's
Obsession?
just
It's probably
seven,
better than Blind
like-
Obsession.
offense and
Yeah.
power up is just crazy. Like anything
Offense,
in this game,
power up,
like,
attack skills.
Ignore everything else
And
about Binds, and keep in mind that it turns every single target skill AoE for a turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also
Clear.
true.
Yeah, I mean, Fracture
that
is
is
capped at
also-
3 times physical resistance because Stagger is capped at 3 times physical resistance.
Yeah. Also, the fact that Binds is, I believe, was Binds the initiator of the WoW doesn't consume 45 SP ego and only does 10 per turn.
Technically,
Pretty sure.
technically Otis's was because you get that one earlier, but
Otis is right. So that buff that the new like Val ego get is insane because you're not punished that heavily for using that. So like you use it and it's only like 20 SP, and then you can still clash. You still have like 70% chance to roll heads compared to
yeah.
like losing all your SP.
You still get punished pretty heavily. You start spamming it though, because then you.
Yeah, if you spam it, that's where you start getting punished.
Yeah.
By the episode there.
so, somebody did suss it out. Load 8-leer logic bullet with binds activated. That's
Holy shit! Yeah,
Oh,
that
you
would
have
blow up
those
the entire
bonus
enemy
for
field.
that.
yeah.
Also, the passive is just a better version of Electric Screaming Merceau's passive.
It also used to be bugged.
Oh,
where it would
really?
do the entire coin, not just the last coin. Yeah, it would do the whole skill, not just the
I
last.
did not know
coin.
that.
Uh-oh.
I didn't
Yeah.
use it at
So
all.
back in season 4, the entire coin, entire skill was affected by Before the King Binds, and they came out and said, "No, we can't have that," and they just nerfed it to 1 coin. Which
Wild
is fair.
Hunt. What? Okay, that's hilarious because Wild Hunt's skill 2 is by default 1 attack weight, so even if it has 3 attack weight, it still doubles the attack weight. That's awesome.
Yeah. That is really funny.
Okay.
Take one.
Wing beat. Oh no.
Wing beat's good.
No, it isn't.
I
Okay,
like Wing Beat.
that's the thing with Wingbeat, right? Like, I agree with Casco. I think a lot of people glazed the hell out of this when it first came out, and I don't think it deserves it because this is basically just gambling already in a gambling-heavy game.
If I had the
I don't
option,
think
I would
it's
put this in
blaze-worthy,
D,
I just think it's good.
like top of D. So the
I
problem
can
with
see top of B.
I think you misheard me, Kamui.
Oh, did you say bottom of B?
I said top of D.
Oh, D! Oh my god, D!
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Would you rather eat a
solemn
seal or a
elemental
dolphin? Why are you asking me that in my chat?
Because you're a centipede,
Well,
and obviously centipedes
answer the-
hunt these animals
Answer the
in the wild.
fucking question.
So I'm not going to. So the problem with Wingbeat is that it's almost entirely RNG to get more than like 3 hits.
Yeah.
And while it can do an insane amount of damage, it rarely ever does.
Okay,
And
but
here's the thing,
counter
in
argument.
Okay, but also my counter argument for your counter argument
Okay,
is that
yeah.
in exchange for this potentially high ceiling that is very inconsistent and relies so much on luck and having the correct support passives, in exchange it also clashes like piss.
Okay,
Yeah, it's clashing.
counter argument.
Terrible.
Forget the awakening. The passive carries it.
What does the passive do? I have to refresh my memory. on
If
this
the
one.
main
it's
target
not
took
making
HP
really
damage this turn, it is not at max HP. At skill use, on hit. When this unit is at max HP, deal 5 to 10% extra damage. When the unit isn't at max HP, heal 2 to 5 damage 7 times per turn.
I mean,
So
no,
it heals
the
her and
passive
makes her
is
do permanently
fine.
more damage.
Yeah, it's basically just gluttony from
It's
Ruina.
like,
Yeah.
okay, but consider this: I can get 10% damage
Considering.
from having Mariachi on the bench. I don't need this passive.
Okay, but what about the corrosion?
I mean, the corrosion
Wait a second.
gives what 6 offense level up, something like that.
So it is deal 5 damage to all enemies, heal HP. If this unit dealt damage, gain attack power up. If this unit's healing exceeds it, gain 6 max offense up, heal, bleed, and then up to 3 attack power up on kill per turn.
Okay,
So it's kinda like
notably,
Force Match Flame.
notably, the heal on hit requires Tails hit, but that doesn't really matter because it already heals before
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. The
like
corrosion-
On a
the corrosion
unfocused
is-
encounter, W.
the corrosion is better. I'll give you that, but the awakening just isn't good most of the time.
I think D is
Mm.
too harsh, but I would put it in low C.
I think
I'm
low
just gonna
C
say
is still
Hanafuda
fair.
Ishmael upscale.
Maybe above what is cast.
I'll
because-
take the C. I'll take the C.
Okay. Sanguine Desire. This is the other one.
S.
This is the other one that I
Yeah,
feel like you could argue is an S. don't think I'm not gonna make that argument. I think it's low S at best,
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah, you can make the argument that it is an S tier, but when you actually sit down and like read what it does, even if you ignore the does not reduce bleed count, ever, it's just it just deals like a billion damage.
I love this one. I really like this one.
I really like Sanguine Desire. I honestly
The
wish it
ego
was
that can
better.
one-turn bosses.
I will
One-turn
say
bosses,
it is against bosses. You're not going to get anything better for dealing high amounts of damage in a turn, really. Like maybe Reaver.
Pretty much.
Definitely.
But like
How much damage does it actually? I'm gonna look real quick. So 13 plus coin power on top of 12, so that's 25 coin power. So it's a 46, and then it has what is this? Inflict less damage, you'll 1.5, but at 4 resin, it's actually 2.2 times. So you're doing 2 times less damage.
it's 198 less damage at cap.
So 198. And then if it kills or does exceed, you deal it as fixed damage, which is kind of crazy. So literally minimum 200 damage on the ego, not including anything else.
Yeah,
Which is kinda
it's like
crazy.
it's a really strong ego, genuinely.
Yeah. W.
I mean, there's nothing to really discuss about this. It is just good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I
just
think
really
No,
good.
yeah, it's just good.
Now there is
It's just
another
good with
ego
the
in the
sauce.
game that does basically the same thing without the bleed count thing.
Yes.
But also it has higher damage than it on average, so it kind of balances
Ding
out.
ding.
Well, but it's not on Rodian.
It's not on Rodian.
But it's not on road.
It's not on Rodian. Sinclair's Cavernous
Cavernous
Wailing.
Wailing Sinclair. I think it's good.
I
I
think
really
this is
like
a pretty
him.
this is a pretty good ego, yeah. Like
I think
high
it's
B.
I love
solid.
this one.
Top of B, middle of A. I'm fine with either.
High B is fine for me.
I like that
It's
this has very defensive utility. Like, I really appreciate
Yeah.
that. I just
Blubber, I love the blubber. I love the name of Blubber Bubble.
Blubber Bubble is very
Yeah.
fun to say, yeah.
Blubber Bubble.
Also, shoutouts to the freaking gnarly as hell corrosion that is so much like more horrific than
Yeah.
Kurokumo.
He just blows himself up. Why is Sinclair like this, man?
He just likes blowing
Wait.
himself up.
Okay, the other Cavernous Wailing now.
Okay, well,
Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Tremor
put that in
Yeah.
next
core.
tier.
S.
Move on. Next one.
There's not much to
Nothing to
discuss on this
discuss.
one, sadly.
Yeah.
It's just
Reverb,
the best
Tremor count.
It's the second best Tremor
W.
ego, my bad. Because the
Yeah.
best Tremor ego is Everlasting, which is next.
Yeah. Which is
Yeah.
funny. Everlasting up top.
It's like a very high ranking VAV. Yeah.
The problem with these great egos is we don't have any philosophical discussion. It's just, yeah, no,
This
they're
is-
good.
I really
Next
like
Yeah.
how Everlasting triples the damage of reverb for a turn. That's fun.
question. Yeah, I really like
Very
how
funny.
Everlasting she pulls a sword from her boobs.
Yeah, so true,
I
actually.
like
Okay.
how the everlasting
Yeah.
corrosion. She has a cute little bow. Did you guys
Yeah,
notice
another
that?
little bow, and it turns into a duck or a rabbit,
Rabbit.
either or.
No, it's a duck.
I don't know.
Does she turn to a
No,
duck?
I
Yeah,
think
it's
it's
a
The
duck.
rabbit
Yeah,
is
the,
the
abnor-
awakening.
the abnormality
duck
is
the-
called Time Duck,
Yeah.
so it's a duck.
No, it's a rabbit. It's time rabbit. It's called time rabbit.
No,
You're
it's
not
called
reading
Time
text.
Duck. Go
Oh, it's
look
Time
it up,
Rabbit.
Slime.
I looked it up. You should look it up. It says time rabbit right here on the
Oh my
wiki.
god, you're just lying to me, and you're gonna make me look it
No, I'm
up.
not. No, you're lying to me.
You looking it up?
Look at this. Look at this. Everlasting.
It's time duck. It's time duck.
Yeah, it's time duck.
I actually don't see
Where's
it
the
on the
rabbit?
ego page. So-
It's under info.
Oh, it's under info.
Yeah.
Uh,
Time duck.
Yeah,
Can we
Time Duck.
stop?
It says Time Duck. Slime.
No, it's time rabbit.
Yeah, it was just gaslighting.
Rage baiting. Next question.
Slime's literally gaslighting me.
Okay, but look at her. Look at her cute little bow. Why does she have
Now I
that?
won't do
It's
it.
so adorable. Aw. I'm sorry.
Contempt
You're right,
awe.
it's a duck.
Oops.
Contempt awe.
Where did it just go?
Good.
What?
Where
Where
did,
did it go?
Great.
Oh.
No, top of the list.
Good.
Top of the list. Good. Very good. Great, in fact, actually.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably one of the best
it's
ego in the
Better
game.
than Sanguine, though?
Yes.
Better than Sanguine?
Yes, easy. Sanguine doesn't generate
Oh,
resources.
Better
commonly.
than Sanguine.
That is true. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like the
I was gonna
passive
say
is
in the
also
damage.
crazy.
I was saying in the damage argument, but no, it does have more than.
It can do more damage. It depends because two
I guess
coins really helps it a lot. But
Yeah, it does.
Definitely.
Also, gaze is cool. I like gaze.
Gaze is
Same.
awesome. I love
yeah,
I
it
love
is.
whenever they let like the ego carry over the abnormality
It's-
mechanics.
It's
so
weaker than
really
the
fun.
ID version of the status, by the way.
the
Gaze of
contempt status? Or
Gaze
the...
of contempt is 7%, and gaze is 10%.
That's crazy. But I guess it makes sense, maybe, because the ego gear is always stronger than the abno.
Oh yeah, it inflicts an insane amount of bleed as well.
Yeah. 15 between all targets.
Heathcliff's fell bullet.
Okay, I feel like this ego is overhated a lot, and I don't know why. But then
It's
again,
not bad.
You think it's
then again,
overhated?
I have
I'd
to
rarely
concede-
see anybody talk about it.
Talk about it. Yeah, that's kind of.
well,
the
maybe that's what I mean. Then again, I run Pequod teams a lot, and Pequod teams are pretty much the best case scenario for this to be used in.
No,
So
genuinely, this
maybe-
is a good ego. Like,
Yeah,
it
it's
does a
not bad.
lot of damage.
Okay.
It hurts,
does a lot.
and if you use ammo, W, and if you crit, W. That's pretty much it.
Okay, I wouldn't call the ammo
Yeah.
effect a W for it.
I mean, it's 3 ammo on crit kill.
Per encounter.
You're really betting it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, when regaining ammo is as purposely as scarce a thing as it is, you gotta take whatever W you can get, man.
Yeah,
No,
you
it's
gotta
just-
take that. You know what that is, Kaz? That's 1. That's 4. What is that? 6 fragile from rabbit. So that's W right there.
Somebody's so far behind on the video that they just got to end Corp Yisang. Jesus. Speaking of,
Oh, W.
What is it?
Like A, high A, arguably less.
I've never been able to make this work.
Yeah, I get
well,
it. It's
preferably you have to kill
It's a very
someone when they're.
specific play style.
Yeah.
I
And
wish.
I can't play him optimally. Like, I literally can't because all my IDs are leveled to max.
Kamui,
That is a
what
Yeah.
what ego do you put it above?
I'd put it like, like in what tier? In B or A tier?
Whatever tier. I don't care which one.
I'd put it like above Faust, Exnal Faust.
That's fair. I have no opinion
think,
on
like,
Fell
this-
Bullet Yisang.
The fact is that it just does just insane damage, and it is hard to make work, but it is kind of like a situational one.
The
But
problem
it
for me is that. Go ahead.
I just wish it was on anybody else. Is all. Because
And then we
Yisang
wouldn't
has
have the
like
goat and core.
the single best ID to target for an effect like this, and
I
he's
know,
the
yes,
one
Lance.
with the ego.
Yeah.
Actually, you can do she. which gives polygon.
kill Sinclair. I mean, he really isn't that important for the story.
Actually.
Yeah, we need something
me-
like ID the leveling.
Honestly,
It'd
my
be
biggest
nice.
problem with it for me is that oftentimes, whenever I end up wanting to use it on a team, I just end up finding myself in multiple situations where I need Jigsang in particular to clash, and I really wish I equipped something that could clash instead of this
Mhm.
gimmicky thing that can't do anything.
Put it on the same tier as
it's
the
one of
ID.
those
I
things.
did.
Here's the ID. I think it's just one of those things where if in the scenario that it appears, you're like, wow, this is perfect.
Yeah.
And then that's pretty much it. And also in Mirror Dungeon, you find it's easier because you can actually one-shot people with it. So
all
instead of-
I'll say
Okay,
is,
actually,
I acknowledge that this ego has some strong utility. I hate it.
very
you can add
specific.
it. That's fine.
So,
Put it on the tier, buddy. Next question.
all right.
next?
Solemn Lament Gregor.
W.
S
Right
tier.
S or top of A?
Oh.
this
Like
is-
A is
beat what's
probably
good.
better. I think this ego is overrated,
class.
personally.
You think it's overrated?
Three-
Dude, guys, what is
one
with
of two
Cactus guys
butterfly
and hating
inflictor.
all sinking ego?
Here we go.
What's going on
3 attack, wait, unfocused volley.
here?
But
Yeah, but-
butterfly.
I don't care,
Okay,
man.
like in
But
unfocused
you're not
fight.
supposed to use it on a wave.
No, you are.
Yeah, that's what the growth is for.
Okay.
No, you're meant to use the awakening on single targets, so like hits.
Yeah.
I'll put it in like the middle
so
of
you put it on a
A. It's still
butterfly.
like it's still good. It's still a really good ego. I'm not gonna deny you that. It's just I don't think it's S tier personally.
Chat, there's clearly some sinking bias
Yeah.
of Kaz. Can
What
we
are
all
you
spam
talking about?
Sinking W in the chat, please, guys. Can we
I
spam
put Rhyme
sinking
Shank
W?
in S.
Yeah, but everyone puts Rhyme Shank in it.
That
That's
wasn't
like-
even a
that's like-
discussion.
You'd be
You know what,
insane
what's the
to
next
not put
sinking
Rhyme
ego
Shank
on the list? What's the next sinking ego on the list? Technically, it's
I don't know.
Christmas Nightmare. I just Okay.
And let me guess, you don't like Christmas Nightmare? Let me guess, say it.
No, I do like Christmas Nightmare a lot, actually.
He's safe, guys. He's safe, chat.
But the
Alright,
problem
let's
is the next
continue.
ego on the list is Faust Lasso, which is like,
Oh, W. I love Fast Lasso.
it's good. It's pretty good. I would say it's like a high
I
B.
think it's underrated, and I think it's overrated. People hate this, but I think it's actually
When you're
not bad.
spamming mouse S3 every turn, you don't have a moment to use that.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
that's kind
that's
of
one
like the
thing.
issue.
If you're actually using the ego, it's solid.
Yeah. Also, her passive, like the ego on the passive, is better than the Honglu passive because the passive one gives you count.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It
But the
clashes
Honglu
like,
Awakening is
you know, that's true, but that's the same problem with a lot of the Battle Pass ego from that season.
yeah,
So,
it clashes like but
but
what
the
if I just
damage is
unopposed
there.
with it?
It rolls like
Yeah.
an S2.
Yeah, it's like a expensive S2.
Speaking of Lasso, Honglu's.
Good, probably so better than Faust's, but
I was gonna put it
yeah,
right next
pretty
to
much
hers.
better than Faust. I'd even argue bottom of A tier personally, but I won't argue that long
I've-
because it's obviously. You know.
I've never
think the-
found a use for either of these. I'm gonna be so honest. They read really cool. I just haven't ever found to use them.
I've used them a lot, especially on Rupture teams, but that's mostly because I have a very outdated Rupture team, so I can actually afford to find time to use them when I'm not spamming like Malfause's
They-
history.
they- They do both clash like, but I don't think anybody's arguing that.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against that.
Well, actually,
Listen, buddy.
I think they also
Lasso,
deserve their
Honglu.
spot
Nah.
because they have cool horses. It's hard to deny the appeal of cool horse.
You're welcome, Rafael
agree with
Augusto
that.
Fernandez, 8951.
wow.
Yearning
Next one.
Mercala Merceau.
Has only gotten better. Was
True.
already really good.
No,
got
that's
better
true.
due to Muscle.
Is it better or
Yeah.
worse than
Prince
Sanguine Desire?
Solomon
Is that the
National.
question?
No, absolutely
better.
not.
Maybe
Really?
equal tier.
I would
Equal
put them
tier.
roughly equal. They both have big lust
Equal.
damage bursts that they can do.
Rose Wedge is insane.
I mean, it is just 100 lust damage on a bleed team. Let's be real.
Yeah,
Uh,
but the thing is, it's like it activates multiple times because you can inflict them
Yeah.
multiple times.
it's like really good, but I don't think it's better than Sanguine.
Yeah, I don't think so. I
Just
think
for the
it's
Nah,
utility
yeah,
side of
I'll
it.
concede on that point. Yeah.
worse than
The thing is this,
Sanguine.
right? It's like it's this thing. If you are using Lust, the best. If you are not using Lust, put Crushbang Past on.
That's true. That's so true, actually.
That's pretty much what
Yeah.
it is, right? If you're not using Bleed, put the other WoW on.
The other Yearning Mercala, Dons. Still S tier.
Top of S.
Yeah, better
Top
a
of
lot.
S, I'd say. Better than Contemptor, I'd say.
Really? I don't think I'm
I
that
love
generous.
Dawns.
I'd put it on the same tier as Contemptor then.
It's like roughly the same tier, but I wouldn't put it above. The ego resource generation is just so good on Contempt Awe.
Well, Polydipsic Rose is nice because it does percentage max HP.
That's a great question.
So, like, yeah. Like, specifically, it is 5 Polydipsic Rose, and then at 10 Bleed Potency, take lust damage equal to 1% of this unit's max HP, max
Okay.
30%.
Fake
So-
fan, Polydipsic Rose has a cap of 4.
What? No, it's just max value of
Okay.
5.
It's just not true.
You can inflict. No. There's
Oh,
the max
the cap
value that
inflicted
it
is
has
4.
is 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fake fan.
I'm the fake
You
fan,
want-
apparently.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the fake fan. Also, it does have for like how much percentage damage does this increase it? Hold on, how much? Is
It's
this?
like a cap of 100%, something like that.
Yeah,
It
so
is.
very strong.
110.
Asymmetrical
But yeah,
inertia.
mainly that 30%. Mainly that. Alright, what's next?
Asymmetrical inertia.
Oh, I actually think asymmetrical inertia is good.
No, I
think
think
it's
it's
strong.
really good,
A
actually.
tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
put it at a solid mid A tier, without question.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Mid-A seems good.
It'll get better the more Heathcliff Tremor stuff that
Yep.
comes out.
I
but
was gonna
equally
say,
so,
if Heathcliff gets like a Zwei West ID, I think this ego is gonna go up so much.
the stocks will rise 100%.
Yeah.
But I do think it does work for Wi-Fi, especially if you uptype for it. But I think you need to uptype
Okay,
for it.
that
so
is
you get
not
the
how
maximum value.
it's pronounced.
Well,
Wait, what?
I don't know.
Wi-Fi?
Yeah, it's not pronounced
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi, it's Elfi. It's like you kind of
Elfi.
say it
Elfi.
like you would say elf, because elf is the German word for 11, and Elfi is Swiss German. So it makes they
But I
get
don't speak
pronounced.
German.
But I do, which is why I'm telling you.
Well, I'll say it right once, and then I'll go back to saying it wrong again. That's how I
Go
am.
on.
Oops.
Say
So
it.
Elfie.
Okay.
Elfie.
Christmas Nightmare Gregor.
Goated.
Very
W.
recently
Gregor.
got a very big buff.
Yep.
Yep.
I think it's
Also-
also just always been good.
It's always
Oh.
been solid. They're just,
Good.
yeah. Low A, would you say?
Slime
Yeah.
inquired as to why it's so good, Kaz. Would you like to explain?
Okay. So,
Just no.
okay, I completely blanked. What was the question?
Slime
Why is
asked
it so
why is it
good?
so good? Yeah.
Okay, so Christmas Nightmare. On Gregor specific, it's easier to explain on Ishmael's because it's got more consistent activation of its effects. But Christmas Nightmare on Gregor, first off, it does heal himself. It can never fully heal himself, which is a little sad because it's based on missing HP. But deals more damage for enemies below 0 SP. If you're at max HP, it refunds 75% of the SP cost and gives you 1 attack power up next turn. The Tremor Burst is good on an ego that's 5 attack weight and 2 coins, so the damage is always going to be high. And if the target is staggered and low morale or panicked, it inflicts attack power down as well as fragility for the highest resonance affinity next turn. That's not the only good things it does, because the passive, at the start of a turn, for every enemy that's staggered, in low morale, or panicked, all enemies gain either 1 offense level down or defense level down, up to 2 total. So, what this ego does is, not only is the ego itself pretty good for damage overall and can give attack power up, inflict attack power down, and fragility, it also passively increases either your clash power or your damage by up to like 5 or 6% on the damage, or like an entire clash power. So it's just really solid.
Yeah. Okay.
A bunch of good effects.
Very good effects.
A lot of good things.
Spammable.
It's like it's like some sort of eve of giving presents to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some manner of holiday of some kind.
I'm
Something of
kicking
the
you from the
sorts,
call.
Like a nightmare, you could even argue. Like a Christmas nightmare.
I might debate that Last of Hong Lu
Also,
should
he
go
has
into
a cute
A.
plushie on him, which is
Really?
W. Next question.
My feeling went 2 offense level down.
Yes.
That's still not bad. It's...
I mean, any
okay.
offense down is good.
Now, unfortunately, we have
Yeah,
another
any
Christmas
offense
Nightmare to
level.
compare it to, and this one is an easy S.
W.
Yeah,
W.
it's really good,
Christmas.
especially with the release of Ishmael.
Yeah, chat.
Buddha,
Here's a fun
yeah.
fact. Did you know that Ishmael's passive allowing her to trigger Tremor Burst on hit can apply to Ego?
Yep.
So
Over here.
Christmas Nightmare triggers 5 Tremor Bursts on 3 different enemies.
Yep.
Incredible.
Yep. Welcome to Tremor Burst Town, bro. What? Rupture season who?
Yeah, exactly.
Rupture season who?
There
Tremor
are
season, baby.
in a Tremor team, there are 3 ego that matter. They are Cavernous Swelling to inflict reverb, Everlasting to make reverb better,
Oh,
and Christmas Nightmare to actually deal the damage. Oh. 5? Yes.
Yeah.
It's 5 bursts. It's 1 hit. It's 1 burst per hit. And then each hit also bursts on Christmas Nightmare, with the second one bursting twice. So it's 5 bursts total.
Gravy.
Shout out
Also,
to
her
Gregor
passive is
basically
ins-
shooting a horror movie animation. There are entire movies I've watched with less impact than that monster. True.
True. Also, the
Very
fact that
true.
Christmas Nightmare Ishmael enables so many Tremor count IDs
That
who use
too.
Tremor count. Very nice.
Yeah, the passive is also fantastic.
Yeah, insane. Great, just great overall.
Hmm.
You know what else is great? The next ego on the list.
What's the next ego on
Yes!
the list? Oh, it's
Which
Magic
is-
Bullet. I mean,
Magic
yeah.
Bullet.
No,
I
it
love
is.
Magic Bullet.
No, that's just true.
Yeah, really good.
It's just
Yes.
S.
It's like
Vesper
a
Ego.
low-ish S, I would put it at. Yeah.
Yeah, you could go. Yeah.
Well, my issue is
Yeah.
that it. When are you
Requires,
using it if you're not using the ID,
magic
right?
bullet.
It's very
Yeah.
not situational,
Yeah.
but you need a specific ID for it to work well.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's the yearning muscle
Yeah,
of
Yeah.
Otis.
and so
you
they
know,
go
use the
right
burn.
next to each other.
Yay! Just like the next
Hooray.
ego.
Huh? Oh no, that's not true. Thoracalgia has a
No, I'm just-
high S tier ego.
Thorakage, yeah, no, Thorakage is like top S.
This thing
in
is
fact,
crazy.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I'd argue top 5. I think that's fair.
I'm noticing a pattern where egos that just let you bring out ego gifts from MD into the normal game. are
Correct.
Kind of
Yes.
Crazy.
Correct.
There's a reason they restrict those damn gifts.
Yeah. Those gifts are absurd.
I really like the path though. I like
Yeah.
the idea. I think it is smart of them to introduce egos that do that because they have so many. They have 367 ego gifts to choose from. So that's 367 passives they could just
Mhm.
slap on right there.
Also, fun fact: there are 2 Thoracalgias, and they both go there.
Yes. And I
Yep.
do
They're
completely
both
agree with you. I
I-
think Faust's one is
No,
just
One
as
is
good.
better.
I actually think
So this
Faust
is,
is
the power of
better.
Atma.
Yeah, Faust is better.
Faust's Awakening is better, but Ryoshu's passive is better.
No. See,
No.
You don't think so?
the issue with Ryoshu's is that you need to trigger Pride Resonance for it to have an effect. Faust just
Mhm.
I
does
see.
what it does. There's no resonance required.
Ah, I see. So the difference is that one requires a modicum more effort.
Yeah.
I see.
Like,
Yeah.
it's not
Well,
difficult.
no,
It's
because
not difficult
Faust
to
needs
do.
to use her ego to do
What?
it. That's the
No,
difference.
she doesn't.
Faust needs yeah, because she applies Nebulizer, and Nebulizer gives you
They both get it.
you spread Nebulizer when you give allies count.
Yeah, she can give count without using the ego.
Yeah, on who? On only there's only 2.
You know
Sure,
you know
there's
that
only one poise ID.
you know that the nebulizer effect counts, right?
Yeah, but that's
It's
does it
it's
stack on itself?
yes. It tracks the poise
two-
count that
around
the
2 turns for
nebulizer
one
effect
nebulizer.
gives.
Okay, so every turn and a half, she gets an extra Nebulizer.
Yeah.
because it's about 7
To
7
be
characters,
fair,
so
though,
14.
The nebulizer the only thing that changes with Faust nebulizer is that it heals more the more you have.
Yeah,
You still
It-
get the
it-
same
it
amount of
does- it's
poise
like
count
5%.
regardless.
yeah.
Faust
Good,
needs
they're both great.
Faust
they're
needs
both amazing.
Pride Res for deep breath. Yeah, that is not the important part of the ego, sadly.
Yeah, deep breath is like there, I guess.
Isn't it called Shallow Exhale?
Yeah, shallow exhale.
Yeah, hers is
Deep breath
shallow
is Ryoshu,
exhale. Deep
right?
breath is Ryoshu's.
Yeah. But great egos, love them.
Yeah, they're
Big fan.
fantastic.
Agreed.
Indicant's Trial.
I like
I
this
really like
ego.
I really like
really
this
like
ego
this one,
too.
yeah.
I haven't used
This
it
is
much.
the burn queen. I'd even argue. Surely,
Really?
right?
Kinda. Yeah.
I mean, great burn.
Mhm.
Wrath,
Shout out
uh,
to this ego and abnormality just having a Monty Python reference for where I can
Yes!
tell adequately no reason.
I love the ducks.
I love
Searing
that there's a Monty
Birdcage
Python
is-
reference in it because the ego itself isn't even referencing Monty Python.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know
It
if
just
they're
does
referencing
the-
Monty Python. I really want to see this abnormality just to see why the hell they felt the need to
The
reference
thing
Monty
is, right,
Python.
Searing Birdcage affects resistances, and once you start touching resistances, you're like that's not just burn anymore. That's just anyone with a wrath skill, right?
yeah.
So that's
So-
like kind of intense. And yeah, you need Wrath Resin to maximize it, but if you're going to be using Indie Control, you're using Wrath Resin.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you need a lot of wrath to even use it to begin with. I think
the
there's
heal's
not. I don't think there's another ego in the game that requires more than 6 of a single type of resource.
no.
It's the only one, and it requires 7 wrath. That said, it's
Yeah.
worth
The
it.
corrosion is a little hard to use, but
No,
it-
the
it is
corrosion
still
isn't
good.
hard to use. The corrosion isn't going to be used.
Yeah, what? But no, that's how you get the same turn Searing Cage.
I don't care about that. I'm gonna be so real with you.
You don't want the 5 Searing Birdcage. You only want the 3 Searing Birdcage.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
So
I mean,
the thing is, Kamui, is that the corrosion
Uh-huh.
costs 60 SP
yeah, that
and
yeah, no,
is
that's what I'm saying,
positive
so it's a bit hard to
coin.
use. Yeah, well, I wouldn't
Why
recommend
did they-
clashing with it.
Why did they do it like that? Like, I
Because
don't
it affects
understand-
resistances, so I assume it's like a big fucking deal.
Yeah, probably.
That's like the main reason.
Yeah,
the
Hex Snails is
animation is
only
so
6,
good.
chat. I said more than 6. We're not talking about corrosions, because there's obviously a lot of them that go over there with corrosions. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm just bringing it up because it is. That's how you get the maximum stack, which is 5, and the Awakening's only 3, which is still good because anything more than 1 is weakness. So
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Red Sheep.
Next one. I like it. I think it's actually very strong.
This ego's very goated. It's like a low S.
I would even argue S tier for Don
I
Quixote.
agree.
I don't even think it's an argument. I think it is just S tier. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll go
Yeah.
great when she gets her Jupan ID.
Okay.
Go.
Or
Oh,
Lin
listen,
Dayu
listen.
ID. Copium,
I don't
copium,
think
copium.
they're ever going to
Yeah,
introduce
no.
those. I'm going to be so real with you. Maybe
I
if they
know.
show up
Just
again in a
more
later
Hei Show.
chapter.
I
Or
really
the high
wish they
show,
would've-
yeah.
High show Don Quixote.
I really wish they would have done one for the pot guy instead of giving us 12 million high shoes. Why did they
Yeah.
decide?
Hey, look,
Uh,
we still have 3. We still have 3 left. Okay. And
Need
also,
more
this
high
could be a
show
double banner. You never know.
It might
I
be,
guess
but I
so, it
doubt
just-
it.
It's just messed up that they decided to use this chapter to introduce a bunch of banners with basically just faction IDs when they gave us that chapter with pretty much the most like unique characters we've seen in any Kanto so far. It's messed up, man.
Hmm.
It is.
We
I
still
really
have
wanna
2 weeks
dive-
left. It's possible. It's still possible.
Possible
Yes.
to get more high show.
And we're definitely not getting egos after Arcanine, so I don't think we're getting any egos after season. 100-foot Death Maggot, I like it. I think it's actually very strong.
Oh, yeah.
Top of A or below of S.
No.
Same,
100-footed Death Maggot is just Leisure Domain if it were introduced today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Cheap.
way more
Niche
damage.
passive, but still very good.
Way more
And does
damage,
more damage and
fantastic
it's very cheap.
passive. That's
It's
really all
really
there is
cheap
to say about it.
for
Yeah,
for
very
one-
cheap.
for
Shout outs
resources.
to the whole 3 poison you inflict.
I don't know what it is
And
with
people wanted the
Ishmael's
poison
ego.
ID. Here it is.
Yeah,
Here's the poison ego.
I don't know what it is with Ishmael's ego, but they're all insanely cheap. For no reason.
Because she's American, so she's
Well,
fast food.
I
no.
guess she controls the economy, I guess.
We'll see this more prominently on an ego very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sinclair's Tears of the Tarnished Blood.
Good. Top of A, bottom of S, either or. I think I'm
Probably
fine with that.
low S, honestly. It has a lot more
Low S?
utility than you'd think it would.
Yeah.
Literally just insane for middle Sinclair specifically. Like,
Oh yeah.
Great for middle Sinclair. Great for
Rupture.
like high show Sinclair as well.
Also, one of those eagles that just gives you free offense level up.
Yep.
Yeah,
Crazy.
again,
Yep.
free offense level up for existing.
If you take any damage at all during the turn, everyone heals 5 SP.
Yeah, so perfect if you're using Rooster because he can burn himself.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Or
Literally great.
any
Great.
ID because it damages himself
Or any
anyways.
Yep, or anything. And also, he's also a very big thing. He is immortal during the skill, which you can use tactically to like
Yeah, that's
take
true.
a very unfavorable attack or like a boss attack, and then he'll still live it.
Yeah.
That is true, yeah.
Very nice.
It's
Very
good
nice,
on
very nice.
Deviat Sinclair. It's good on every
True!
Sinclair, really, but
W Deviat's Glaze.
Sinclair.
And now we have probably
Even-
my favorite ego
even
in the game
Yeah.
coming up.
Player?
Tears of the
All right, I'm
Tarnished
biased about
Blood.
this one. I'm sorry. Top
Honolulu.
3.
Top
yeah, no, S
3?
tier.
I mean, it's really
Top,
good.
top.
Like,
Top
it's...
three.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's gone.
It's
No!
really...
What's
It's,
happening?
like, really good, yeah.
The thing about this, right, and the reason I say top 3, I would even argue top 1, is because it's like, oh, the argument is like, oh, but, you know, the Awakening only activates when you do the... No, just use the Corrosion. Corrosion's the Awakening.
Yeah,
So
nobody
you get
cares
both
about
the
the
benefits.
Awakening.
You get the permanent offense level up, right? So you get perma offense level up, which is cool. You get, you know, freaking... How much... Is it more damage? It's... No.
No, I think
Perma
it's
offense
just
level up, which is
offense
great.
level up.
Unbreakable coins, which is awesome. You get the Awakening, which does 1 million damage, and the Corrosion, which does 1 million damage. So it's just so goated. I love it. It's my favorite.
He has saved my Mirror Dungeon Extreme runs before.
Yeah. As a bonus, you get to see Hong Lu board. So that's awesome.
That's
you get
so
to see
true.
You get to see it stabbed in the fucking. Also, his
It's-
passive is insane. By the
Well,
way,
Slime, it's the third
Yeah.
ego he has that where he eats somebody.
Why does Hong Lu have so many boar egos? What do they mean by
why is he
this?
hungry?
The Awakening makes you unkillable. So does the Corrosion. They both give you the effect.
Yeah.
Become
The,
dragon.
wait, the only reason you do the awakening is strictly used if you do not need to attack that turn.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't need to attack, it is way cheaper and it costs way less SP and it's like a setup. You use it to set up.
Yeah, it's just really good.
Pretty much.
So in the name of
W
love and
ego.
hate,
Great.
I love this one.
Amazing.
This
S
ego
tier,
is
it's
very
probably, again,
strong.
Definitely
Probably
like-
Yeah.
Yeah, it has one of the best passive.
No, it's not as good as
Nothing
One of the
Christmas
best
Timer.
giving out
passives.
S3.
Free S3s. It buffs your team with like attack power. It fucking heals you. It makes you deal more damage. And that does everything. Mark of villainy.
Hey chat, have you noticed for the last like 15 ego we haven't put something below A tier?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and don't worry, this won't change.
It's called
So,
power creep.
Yeah, I was gonna say this will not change.
This will not change.
I'm pretty sure every single ego from this point on is S tier. Like,
I'm
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
positive because the next two egos I think are the
well,
dreaded.
hold on. First off, we have to do Crushbound
Oh.
Past.
First round pass, and then it's
here,
the collab.
five.
Angela said that I had to defend this with my life. Put it where you were
You
gonna
don't
put it
really need to.
anywhere. My job is done.
Genuinely,
Yeah.
one of the best wows in the game.
This ego is
Yeah.
genuinely broken.
Mersault, I want you to have an ego that gives you clash power, heals you, gives you fucking damage up, gives you
it can heal
mass attack damage, gives you staggers at the entire enemy,
I
and it
forgot.
hits like a brick.
I
Yes, sir.
forgot it could heal him.
Yeah, it also heals him too.
Why does it heal him? Like,
Because
why not?
he's the goat.
Other
Like, yes.
other really cool thing about this ego, it triggers amplitude entanglement into nothing, which is very funny.
Yep. Which is fucking epic.
It
So,
just turns
W
it just
entanglement.
turns conversion into entanglement.
So you want to know why it does that? I can tell you why it does that.
Oh, I know why it does that.
Well, I'll tell chat why it does that. The reason it tangles into nothing is because a lot of the new Tremor IDs that come out have skills that do more damage when the enemy is entangled.
Yeah. So it even helps
So,
if they don't
so-
have a special tremor yet.
So it literally just makes you deal more damage. It gives him protection and damage up. It gives him healing. It gives him perma clash up. Perma offense level up too, by the way. Not only just clash, but he gets clash and offense up.
Also, fun fact, chat. Did you know that new Ishmael can put decay into entanglement, even though she can't put it into conversion?
Correct.
It's really cool that they made it possible to inflict even through entanglement. It's just
Yep.
more damage. Okay, now
More
we're
damage.
moving on
Speaking
to
of, it's time for the controversial ones.
The
the.
big one.
Okay. Does it not spread the current conversion? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea. It might.
You're talking about the
If it hits an
talking about the
if
one?
Crushbound Past hits an enemy who has conversion, but then all the other ones don't, does it spread it? Is the question.
I don't think it does because doesn't it specify that it only converts the main target?
main target.
Oh yeah, because it's main target only. You're right.
It only does main target. That would be a sick fucking.
That would be so
sick
cool.
If it could.
It would be so broken because you just put
Holy
everlasting on
shit.
everybody.
Oh my god!
Again,
That would be
probably
nuts.
Again, I think they realized the monster they created. Maybe there was a version in development where it put entanglement everywhere, and they realized we
maybe.
can't do this. We can't ship it. We can't do this. We can't do it. Jesus. It's too powerful.
Holy shit!
Okay.
All right, a last 4 ego in the game that we'll get for the rest of the season.
All
We're not
right.
getting any ego after this season.
I
Ah.
think Title Elegy has a very good claim for the best ego in the game.
Good.
I-
So
Agree with you. It's actually insanely good at how like this free ego is. It's fucking nuts. On paper, if you compare it to the others, you think, oh, it's actually not. Oh, it's not that bad. And then you actually use it, and you're like, wow, this is insane.
And the fact that this is the one they give to you for free is another insane thing as
Yeah.
well.
This
Like-
is the free one. It's go to with the source. It does everything attack weight. It gives you clash power. It gives you damage. It
And
inflicts
if you
effects,
don't need the attack weight, it just deals double damage. It's-
and
yeah,
it does
just
damage. If you stagger people and if you break them, it does more damage. You tremor burst. Yeah.
never
The
mind.
corrosion does even more.
Never mind the fact that you can fuel it on turn 1.
Yeah.
It costs 6 resources from 2 affinities.
Cheap as hell.
It's like
Yeah.
obnoxiously
thinking
cheap
team
for
can
how
do this.
powerful it is.
Yeah.
I guess the thought process
But,
for them was that because it needs a little bit, tiny bit of setup, it's okay if it's cheap and its ceiling for power is humongous. Because you
No.
need to think a little bit, except we have like a billion IDs that can like set it up like immediately.
Also, quick shout out to the passive who just increases clash power by 1 and damage by 11.5% for free. It's
Yeah,
like,
and also Z-Tune upscale. We
Yup.
love to see it.
I don't know why they
Yes.
Z-Shmel
did that.
upscale.
I don't know why they did that, but it makes sense, I guess.
Just for Zishmael, because she's the prettiest princess of them all and deserves everything.
Yeah.
It's like,
He needs every
Say
little
so, man.
buff.
Yeah. He deserves all the little juicy buffs,
Yup.
even from the collab ego.
all right.
Next one.
To remain oneself.
Just as good.
I don't think it's as
Amazing
good.
Meltdown.
It's definitely fantastic, but
Probably bottom
Better
of
than
the 4
Fluid
collab,
Sack?
but it's goated.
like here-ish is where I kind of want to put it.
Oh wait. It's
The
not
thing
there
about
yet.
Hong Lu's one is that, like, I don't, dude, the fact that it's cheaper than Ishmael, because it refunds itself.
That's not how cost works.
Well, yeah, it refunds itself.
That doesn't make it cheaper, though.
Well, I mean, the first time, no, but the second time, yeah.
Like, this is something that people in the Project Moon community get wrong a lot, and I am a strong advocate for it because I am a Yu-Gi-Oh player, and cost is very important in that game.
Oh, God.
I
I love waiting
you-
20 minutes to die in turn 1, too.
You cannot associate the refunding of something to its cost because you have to fulfill the
I know,
cost
because
first.
you need the initial cost.
Yeah.
You need the initial cost. But the fact that the cheapest thing on it is Sloth, right? Which, out of everything, you probably won't have the most. Which means that it's the exact opposite of Ishmael's, which is 2 Gloom and 4 Pride, instead of Ishmael's, which is 4 Gloom and 2 Pride. So, you're always going to get 1 back. Minimum.
Well, no, that's
Minimum.
you're always going to get 1.
Yeah, of the least owned.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the same turn you use the ego. That's one thing about the passive that
Yeah.
is important as well. It's like
And it is meant to be spam.
it
so
is meant
it's
to be
kinda one of
spammed. That is true. I don't know why they did this. Ego just is cracked, like in a lot.
I
of
think
ways.
it's cool. The fact that it is still the most, like, compared to everything, it is still cracked insanely.
I love when my costs become pluses. I love Mitsurugi. I see there's a fellow Yu-Gi-Oh player in the chat. Mitsurugi is an archetype that says cost. I thought you meant you will pay the ability. You will search instead of paying the cost. Who cares? Anyways, command
But
meltdown.
yeah, Thunder is insane. So I think, yeah, it's insane.
I think-
Next one, Everlasting.
No, command meltdown.
No, it's not
Everlasting.
Everlasting. This
What?
is Command Meltdown. Sorry,
Uh,
no, I got the wrong word. Command Meltdown.
command meltdown.
Better or worse than Fluid Sack?
No,
Better than Fluid, surely.
I think it's better.
No?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Oh.
I do.
Well,
too.
it clashes. There's damage. It
Uh,
heals half the team instead of the full team, but for more.
It heals few.
It gives
It's
them a
more
shield.
focused healing, but the passive gives you healing on everybody passively.
Yeah,
Mm, that's a good point.
Uh,
it also can clash and deal damage. So
Like fluid
pretty
sac.
good.
The one thing that it does heal SP, doesn't it?
it does. It also SP
Yeah, it
heals.
does.
Yes.
Okay. I couldn't
Also
remember.
SP
I knew
heals.
the HP healing was better
Yeah.
than fluid sacs. I just couldn't remember the SP.
Also, hardened shell barrier is just fucking.
It's
nuts.
cracked. Yeah, I don't know why they
It's
did
massive.
that.
It's
Corrosion
just-
is also just really fun, especially in MD once you get multiple coins. But I think it's a pretty good
Yeah.
offensive option. But if you're
It's,
ever
it's,
using
it's
meltdown-
actually it can protect. It can also attack,
Mhm.
which fluid
Yeah.
sac kind of can,
the
but
the
not
corrosion does
the
do a
extent
lot
really.
of damage. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
I
it's
will
just a
say-
flexible tool. It's a good tool.
Also, it rewards you for only using meltdown. So the more you use meltdown, the better it gets because
Yeah.
you don't lose barriers. Nuts.
And it's perfect.
Which, as a reminder, guys, barrier gives you fucking half the
just read
stack
it.
as protection before you take damage.
Uh, You gain a third of the stack as defense level up for 1, which is already resistance to more damage. And immediately before
maximum
getting
3.
hit, consume half of the stack and gain protection equal to the stack consumed. It's
Yeah,
just
so max value, which is 5. So yeah. Put this bitch on Zilu, you're a W.
To be fair, the passive healing does scale based on how much shell barrier she has, so before getting hit technically does make her healing slightly worse.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be an emergency thing.
Yeah.
It's like if you get struck.
And lastly, Unbrilliant Glory.
Probably the best contender, I want to argue, maybe best in the game.
I
it's best
don't
in the game.
think it's I don't think it's better than Title Elegy.
Yeah. I don't
It's like
Definitely
great,
up
but
there.
it's so cheap. What does it
Yeah.
cost?
Cheap,
3
it gives them
ego
offense
resources to use? Like, it's insane.
It gives him SP, attack power up, perma offense level, perma defense level. Oh, does it give him offense level? No, it's perma protection. He does get offense from the attack.
Like,
It's spammable because in 1 or 2 turns you'll get like all the benefits if like anything happens to you.
Yeah.
It unstaggers him.
no, it doesn't. So, the one thing I'll say about Unbrilliant Glory is that Menid Scabbard gives aggro. And that could potentially
Yeah.
be a problem depending on which Gregor ID you're using.
That is, yeah,
That's like the
Mm.
only
Fair.
downside to this ego.
that is though. And
The fact that the first time you use it, it costs 5 SP and 3 resources is ridiculous.
And arguably, you could
Yeah.
just use it once and never touch it again and have more value than ever because you'll
Yeah.
have perma protection.
There's no downside to using this. Like,
Yeah. Also, they decided to make it have like a 200% plus damage modifier for like the single coin that hits 5 times.
oh yeah,
So,
that's true.
Why not?
yeah.
Oh, it also
Yeah,
gives
as a
you
little treat.
unrelenting, just for free.
Yeah. Oh, and also
Relentless now.
tremor bursts.
I mean, it only does burst tremor 1 time. If it burst tremor on every hit, it would be the best.
That would have been crazy if it did that.
Oh my gosh.
That would have been crazy if it did that.
No, it doesn't refund Kitty Neptune. The first time you use it, the cost is reduced.
Yeah.
It is the only
just-
time we're saying the cost is lowered by its effect is accurate.
So how much is it reducing?
Oh
When
wait,
used for the
it
first time,
refunds.
it's
No,
one
no, no.
wrath
It
less.
refunds the SP. That's what it was.
It
The
refunds. Yeah, it heals you all your SP. Well, not all of it, but it gives you. What was that? 95% of
it
SP
gives
back,
you
or, like,
25
90%
back
back?
for a 30 cost.
25 out of 30. So, yeah. So, and also it costs, what is it? So it's after the first time in battle, it's 1 wrath, 1 sloth,
1 pride.
1 pride. That's how much it costs.
Yep.
For the
Notably,
first time in battle.
for Evolve Ego, its non-reduced cost is still ridiculously cheap.
Yeah.
Like,
8 for a while.
8 for a while.
yeah.
So
It's a refund on
Evolve
SP.
Ego's a
It's a
good
cost
guys.
reduction on resources. The only
look,
reason
you got to make look,
7.
Kaz, you got to fix the agenda. You might as well just put remain oneself just above fluid sac.
I'm not
just
going to do
sit
that
the
because it's not true. It is the only one that
Just
is
do
not
it.
better than Fluid Sac. I'm
Face
being
the
so real with you.
Face the agenda. Face the agenda.
Where's Red Eyes Ryoshu Ego
The
in your
Arc
tier
Knight
list?
agenda.
It's at like the bottom of A. Which one? Actually, now that I think about it.
I think Red Eyes.
Don't ask what happened to Red Eyes Closed on November
Yeah.
13th.
Red Eyes closed at the bottom of B.
Just so everybody can see that 9-2 Faust is an F.
Poor Faust, dude. I think there are some things I'd change in this list now that we have everything in here, but it's like so minuscule that I'm like just not bothered.
There's so many ego in the top tiers that I'm just like, yeah, this goes in this tier. I don't really care where.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that's a big thing
Yeah.
about these types of tier lists that you need to understand. When people like us do these types of tier lists, eventually it gets to the point where the position on the board doesn't fucking matter. It's so minuscule that like all of these after a certain point are just interchangeable. Like,
yeah.
See,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Casper just changed the position of 1 just for fun. He didn't even think about that.
It's for fun.
I
Did you
I
notice
just
it? I didn't
literally
notice
just
it.
passively moved
What?
Indicant's trial up 2 spots because
Exactly. Like you know, it's so. And the fact is, like, even the quote unquote worst egos, like for instance, like Lantern Gregor probably doesn't deserve to be at the bottom of D tier. But
Well,
the thing is,
okay,
even
here's
then,
the way
you
to
can
look
still
at it,
get so
Kamui.
much value from it.
The gap between Lantern Gregor and 9-2 Faust is so big that you don't realize how much of a gap it is.
Yeah. But that's what I'm arguing. Like I'm saying, like even though it's at the bottom of D2, you'll get so much value from using it.
Honestly.
Actually,
There you go.
he keeps doing it.
Keep doing it.
They're
Oh,
all
a couple
S tier
more tiers.
ego
Losing
already.
everything
Who
again.
cares? Is
I
Lantern
can
Gregor
actually
that
cast
bad?
both.
It just doesn't fulfill any purpose. It's not a bad ego. It's just that there's so many ways to do what it already does, and you'd rather use the
Here's
ego
the
resources
thing, right?
anywhere else.
You could use Lantern Gregor, or you could use Christmas Nightmare Gregor. And I would rather
Yeah.
use Christmas Nightmare Gregor. Because it heals pretty
Those-
much almost the same
Okay,
amount.
those ego are not on the same slot.
Also,
Well, yeah, but what's the purpose of using... You use the Lantern's purpose to heal yourself, right?
Christmas Nightmare does not heal as much. I'm gonna be straight up. Lantern is better healing.
Well, 30% at missing HP. So it's still a
But
good
it's
chunk.
missing HP. Is the
Yeah.
problem.
When are you
If it
going to heal? When you have full HP?
It's either 30% of missing HP or 60% of damage dealt. Like,
Yeah. And I deal 20 damage.
yeah, I know, right? It's like, I'm missing 20 HP. What's 30%? Oh, I healed 6. Oh, great.
Exactly.
hey, Kaskozhuk, can you do me a favor?
What?
Can you visualize the gap between Lantern Gregor and 9-2 Faust by adding empty
Yeah.
tiers just to show?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
There you go. That's the actual gap.
That's really
Oh
what
my
it looks
God.
like, guys, okay?
Like,
So don't stress that your favorite ego, AEDD Gregor, Lantern Gregor, Soda Ryoshu, 9-2 Sinclair, and Effervescent,
yes, Effervescent Corrosion Honglu.
Effervescent Corrosion Honglu are at the D tier because,
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap.
it's not 9-2 Faust.
Poor Faust.
This is the true Eldritch knowledge that makes her go laughing mad in her corrosion. She realized she's F tier.
I'm gonna delete these now so I can actually
Yeah.
save the image.
and even then you could still arguably use 9-2 Faust effectively if you have
I-
everything
use
built
9-2
around it, so,
Faust.
like, yeah.
I think that if you didn't have anything else to equip there's no shame in equipping 9-2. Like, it's not going
Yeah,
to actively hurt you when you don't have it.
No,
Also,
no.
yeah, to the person saying Command Meltdown is not better than Fluid Sac or even close, you're just wrong. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The only thing
There's-
Fluid Sac does better than Command Meltdown is more SP heal to the team. And that's
Yeah,
about it.
like, the fact that they're right next to each other should clue you into a lot,
Again,
first off.
Again, such a minimal fucking positioning. Like, I wish there was 4D tier lists so you could see the like how close they were. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like these two ego realistically are very close together. It's just that Command
yeah.
Meltdown ekes it out because it has better passive effects. Like,
And damage and clash and corrosion and everything except SP.
I think the on and on rupture team it's still debatable because it's like the rupture that Command Meltdown does on Awakening is negligible. On the corrosion it does do count. So
Yeah. I feel like the whole existence of their keywords is so that they're able to be used in MDs, because nowadays with the extreme and stuff, and
also you
not
said
having
more
a keyword on an ego.
Everything needs
you
to
said
be
more
keywords.
HP healing to the team.
Yeah.
It Command Meltdown does more healing.
Yeah, it's fewer
Command
people,
Meltdown-
but it's the higher chunk.
Command Meltdown is more healing, more damage, better clashing, better passive. Like, you can list off the positives forever. The only thing that Fluid Sac does better is that it hits more people with its healing at once. Like,
And has high SP infliction.
it
gain from everything.
is higher SP healing on headset. That is true.
Yeah, that is if I have to use Fluid Sac nowadays, that is the purpose I use. I'm like, okay, I want to have a good like I'm finding something that really fucks my SP over or something. I'm gonna have a really good SP heal. Okay, I'll use Fluid Sac for the SP. I don't really think of it for like the healing nowadays.
It's also cheaper. That's another important factor.
It's also cheaper. That too. But I don't know. I don't really. Cost kind of just escapes you at some point.
It's like, it's not really worth arguing over because both of them are. It's just they're both insanely good. Like,
Yeah.
Trust me, either or you're gonna be happy. And if you're doing story content, again, it doesn't matter which.
Well, Fars, in the last time you were arguing with it is these ego didn't exist. Is another thing to keep in mind. When I did this tier list before, the newest ego was like, I don't even remember. Maybe Magic Bullet. Like, and to be fair, I was a lot harsher before too, but.
Someone's saying 30% to 2 allies, 60% total, 15 to 7 allies. Yeah, but not all 7 allies are damaged. Are injured, right?
What if not
So
all?
It's like
it's 30% specifically to
Yeah.
the 2 allies that need it the most.
need it the most, yeah. Because if you're at full HP or like and only 2 characters are low on HP, then your efficiency is bad for you.
And then for every turn after, the 2 allies that need it the most heal 10% of their maximum HP every turn. Like, you have to keep that part in mind too. You have to take into account the entire ego. It's not just the immediate effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, as proven many a times, things change and egos go up or down depending on how longer the game goes on.
Yeah. I don't
a lot
think
of the older egos that used to be top dog are like lower, but
it
then,
is
get back
going
up
to
as the game
take
goes.
something insane for Fluid Sack to be knocked out of the top 5 ego. Like,
Yeah. So
Oh,
what
for
they did
sure.
is they just made a better one. Use that instead.
if you don't get hit at all, that's not how that works.
What happens if we get Fluid Sack 3? What do we do then?
Put it
I think
higher.
Kimchi Hood.
Okay, I have to argue with this. 33 is better than just fine when it comes to clashing on ego. Name me another ego that clashes that high, and tell me it's Pursuance, because Pursuance is the only one that naturally clashes higher. Like,
Why are people smoking where 33 is not a good number to clash with?
yeah, I don't understand 33 being a bad clash number. Like, it ties with Otis's Sun Shower, one of the best clashing ego in the game. It's one less than Pursuance, one of the best clashing ego in the game. You're not using it for damage. Stupid.
Unless
You're
you
using
count it,
Fluid Sack for damage? What are you, stupid? Like, it's
I
like
probably
the
wouldn't
only
recommend
thing
doing
it doesn't do well.
Unless you're in like a gloom weak, blunt weak fight, which maybe something Kano 6, maybe I think. I don't know.
I don't know.
Just
I
use
actually
Solar Brother.
genuinely don't know. Gloom is Keno 5.
What is it? Oh, okay. And there you go. Ego done.
Yay!
Yep, that's it.
That's it.
Next time,
Official tier
next time, high show tier list.
No, what?
Oh, no.
Excuse me? Hold on, I gotta save this.
It's
I
just
was
high
gonna
show.
say next time
Actually,
would be
tier list
drip
next week.
tier list, but
Oh,
Yes.
I'm just gonna say the last time someone did a drip tier list,
they got booed off the internet. But that was because they put
They got
the
booed.
middle drip in F tier.
that's because
So-
they had bad opinions.
That was just because
We
they had
put the
bad
middle in
opinions.
F
Yeah.
tier.
Wonder who that
Yeah.
was.
Our opinions will be better. They will be stronger. They will be
Yeah.
representing of the people.
No, they won't.
Yeah.
I don't
High
care
show
what the
being
people
S tier,
think.
and
Are
if
you
anyone
kidding me?
argues, you're getting banned.
Do a quick ego gift tier list. Are you
Do
aware
a
that the
quick
last time I
ego-
did it, it
Yeah,
took
do a
6
quick ego
hours?
gift.
Like,
No, mate, just do a quick ego gift tier list.
It
Very quick
took
one.
almost as long as this stream just to do the ego gifts.
what?
Yeah.
You can't do a quick ego
Oh my
gift tier list.
gosh.
If I were doing them all, like, just saying the name of the gift and then putting it
It
in the
would still
tier,
take,
it would
like, 2
still take
hours.
me hours.
Yeah, it would still take 2 hours minimum to do that.
Also,
I
yeah,
remember
this-
doing that. I was like,
This stream has been going for 7 hours. I need to eat dinner.
Oh my gosh.
yeah, we should probably go now, guys. Yeah.
I appreciate you all
Good luck to
watching.
everyone.
We'll be back
Bye,
later.
everyone.
Goodbye.
Have a
Bye.
good one,
Goodbye.
everyone. Bye. Take
Tier
care.
list.
Let's get out of
Bye.
here. We gotta
Yeah.
eat food.
There, I ended. Thank you for
Oh my
joining in,
goodness.
friends.